TikTok, it's time to rock, ho, 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 and all that kind of words and things that people say around this time of the year. And when we say ho, 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 we mean it nicely, don't we, gentlemen? It's like, yeah.
Yeah. The sweetest, nicest possible way we can.
Gosh, it's good to see you guys. I've been looking forward to the Christmas show. We've got some Controlled Mayhem coming up. I have with us, obviously, guys, the host from the 5150 show. On the top tier, we have Hoss, all the way back from a hot gig last night. He's going to tell us all about that. We can't wait. Downstairs, sure. holding us up with those guns, Brad. Love it, brother. Love it. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you too, bro. How you been?
I'm good. I'm looking forward to hanging out. I don't know how long we're going to do this for, 8-10 hours, depending on how long StreamYards will allow us to do it. But yeah, I'm going to hand it over to you guys. I've got a few things we got to do. So Hoss, you've got a few things to talk to us about. But before that, Brad, what's happening? We've got someone, our first guest.
Yes, we've got a very good friend of the channel. His name is Matt. He's got a website called Dropkick Blues. He's big on Instagram as well. We're going to bring him in and be part of the festive part. We've had Matt on the channel before. We've done some Stevie Ray Vaughan stuff with him, and that was some of my favorite shows we've done, and we're definitely going to be collaborating with Matt moving forward as well. So without further ado, bring Matt in to the festive celebrations.
Yeah. Here he is, brothers.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Hey, Matt.
Good to see you guys. Good to see you. Thanks for having me on for you guys' Christmas show. I've been pumped up all week. I've been sick most of the week, but I've been looking forward to this, so thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for jumping in, Matt. We know you've had a rough week, not well, so thanks for joining us.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So, Matt, we've met a few years ago now, a couple of years ago, Matt.
Yep.
Through Instagram, and Matt was very kind and pulled me on a couple of live streams and made me part of his Instagram page, which was I'm always honored when you put any of my stuff on your page. I feel like I'm part of the elite crew when I'm on your Instagram page. So, so Matt's got a fantastic Instagram account. If you're not on Instagram and you're not following, we're going to share that in the chat there for you guys as well. And he's got an awesome website up at the moment, dropkickblues.com. Make sure you go check it out. He's got some really good featured articles, some news, music, and that website seems to be growing by the day almost, Matt.
Yeah, it definitely works with the Instagram page, which is a big benefit. I couldn't imagine trying to start a website and having absolutely no connections at all and just trying to build it up straight off like Google. I mean, that seems like it would be nearly impossible. But it's a challenge for sure still. But the Instagram stuff definitely helps. And I mean, I'm always super psyched to talk to you and bring you on my page. I'm glad that we met. I think we met through was it Nick Svini?
Yes, I think it might have been at least the conversations in the chat, maybe. I'm not sure, but
yep, because I know I had him on live, and I don't know if that's where you came through, because I know you guys are connected. And it was somebody that we were both connected to, and then obviously through you, then Andrew came along, and that's been super cool because of everything you guys have been doing on YouTube, and I'm envious of what you guys do on YouTube. I mean, you guys have a great show. You always seem like you're having a really, really good time, and it's awesome. I love watching you guys. I watch all of your stuff. I'm subscribed and I get the reminders. So yeah, you guys keep it up. I love what you're doing.
Thanks, Matt. Hey, do you want to tell everyone in the chat where you're located, so because we can tell you've got an American accent, so we want to make sure that everyone understands what part of America you're in.
Yeah,
I thought that was Sydney.
What's that?
I thought that was a Sydney accent.
Yeah, so I'm in the U.S., but I'm in the Midwest in the United States, northern Wisconsin. So I'm not that far from Canada, really. And although Canadian people sound funny to me, I get accused of being Canadian quite a bit when I go to other parts of the country. But I'm in the northern Midwest. It's super cold here. Weather completely sucks right now. But that's I think it's awesome. That's like one of the coolest things about Instagram is talking to everybody that is like all over the world, and the different time zones can be a little bit tough at times. And I know you guys are probably, for me, it's Saturday night here. Are you guys into Sunday already? Anybody in Sunday?
Well, here in Melbourne, it's Sunday at 1:45 p.m. So yeah, we're already into Gibb Sunday, mate.
Exactly. As usual, I'm pulling up the rear.
Yeah. Look, it's one of those things where I seem to miss a lot of your Instagram lives and things like that because of the time difference, and that's pretty much the main reason. It's just that time zone difference. But it's great to have you back on the channel, and you've met Andrew, the rat bag Andrew, through me, and now you've met Hoss, one of the most amazing guitar players on the planet. So Hoss in the far right there on the top tier. So you'll have to get Hoss in on your channel at some point too, Matt.
Yeah, that's I've seen you guys doing your stuff, and I haven't had a chance to meet Hoss.
Yeah. No, this is actually the first time that we've met,
or hang out and talk or do anything. But yeah, that would be cool to collaborate on something on Instagram also. And yeah, Andrew, I always got the beard envy going on. I can't even come close to that. I just don't have it.
Hey, he's our representative for Christmas this year, mate.
Exactly.
Do you know how many girls asked to sit on my knee, guys? and I'm talking, and it's their mums too. It's just fantastic. It's
hey,
great.
Andrew, can I just say I'm glad you said knee. Yes, we keep it clean here, guys, because we're a family channel. We've got females in the chat, so we keep it clean. But no, awesome, Matt. To like we did a Stevie Ray Vaughan. What did we do? Elmer Combo show together.
Yep.
That was really fun. So look forward to doing some more like Hendrix and Stevie Ray stuff with you too. And of course, Hoss, you're always invited on those ones because I know you're a fan as well.
Yep, big fan, absolutely.
Yeah. Hoss has an amazing Van Halen show here in Australia, so you should get him on at some point, Matt, so he can cross promote that in the US and everywhere. So that'll be even Hoss might be even at that point able to with his technology. You're working on a few things there to be able to go direct. Yeah, Hoss, is that right? Like with your interface and everything?
Oh, do you mean like for the StreamYard?
For StreamYard and stuff like that, you might be able to incorporate it with Instagram.
Yeah, I actually haven't tried it with Instagram or especially Instagram Live, but I think like once I've got it sorted here in the studio with StreamYard, then yeah, that'll be the next thing to check out for sure.
Yeah,
that'd be very interesting to see if that works smoothly. I can't see why it wouldn't. It's just a matter of, as always, it maybe takes a couple of hours to kind of really get the gremlins out the first time around, but and then hopefully it should be all right. Yeah, it should work. Should definitely work. Yeah,
we'll do a couple of like Instagram lives just to trial it, and then we'll burn them if they don't work. You know what I mean?
That's right. That's exactly right.
Hey, Matt. There's always technical stuff with Instagram. Always, it never fails. You can never really get through it. And then the other thing that I noticed, and Andrew, you probably you would know this for sure, is Instagram's one of the platforms that won't link up to StreamYard, which is disappointing.
Yeah.
It's sad. I don't know why they don't open that up.
Yeah, that would be nice, actually. That would be good. But Hoss, you did a show last night. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I did. The first live gig in a little while, actually, with Daryl Braithwaite. We did. It was like an outdoors, pretty casual sort of thing at a winery down by the water. It was about 2 hours drive from where I am in Melbourne, and it was great. It was super windy, but the temperature was pretty nice, and the gig went well. Although I had some crackles and pops from the old pedal board that's been in the cupboard. That was definitely letting me know it was unhappy. It didn't get a burn in the last few months. But that's how equipment works, isn't it? It's funny. You'd think if you're fiddling around with it less, you'd have a better chance of it working properly. But it's the opposite. If you leave it alone for too long, it complains and lets you know that it's not happy that you didn't give it any love. So anyway, so there's a few Jackson things I've got to now get replaced and sorted out, but that's all right. Takes that first gig in a while to sort that out. But hey, speaking of temperatures, Matt, when you were saying it's pretty cold where you are, how cold exactly?
I would assume it's probably somewhere around like 17 right now.
Whew.
It's being 8:30 at night. I'm assuming. I think today it's been kind of a strange week here. We had snow and probably about 4 or 5 inches of snow on the ground. And then on Monday, it started raining because we were up like 45 degrees. Yeah. All the snow was gone after Monday. And then on Tuesday, it started snowing. And now we have most of the snow back again. And I think our little warm spell of up in the 40s is all done. Yeah, now we're down in the teens again, and probably approaching zero pretty soon.
Well, I've got my calculator out, my conversion calculator here. So for all the people down in this part of the world, 17 is about -9 nearly.
Wow.
In Celsius. So that's pretty cold. That's definitely pretty cold. Ben Coombs is in the chat there saying that you're just a little bit north of him. So it must be pretty cold where he's at as well. And he's also saying in the chat that the crackles and pops is the secret to his sound.
How are things going with live shows by you guys? Are things starting, because you just said it's your first one in quite a while. Are things starting to kind of come around to where it looks like that's going to be a regular thing?
Slowly, yeah. It really, most promoters kind of wrote off this year. So there hasn't been too much. Even now that the restrictions have relaxed here in Melbourne and a lot of parts of Australia as well, it's really most stuff is kicking off from next month in January. So the calendar is starting to fill up now for Jan, Feb, and March. Nice. But it's been pretty quiet for the last 3-4 months.
Yeah. And that's where I live. It's just really, really slow. They did a lot of outside shows when it was summertime, but for us now, obviously nobody's doing that kind of stuff. And inside stuff still just is not going on around here.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, well, I've done 2 shows since the end of last lockdown. Last week, I did a wedding, like a private function, and I did a work party, which was another private function. So they were like corporate events. So that's the first little thing. That's with the cover band. So that's pretty much at the moment all I've managed to do. I found it very difficult to actually play standing up, to be honest with you, because most of the time I'm practicing and sitting down playing. So, to stand up playing, I felt like I needed to lift my guitar up like a Beatle, I felt like I just couldn't play at that normal height that I hold the guitar. So, yeah, but I'm sure, a few more gigs into it, and I think the second gig I did, it just started to get a little bit comfortable and the gig ended. So what do you do?
Yeah.
I actually have a hack that solves that problem for me, Brad. Well, sort of a little bit solves it. Is whenever I have a period where there's not many live gigs, I actually practice on my left leg, put the guitar on my left leg, and then I set the strap so that when I stand up, it's only a tiny bit lower than when I'm sitting.
Right.
And that way, essentially, it's like as close as possible when I'm standing up live to where I've been practicing for 2 months or something like that.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Nice.
I find that,
Well,
that actually works pretty well for me.
I could be, you know, less lazy and stand up and practice.
Yeah.
That would fix the problem.
You could be making Instagram videos.
Well, that's, you know, it's been a while. And to be honest with you, I kind of gave up on Instagram for a little bit because I'm just finding the crazy algorithms and you get buried and stuff like that. But you know, I'm gonna have another crack at it this year coming up. I'll start pushing it a bit harder and try and build it up. So
yeah, you know, and I know that we've had this conversation quite a few times that live shows, the footage from those, then you're not even really creating content. You're just capturing what's going on. And then if you play for an hour and a half, 2 hours, how many Instagram videos is that? You don't even have to think about it other than just editing little clips and stuff like that. So yeah, I've had that conversation with a lot of people that gigged prior to COVID all the time. And they just didn't really think about, now that they're not doing that, now you got to sit there and make the videos, which is no fun. Who wants to do that kind of stuff? I mean, I like it when you guys do that kind of stuff because then you just feed me content. But yeah, I mean, live shows coming back, that's a lot of social media content.
Well, yeah, I figured next year, you know, I'm planning to do some solo shows and stuff. So I'll have little cameras set up and I'll try and get some footage and I'll pass it on to you, Matt, so you can make it go viral if you can.
Definitely. I'm always looking for content, and yeah, and I know everybody's still just dying to get out there and play consistently, you know, like at where it's a scheduled thing, you know, you're going to keep doing shows and stuff like that. How's the songwriting going? Are you writing songs right now?
Yeah, look, I was actually going to release some stuff at the end of Jan, maybe start of February, but I started just the other day, you know, just practicing, and I started coming up with new songs, and I'm like, these are better than anything I've ever written. So I think I'm going to put things on hold until I'm actually ready to release something the best I can possibly do. So, you know, there's no rush. That's just the way I'm looking at it now. I've got my name out there as a solo artist, so we'll just you know, when the time's right, I'll do a really small little you know, release. I haven't actually done a live show with my own songs, so I'll do a little launch and in a really small funky venue. I'll try and film it. I might, you know, beg, steal, and borrow favors like from guys like Hoss and things like that to help me edit some video footage and stuff and throw it out there on YouTube and then share it all over Instagram and everything. So
heck yeah.
But yeah, like there's no real hurry for me at the moment. I'm finding you know, I think when you're not forcing something, it comes out better anyway. So that's just kind of, I've got a ton of songs, Matt, but it's kind of like every time I come up with something new, it sort of feels like, well, no, that one's not as good. I don't resonate with that as much anymore. And so, yeah. So it's just, we'll see.
Well, and that's an interesting subject. And I've spoke to a lot of people doing interviews about the fact of, if you write and record music and then you can't go out and play live music, do you hang on to it to when you can go back out and play? Or do you just put it out there? Because if you hang on to it, you're writing new stuff. So you have new things that you want to get out there. And plus you've already moved on. You know, it could be a year and a half. If you go back to, you know, the beginning of 2020, that's a long time to hang on to music. You've already moved on from that stuff.
100%. That's what I'm getting at. It kind of feels like all my song ideas that I've had around that time frame kind of surpassed that as a songwriter, and because I'm always constantly trying to refine myself as an artist. So yeah, but this is a whole topic within itself. We could talk about this.
Plus that'd be like the Brad Dark album. So you know,
actually, there's one song I've written about isolation, and it is
exactly.
Fun. Yeah, so I should probably put it out to timestamp it, you know, get it out there and move on. So
yeah, put it out as a single.
Yeah. Definitely. But no, I'm going to work in closely with you, Matt, and with Andrew here as, you know, being part of the journey on when you start moving forward. So
definitely.
Hey everyone, I'm going to do some shout outs now. Let's say hello to everyone that's already here in the chats.
Yeah.
Teresa in Brazil. Bom dia. How do you say? My Brazilian Portuguese is pretty rusty, but espero que seja bom. I don't know. Maybe I said that wrong. Teresa will let me know if so yeah, Teresa. Ben Coombs in Canada. Hey Ben, stick around, brother. We would love to have you on and say Merry Christmas. So yeah, Ben Coombs in there. Ellen is in there. Hey Ellen. Steve-O 5150. Hey Steve. Thomas Santiago. I'd love to know one day why everyone has to sing his name like it's a like some sort of a Latin, you know, Latin salsa, Peter Allen kind of. Is it because something like that? It is, isn't it? Anyway, someone will tell me. Johnny Bean, not sure if you're still here in the chat, but if you are, hello, fella. We have also Sonia. Hey, Sonia. Awesome to see you. Merry Christmas. Scrolling down. Let's see. Chris Wheelton. How you doing, brother? Charmaine Taylor in the chat. Hey, Charmaine. Let's see. Who else we got? Christine Taylor, who I think I saw, Andrew, you put up some chat, and she's off to go and see a great guitarist in Melbourne called Phil Parra. He's obviously playing somewhere live. So Christine's going to pop in and out. She's going to get herself plied first, I think, and then join in the chat. So that'll be interesting to see what she has to say when she gets back from the gig. So we're looking forward to that, Christine. Arvin Gaunt. Hey, am I saying that right? Is that how you say that? Arvin, yes, indeed. Johnny Heartbreaker, Hobo Roadie, Merry Christmas. And I think, who else we got? I think that's about it. We got Mark Effects in there. Hey, Mark, how you doing? And that's it for now. That's the shout outs. As it stands, Merry Christmas, everybody. A few days early, but of course, this is the Christmas special show. So that's how it's going to be.
Yeah.
Awesome, brother. I'm going to ask you to do something for me while you're still on the mic. We've got somebody in the green room. I don't know if you can see that. If you can you see that person hiding, lurking in the green room?
Wait, hang on. No, I'm on full screen. Hang on. Let me get rid of that. Beep.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So if you'd like to do an introduction to that legend, and then we'll drop him in the show.
Oh, hang on. I've lost him in the green room. Now I don't know who it is.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, brother.
I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to message it to you because I want to keep it a surprise. It's on your Insta.
Okay, thank you, bro. Thank you. Oh yeah. Good. Well, this guy certainly is a legend amongst legends. One of the nicest guy on the social medias, and also, you know, one of the nicest guys in the music industry. And ever since we crossed paths, we became kind of fast friends. And I've been fortunate enough that he's invited me on his show for a chat and a hang. And because he does do a weekly hang, so that might give it away. But anyway, I think we should bring on the fantastic and illustrious Mr. Ben Coombs.
Yay! Here he is. Hi, brother.
Hey, buddy.
Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, the Festivus for the rest of us, Kwanzaa, Hanukkah, Ramadan. I don't know. Sure, all that. Well, wait, you guys are all like on the other side of the world, so Happy New Year, right? That's why we're here.
Not yet, but we are ahead of you.
Always ahead of me, Andrew. Always ahead of me. Great to see you, Andrew, Haas, Brad. Great to meet you. Matt, I've been
Nice
digging.
to meet you.
Great to meet you. I've been digging what you've been saying. So, Haas, you want to know the legend of why people sing Thomas Santiago?
Oh, yeah, if you know the answer to that, I would love to hear it. I mean, like, I can. It is a name that sort of rolls off the tongue in a musical, mellifluous kind of way. But if there's some other kind of reason, I'll be all ears.
I believe the year was 2019. Some Canadian was live streaming, doing roll call in the chat as you were. May have hit my glass saxophone a few too many times. I don't know, but I always thought his name sounded musical, and I thought, screw it, I'm singing it. And I've done it ever since. And if anybody else is doing it, oops, sorry. But he deserves it. He's the man from Buffalo. He's a great guy. And Buffalo. I see him getting hassled by family in the chat. Nice. Nice.
I didn't know Buffalo. Okay, that's good. That's very well. That makes perfect sense. I'm glad that you're responsible for it, because it's something that you can tell. Everyone does it with a sense of joy anytime someone sings out his name, and that just makes sense that that's come from you. You know,
I do what I can.
Lovely, brother. What's been happening in your world?
Snow. We got about 6 inches of snow today, so that was fun. In southern Ontario. So
and it's 6 for those of us who don't experience snow where we live that much. Is 6 inches in one day a lot?
Yeah, especially if it doesn't blow away. That's about 15 centimeters, for you metric folks like myself.
Oh, that's okay. We deal in inches too. Some things are
we go both ways, we keep it easy. So
yeah.
So that, I debated clearing the driveway, but then I thought, I don't have to go anywhere for a couple of days. Maybe it'll just blow away or melt. Maybe spring will come early, because it was t-shirt weather 2 days ago somehow, some way. So.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Well, I say t-shirt weather, 60 Fahrenheit, like 8 Celsius. But in December, you're like, oh, this is gorgeous. Wasn't there snow on the ground last week? So.
Yeah. Okay.
Awesome. Ben has actually, guys, if you don't know this, Ben and I go back a long time.
Day one for me, Andrew.
Yeah, we met on Johnny Bean's chat, and that I remember when Ben had 600 or 300 around that figure on his channel, and Ben had the privilege to be my first guest when I decided that I was going to do a Rolling Stones show with Carl. And Ben said, man, if that's what you want to do, bro, get on there and have a crack. And Ben will always have a big place in this channel's history, because he gave me the kick up the backside and said, man, I'm doing it, you can do it. So, bro, I'll always be in.
At least you had a topic. That's one more thing than my show ever had. So. You guys do research, and like I watch your stuff, and I was like, I couldn't go on that show. Like now, ranking the tracks, I don't know. Was that on that album? I like that song. That isn't even the band we're talking about, Ben. That's why I keep it just loose, laid back on my channel, because anything goes. Because pretty much anything goes. Why not?
Anything goes. And that's what's beautiful about the show, is that it's relaxed and anything goes. It's got its own personality, like you. It's wonderful.
It's a real job. I'll say that.
I hate to interrupt, guys, but I've got the easy job. I just have to remind my other co-hosts here that they've got some work to do. So, Hoss, you're earning your keep today, brother. There's somebody else in the green room who wants to jump in and spend a bit of time with us. I'm going to ask you, bro, to do that, please.
Okay, excellent. Yes, this other person that's in the green room has been responsible, as some people might know already, for building me my replica 5150 guitar, which has been made exact to the amount of relicking and stuff as the Live Without a Net video. And I'll be using that, of course, on my Corner Hotel show on January 25. And I think that's probably almost enough to give most people an idea. So everyone that doesn't know, please welcome on Neil Daly from Daly Custom Designs.
Yeah, Neil.
Oh, look at him.
Merry Christmas, everybody. I got my
beard.
You've got
yeah,
a lot
right. No, yeah, you got me there. I've been trying to grow a beard since I was 16. This is as close as I got. So,
Dude, that behind you is the best Christmas tree that I've ever seen.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
So listen, yeah, first of all, thanks for having me on, you guys. I'm so happy to be here. Everybody, thank you, Andrew, Brad, Simon. You guys are fantastic.
Course,
You know,
bro.
I was watching the show a little bit. You know, I'm in Los Angeles, so it's what 7 o'clock here, and I was trying to have dinner with my beautiful new bride, and we're sitting around, but I've got the show on in the background, and I saw you guys start talking about songwriting, and all of a sudden I was like, oh my God, I can't, sorry. And I had to jump in. So I'm here.
All good, brother. All good. And I just saw your message to me too. So thank you, sir. No problems.
Yeah, well, good, because I'm here whether you like it or not. So
Yeah.
No.
I get to meet Neil 2 days late because I had to bail on Guitar Town Hall with Nesdal on Thursday night. I had some issues outside of YouTube, so I wasn't able to co-host. And
that's right. How's your
dad?
dad?
Neil was on. I'm like, dang it, I didn't get to meet Neil. And then all of a sudden, Haas is like, Neil's coming on. I'm like, I get to meet Neil. So
Yeah.
hi, Neil.
It was a great show.
Ben, how's your father? Is everything okay?
He's doing better. He is doing better. So
Good.
Thanks.
Well, the way I'm choosing to look at this, and this is going to be like a very metaphysical kind of thing right now, but you think you're 2 days late meeting me, but these guys are a day ahead of us. So we're kind of splitting the difference. We're right in the middle.
That works. Yep.
You guys are the
So-
meat and the sandwich.
Yeah.
That's
Ben,
right.
Matt, pleasure to meet you guys.
Yep. Nice to meet you too, Neil.
Thanks.
Totally cool. I've seen you on the page on it must have been some Van Halen stuff, maybe.
I'm sure it was.
Yep. And actually what Ben mentioned earlier about the amount of work that you guys must put in to do these shows, because I watch your shows, you guys seem to do like 2 to 3 hour shows. You're ranking tracks, talking about every little single specific detail of every track. And
Amanda.
when I do think about coming on here, I think about, wow, this is like crazy. The amount of work that I would have to do to know the information you guys do. And you do this stuff all the time. It's unbelievable.
Well, you know what? Thank you for saying that. You know what's really interesting, and I think the one common denominator that we all have is I do these shows because we all have the same common interest. I would be studying, I would be ranking tracks on my own, mixing up my playlist every day on iTunes and doing all this stuff, regardless of whether I had an outlet like these shows. So this is the type of stuff that we do. You know, I'm a Wikipedia whore, to be honest with you. You know, I mean, I'm researching everything, and I want to be in the know, and I want to relive those days of my teenage years and stuff like that. Now, what these shows have afforded me is the opportunity to share the information I have and the interest that I have, but make a lot of really good friends along the way. And that's kind of what the benefit is. But to come full circle to your point, a lot of people may have the same thought process that you do, like, oh my God, you guys put in a lot of work and a lot of research. I don't know if I look at it that way. I'll be honest. I don't know if I consider a lot of the stuff that we do or a lot of the stuff that I do as work, because I'd be doing it regardless.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they took it easy on me, and they brought me on a show, and we talked about Stevie Ray Vaughan live at El Macambo, which is something I've watched probably 1,000 times. So I kind of know what you mean in that regard, where when they had me on, it was just easy. I already know everything about every single song in the entire performance. But yeah, if you were to put me out of my comfort zone and make me do the research, you could easily do that. Especially, I'm a huge Van Halen fan, but I don't know everything about, track to track. And I just think it's really cool. I know I've seen you on here because I do watch these shows all the time. And it's super fun. And I am geeky in the music like talking about music in that way. I love
Sure.
that kind of stuff, and the guitar stuff. I mean, it's
Yeah. To be fair though, I'm a lot like you in a lot of other aspects where, Simon has talked to me before about, jumping on an Iron Maiden show or something like that. And I've chickened out. I'm like, I don't have enough, I don't want to sit there and just be the dunce in the corner and be like, I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Hey, I wouldn't want to come on if it was my own band.
Well, Ben, right before I logged in, what you said was kind of apropos to a lot of the things. With a lot of other bands, I'm like, oh, I don't know what album that's on. I like this song. I like that song, all over. But right. I couldn't tell you that stuff. So there's only a handful of bands that I, from jump, from being a kid, discovering music videos, I know everything about them, and it's a small window. I pretend to be a know-it-all, but I'm not.
Yep, exactly.
Since you mentioned the Stevie Ray Vaughan thing, and I don't want to go too far off script here, but that it kind of I grew up in Chicago, and I was at the Alpine Valley show when his final show, when he left and got in the helicopter and crashed the night of the show that I saw. So Stevie Ray Vaughan has always brought a little something special. I'm honored to have been there.
Yeah, definitely.
And the Elmo Combo recently reopened for those that are interested after being closed for several years. Completely revamped. Lead engineer was Eddie Kramer. Redid the sound system and video system, so you can record any kind of like a live performance DVD on that stage, and which is great to see. Iconic venue.
Definitely. I talk to a bunch of people on Instagram because that's my main platform of where I really do most of the things that I do. And it seems like a lot of venues now, they're going towards cameras, live streaming on Facebook or YouTube or wherever, and giving the band the ability to get a download of the show so that they can use it, which I think is a great idea. I mean, I could see the point where you wouldn't want to do that, but I mean, if somebody is in Australia and there's a bar in New York, you're never going to go to that show unless you're there.
Right.
So I think it's actually it's a brilliant move to do that kind of stuff because it definitely gets your name out there.
Yeah.
And if it's a good venue like the Elmo Combo, or let's say the Whiskey starts doing it, iconic venue, they could even go subscription service. If hey, they have a good band, X amount of nights a week, blah, 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 and you pay $1 a month for that service.
Right.
Why not?
Totally worth it. Yeah.
Totally worth it. You know what I think is funny too, and I may be dating myself here, but I kind of straddle the age group before everybody had a phone camera, so I remember being in venues where they patted everybody down. You couldn't take any type of recording device in, and you couldn't bootleg. And I was the guy that would slip like a microphone, down my sleeve and go like this. No, I got nothing on me. And meanwhile, I'm wired, so I could like bootleg my favorite bands and shows. And I remember that was a big deal, trying to get a hold of those. And then the bands eventually gave up because everybody had cameras on their phones. And now any show you want to see is on YouTube somewhere. Multiple angles and everything. They're not all great quality, but I remember when there was an art form to getting some sort of bootleg out of a show, and I kind of it kind of broke my heart when all of a sudden everybody started doing it. I was like, man, I was good at that.
Yep, definitely. I think that there's a pretty famous video clip of Axl Rose stopping a show because some guy was snapping pictures of him, and they were playing in a big arena. He might have even jumped off stage to go after the guy. I mean, that was a big no-no back in those days. You didn't record shows at all, unless it was like the Grateful Dead.
If memory serves, the show you're talking about, and I could be wrong, somebody correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, feel free to jump in, but I think I remember that was like he was touring with Metallica or something.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
And that might have been, I think, again, correct me if I'm wrong. I apologize if I'm wrong, but that might have been the night that Metallica, James Hetfield got lit on fire by the pyrotechnics. So they asked Guns N' Roses to start playing early, which of course pissed off Axl Rose. He didn't want to play early. And then they went out there, and then And it could have been that show, it could have been another show, but I definitely know what you're talking about, where then he threw a fit because somebody was filming it. He told the security guys to stop him, and they couldn't find the guy. So he jumped into the crowd and hit the guy and then stormed off stage. And then next thing you know, there's a riot at like the Toronto in the Dome. So
I think that one was Montreal.
Yeah, it might have been. I think I might be splitting the difference.
Montreal was legendary for a lot of fiascos for bands for whatever reason, you know. And Metallica more than once. I think James got burned there, had a skateboarding accident there as well on a different tour.
Oh, God. Yeah.
You know, that one where it was he broke his arm or something, so they brought in another guitar player and he just sang.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. And then nowadays you see live show footage and it's a sea of cameras. People standing there holding up their cameras, videotaping every piece of content possible. And like you said, putting it out on YouTube. And I've actually talked to some professional musicians, and they're split on whether they like the fact that people are recording the content, because some of them, their whole thing is they like to improvise solos and things like that. And they like to be in the moment and not necessarily have people record all that content and save it. And never have it go away.
Yeah. I'm you know, it's funny because I think I'm more of I go see shows all the time, 24/7. I'm a huge live music junkie, and I feel like I'm kind of the anomaly with today's demographics of live shows, because I don't whip up my phone and record anything while I'm there, because I know I can eventually see somebody else doing it. Yeah, so I would rather experience it live and watch it with my own eyes and have that memory stored. And if I want to see a tape of the show, somebody's doing it. But I always feel like I'm the rarity there, because when you look around, everybody on your left and right has got their cameras. You know, you Australian guys are going to appreciate this. I recently saw an interview with Keith Urban, who talked about he tried something at a show, and it wasn't that long ago, maybe within the last 3 years. He was going to debut a new song, but it was a slow piano ballad. So he dimmed all the lights. The band was off the stage. He's alone at a piano, and he didn't even have like a follow spotlight on him. He just had a light above it so he could see the keys, and he started to play it. But to the audience, it was a song they didn't recognize, and the stage lights were completely gone. It was such a dark room. He said that everybody in the audience, 15,000, 10,000 people, all just immediately went to their phones and started scrolling their social medias. He said nobody looked at the stage.
Wow.
So I was like, wow, that's really interesting. And that kind of makes me feel, you know, if I'm an artist, you know, that's always a juxtaposition of debuting a new song that no one's heard before. You were excited about it, but they don't know it, and you don't want to lose them. This is why, as as an original artist too, I always have to incorporate cover songs in my set, because I can't expect my audience to sit there and listen to 5-6 songs in a row that they've never heard before. They all tune out. So,
in there.
I
think I usually snap photos the first couple songs of a concert before everybody gets all hot and sweaty, and then I put the phone away. Unless, well, actually, the last concert was Tom Petty, and I had my phone out a lot because of the millions of dollars worth of vintage gear that he and Mike Campbell were playing the whole set. So I was like, oh my God, look at that. It was as a gear junkie, not as, hey, look where I am, or, you know, I'm not live streaming it. Or anything.
Yeah, you're not doing selfies.
Yeah.
I usually, if I go to a show, I completely plan on taking video, but then when I get there, I forget about it because I get too caught up in the moment.
I'm waiting for my cousin who's lurking to say, you live stream when you're at Body Count. That was because I was surprised Body Count was even performing, and then I just went live on Facebook for the hell of it.
Sure.
I was drunk.
or the last thing, and we can get off subject in a minute, but I'm also always the guy that uses up my entire battery and memory life on my phone filming before the show, like talking to all my friends, taking pictures, showing the venue, walking around, doing all this stuff. And then as soon as the first song starts, I want to record it and my battery dies. I'm like, there you go.
Oh shit.
Yep.
It's Louis C.K.'s got a funny little bit actually about that, where he talks about going to going to his kids' like recital at the school hall or whatever, and all the parents have got their phones and iPads out filming it. And completely missing the actual performance. And he's like, it's way better than HD right there. Like 6 feet in front of you, it's way better than HD.
Yeah, the replay is never going to be as good as seeing it live.
That's right. It's exactly
You're totally right.
Well, and people talk about when you go to a show and they have the big screens up and everything, and people say, why would you want to watch a show on a big screen? But everybody's standing there watching it through a little screen on their phone, and they're completely happy about doing that.
Mm-hmm.
The funniest thing, I sort of understand on some level why people do it, Matt, but you see sometimes people filming the screen on their phone.
Yeah.
You ever seen that? Yeah, because the screen's the bigger thing for them. So they're filming. So it's a screen filming a screen of the show that they're there live to see.
Right. Right. Yeah, that's so bizarre because everybody's phone can zoom in now. You can, even if you got bad seats, you can zoom in on the artist. But Simon, you're right. I've seen that before where they're filming the filming of the show.
They're filming the filming. Yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts.
That's only okay if the big screen is showing a close up of the guitar and you're zooming in on the big screen to get a real nice shot of the guitar.
That's true. That's true. Us gearheads know that.
Or like the pedal board for the guitar player, maybe you want to get that screenshot.
Yep.
Hey, I haven't told Ben this before, but actually my favorite thing to do, Ben, is on your Sunday night hang, is I just sit there with my iPhone filming your show.
That's good. All right, well, I'm going to take it one step further then. After the show is over, tomorrow I'm going to watch the replay, not the live show. I'm going to watch the replay on YouTube, and I'm going to film that.
Film the replay. So
I'm going to film the replay of the show.
Yep. I'm waiting for the first person to do a reaction video to one of my live hangs. And most of it's just like,
okay. Please, Ben, let that be me. That'll be so much fun.
You have carte blanche.
Okay, cool. I'll do a Hoss reacts to one of your Sunday night hangs.
I love it. You can do just a clip. You don't have to do the whole hang. If there's a particular topic,
Yeah, that's a new show. That's a new show for the channel. A Hoss reaction video.
That's good. That's good.
It's actually so funny. I think that'd be worth doing for 10 minutes just to do it. I think that'd be.
Oh, I think it'd be hysterical. Very tongue in cheek, but that would be very funny.
Yeah.
Oh,
I remember once I did see, basically it was an Inception situation because there was some controversial video went out and Henning Pauly was going to do a reaction to it, but instead he watched a reaction video. So it's a reaction to a reaction of the video. And I went, okay. And I was really tempted to do a reaction to that video. And then,
oh, that's funny.
I think I had 50 subs at the time. So
that's like making a satire of a satire.
Yeah.
Or a parody of a parody. That's pretty good.
It'll be a YouTube version of, those Salvador Dali paintings where there's like a mirror inside a mirror inside a mirror inside.
Yeah.
It'll be the YouTube version of that. But
or the Russian doll thing.
Hey, I like Hobo Roadie says content is content.
Hey, Ben, speaking of content, I'm sorry I haven't yet got round to doing my little video on your nice drive A pedal. So I will. That is definitely in the works there, brother. I promise I haven't forgotten about it.
You know what? You're in good company, Haas. Pete Thorne hasn't done his either, so.
Yeah. Well, my goal then is to get in before Pete's at least. That'll be something. But for anyone that doesn't know, Ben did a collaboration with LPD Pedals for this awesome boost, and it's really like a clean high headroom boost, right?
It's like a 50s Class A amp, just crank.
Hang on one second, I've got it here.
Mine's on my board. Imagine that. Mine's on my board. I felt bad when it wasn't. I showed up at a jam without it, and I went, I hope nobody asks.
Okay, while he's doing...
It's that bad boy.
Look at that. Hold on, brother. I'll present you.
Woo!
Ooh.
I don't know what's sexier, the pedal or Simon.
Hang on.
Nice try, dude.
Stop it. And you can see, and it's got the little maple leaf there. Beautiful.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And so this is Ben's drive pedal. So I promised I'd do a video on it because it sounds great. And
Wow.
it sounds unbelievable into the front of you guys know that I've got the Sir SL68 Plexi. Man, it sounds so good in the front of that thing to push it harder. Really, really does. And actually, I think I sent some of you like a little sort of a 4-minute audio clip of me doing a bit of the Live Without a Net guitar solo. That sound was that in front of the Plexi.
Oh,
so
nice.
Can't argue with that, right? I mean, those two things together are just gorgeous. So thank you, Ben. And actually, I've been meaning to post Ben just the back plate because I wanted him to sign it for me. So anyway.
So Simon, is that pedal is that in your live rig now too?
Yeah. So I still haven't completely put together my rig for the Corner Hotel show, but it looks like what I'm going to do is use this as not an always on pedal, but for anything that I'm doing that's part of the higher gain Eddie stuff, then this will be pushing the front of the Marshall. Yeah.
Oh man. Oh God.
So is
Awesome.
is that pedal replacing something that you're already using?
Not really, because the SL68's a bit of a new thing for me. I've only had it for a year or so. And what I did used to have was an MXR 10-band graphic EQ that I would sometimes use to push like the front of an amp. But it's an older pedal. It's a little noisy and all of those things, and it has like it needs its own power supply. I can't remember. I think it's 18 volts or something like that. So anyway, when I came across the LPD pedals and was chatting to Lawrence, he said like, this is the bad boy to check out if you want to push the front of an amp that's already kind of dirty, And
right.
the Plexi on its own dime is perfect for like all Ed's rhythm stuff. Absolutely. And actually, to be honest, probably about 70% of his solo stuff. But there's some things where you can tell he was really pushing the front of the amp with something. Whether it was the Echo Plex or whether it was a graphic EQ, use the Boss one. So it's just good to have like a clean boost to push the front.
Yeah, that one will do
without
clean,
giving
dirty,
away a whole lot.
a little warmer.
Yeah, it's warm.
Without
really,
yeah. Simon, without giving away much of your set list, because I don't want you to talk about that unless you want to for the corner show. Do you know what songs off the top of your head you're going to use that for?
Yes.
Okay. That's good enough. Good enough for me.
Just yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. No, that's fine because we're all going to see that show eventually. So
I'm happy to share the set list actually. What I could do. Yeah, because the show will be in two halves. The first half is going to be what we did at the Melbourne Guitar Show. So it'll be the Van Halen 1 record played in track order. And then the second half of the show is basically we've just cherry picked all our favorite Van Halen songs, and we're going to have lots of great special guests up. We're going to have Nina Farrow and Darren Constable and Jimmy Couples and all these amazing Melbourne singers who are going to get up and kind of lend their own personality to some of the songs, So that's going to be good. But what I might do, and I could even do this in a few minutes if you want, Andrew, is I'll send you a PDF of the set list and you can put it up on the screen for anyone that's interested. But so for example, the 5150 album stuff, I'm using the pedal for that because that kind of that mid 80s sort of Sammy Hagar stuff, he had a little bit more gain. And from everything I've read, he was still using the Plexi, but he was driving it pretty hard. And of course, he was using the Steinberger, which had the extra high output EMGs and stuff like that. But yeah, it's gonna be lots of fun. Although the COVID numbers are really, really rising in Melbourne and Sydney. It's actually going a bit out of control. So hopefully they won't do anything about it. But just who knows? Really, they could just be waiting to get Christmas out of the way and then and then lock it down again. But hopefully that doesn't happen, you know.
Yeah.
Awesome, guys.
man.
I just want to just jump in here, if that's okay, and bring in somebody into the chat. One of the authors of this outstanding biography. He's been on our show.
Yes.
He's been on Fruitcake Tony's show, so he's in the green room. So I'd love to get him on, guys. So put your hands together for Chris Gill, one of the outstanding biographies on EVH. Here he is.
Woo! Hey, gents. How's it going?
Hey, brother. Good to see you again.
Let me fix my lighting here a little bit. I'm a little in the dark here.
You look dramatic.
I forgot it's been so long since I've done this stuff. I've forgotten all my tech here. So,
Chris, are you by any chance related to Andrew?
no,
We're brothers. We're brothers.
I know. We went to this last time, the beard and everything like that. So, wait, where's my glasses here?
Yeah, well, we're handsome as well. But besides the beard, we're handsome. So we've got to be
Oh my
related.
God, that is funny.
There's quite a beard envy going on here in the I can see Ben's got his going, but Matt's got his little goatee going, but Simon's got his little tickler there. I've got nothing. I feel naked.
Brad, I'm with you. I've been growing a goatee for 20 years, man. This is what Brad, I'm with you, bud.
I was due for a trim, not so much now.
I got nothing, man.
Awesome. Look, guys, I'm really glad that we've got Chris here, because there's two books. Yeah, it's this book here that has been re-released, the trade copy, which is really, really good. So, Chris, if you want to give us a bit of information on this and how it's doing. You've been putting a couple of posts on your Instagram about where they've been situating in the top 10 list. So let us know. And if anyone's short of Christmas gifts for people who love either Clapton and guitars, go and buy this book. I've got it, and certainly we can all vouch for this. Chris.
Cool. Well, yeah, that book was about almost 10 years ago now that I did the work on that. So it's kind of a hazy memory, to be honest. But it's interesting because, it's funny because to have like two books kind of, that are selling at the same time, it's kind of a weird thing. So I just was happy to check on Amazon sales figures and saw that they were like both neck and neck and kind of like jockeying like above and below each other. And actually the Van Halen book's actually kind of taken a strong lead lately. So I think a lot of interest in that. But the Clapton book it was interesting because it was just it was a hell of a lot of research. I mean, both of the books were a lot of research, but the Clapton thing in particular was a little bit crazy because there were guitars I didn't actually have there. I had just some basic information, and sometimes I didn't have any information. Sometimes the auction catalogs were very vague. Sometimes
What you've done in here, Chris, and I look, I'm a Clapton nut. I spent all night going through this book when I can't believe the detail. If you guys love gear, this is the benchmark. If you did this 10 years ago, I don't know what's happened, but certainly now with this book being on the market, this is going to be the benchmark for gear moving forward. You've done it again.
Well, that was the idea. It was kind of people don't realize this, and I don't always get the opportunity at the guitar magazines to do this. But I'm really a guitar historian. I'm a guitar nerd. That was really my entry into the whole thing. It's kind of funny because back in '91, I applied for a job at Guitar Player magazine, and Tom Wheeler had just left as being the editor-in-chief there. And part of the way to get a gig there was to take this vintage guitar test. Which was crazy. It was like 20 pages of vintage guitar questions. And unbeknownst to me, I actually, they told me later, like after I'd been working there for about 6 months or so, that I actually did better on the test than Tom Wheeler did on his own test.
Wow.
But at the same time, it's a little bit crazy. I mean, I don't want to get into too much stuff, but I did I used to edit George Groon and Walter Carter's column. And that led to many tense moments because here was the young upstart, the young kid, telling these guys that you're wrong, that, sometimes they'd make a statement and they just forgot stuff. It was just like, sometimes they say like, oh, this is the first Gibson double cutaway or whatever. And it's like, well, what about this model? And they'd be like, oh, we got kind of tense. Walter Carter actually hated me. In fact, I think he still hates me.
for a lot of stuff. And I don't want to say I know more than him because he's, you know, he sees a lot of stuff as a vintage guitar dealer that I don't necessarily see. But then again, I see a lot of stuff that he doesn't see on a different aspect of it, you know. So, and I come from a little bit different background. But on the Clapton deal, it was just nuts because Clapton had so many guitars that he had sold in those auctions that he didn't know anything about. They were just gifts that were given to him. Wow. And I just didn't feel comfortable writing this book with them and just saying like, oh, here's some anonymous guitar. You know, there was a parts caster. That was the craziest guitar out of the whole thing because this thing, I still don't know the whole story. And I'm hoping this guy comes forward at some point because the guy Will Louth. And it was obviously this guy built a guitar. He got, I think, some Warmoth parts and he got some Fender parts and these things. And I could look at them all and date them to like sometime in about, you know, early to mid 1980. Just the based, you know, that's the earliest they could have been. And I looked up the guy's name because it's not a real common name. And I started doing some background stuff. And the only guy I could come up with was a guy who was like a lighting tech or something like that. You know, it's the earliest they could have been. Yeah, it was the earliest that the guitar could have been. It could have been made later. But I'm looking at the timing of it. But this guy had happened to work on Live Aid in Philadelphia. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe this guy knew that Clapton was going to be playing at Live Aid. So he built this guitar for Clapton and gave it to him. That's my only theory that I have there, because that's the only way I see these guys really crossing paths at any time. And there is a connection there, at least through the Live Aid concerts. Clapton was there, and this guy was there. And the guitar dates to about that time. So it was a guess. But and there was a few other things in there. There was actually a guy in Australia. I'm trying to remember his name now. I think Stephen Kearney, I believe it was. I can't remember. I wrote it in my Instagram post. But that was a crazy thing because I had to go through. There was nothing about this guy as a guitar builder, and I found actually this archive of newspapers of like this small locality of small town newspapers in Australia that had an article about this guy, and then it mentioned that he was a guitar builder, you know, but kind of a casual, kind of very much in the woods type of guy or whatever. And it's like, well, voila, this is the dude, you know, because it's, you know, it's obviously it was his guitar. And the name tied up and everything. But that was really crazy because it's like, I mean, I understand with the auction houses, you've got only so much time to put the stuff together, you know, and they just want to do the sale and they got to do it kind of cheap. You know, they don't want to go into too much expense of paying somebody to do too much research. But it was fun. It was a lot of fun detective work on those things. Also, there was some tension. There was a Martin guitar in there that was kind of a mystery because I can't remember the year of it, but it's like, it was dated, I think, like 35 or 36. No, it was dated earlier. That's what it was. It was dated like early 30s, like 1930 or 32 or whatever. But the bridge wasn't right, you know, and there was various other things that weren't right about it for that time. And I got in trouble with the vintage dealer because he had actually gotten the guitar after the auction and sold it to somebody else and said like, because I said it wasn't all original. And it's like, but you should know as well as anybody as a vintage dealer, you should know that these parts don't line up. You know, it's like the bridge doesn't. And, but I actually went to Martin and their historian actually looked up this particular serial number on this guitar. And it turns out that it had been sold twice during the Depression and sent back to Martin because they couldn't sell it. And so what Martin did was update it. Wow. Because obviously the specs have changed. So they changed the bridge and they changed other parts and whatever. So it's like it was an original factory Martin modification. It just wasn't original as far as what it was to the year that it was actually first built. So, but it was an interesting thing because we saw in these records here that it was kind of this weird guitar that was kind of a failure. It was an expensive guitar and these dealers couldn't sell it. So they sent it back to Martin, you know, saying like, hey, we can't get rid of this thing, you know. So wow, yeah,
that's amazing.
That story's actually cooler than the story of it being just, you know, hey, it's a 30s thing and it's original or whatever. I think it's actually cool that, you know, that it you know, it went through this thing and it's reflective of the times. You know, it was the Great Depression and expensive guitars weren't selling then. So yeah, and it ended up with Eric Clapton, you know, eventually. Huh? So
wow, that's awesome.
Awesome. Hey guys, Chris, keep talking, please. But I just got a couple of guys in the green room that are going to jump in and say hi, that want to hang out and say probably g'day to everybody, especially you too, Chris. We've got Keith Campbell, who's been a great contributor to the show, and also John Conklin, who was on the Fruitcake Tony show that you also know too, Chris. So I'm going to get these guys in, and they're going to say Merry Christmas.
Oh, cool.
Hey, Keith.
Keith, turn off your YouTube.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Awesome, good to see you, brother.
Keith,
Hey, John.
Keith,
Hey, guys.
turn off.
Sorry, I got
YouTube,
kind
so
of a
we're
bit of a
just-
delay here. Let me turn everything down.
Okay, brother.
There we go. How's everybody doing?
What's up, buddy? How you been?
Great.
Doing well, doing well. Having a good day.
Nice.
John! Exclamation point.
How's
Hey,
everybody?
John, how you doing?
Good to see you guys.
Good to see you guys. Good to see you too.
Keep talking, Chris. That was
Yeah. Let's.
Oh,
I want to hear
unbelievable
Chris.
story.
keep a fly on the
Talking,
wall.
Chris.
Cool. Well,
I got-
the thing was, it was crazy. It was a crazy book. I basically underestimated how much of a project it was going to turn into be, because it's 300 some guitars. I told the guys at Genesis, I'll bang out 10 stories a day, 10 guitars a day. And as I reached into some of it, because I thought they were going to be easy, I thought it's going to be, it's Clapton, it's like, we know the story of Brownie. We know the story of Blackie, we know the story of the 335 and so on. I thought it was going to be really easy. But like I said, there was these other guitars that were just like, oh my gosh, these are complete mysteries. But I stuck to it. I mean, when I did the thing, I did stick to, writing up 10 guitars a day, basically.
I'm going to interrupt Keith because, Chris, because other people haven't mentioned this, but you surprise everybody because he's not only talking about guitars, guys. He's talking about amps. He goes through the so that's double zinger. Wow.
Yeah, no, it was. I mean, those auctions were just amazing, and the fact that he let so much stuff go is just crazy. I mean, it's like the Gilmore sale here just a couple of years ago, where Gilmore let so much go. It's just insane to think about these guys. I mean, I know how I am with my stuff. Yeah. It's like, I mean, I own, like, I think at last I counted 140 guitars or whatever, and I'm like, I go through them and it's like, well, which ones could I get rid of? And I'm like, none. It's like, I can't. So
Chris, did you find in your research, like the story about the Martin just got me thinking, did you in your research, do you think you discovered anything about any of these guitars that Eric Clapton didn't even know?
Oh, I think there's a bunch of stuff he didn't know, because that's the thing was I had a limited amount of access to him, and I did ask him some questions, and a lot of times it was just like, I don't know,
Yeah.
Go figure it out,
That's so cool. That's amazing.
But I mean, there were some things. I mean, a lot of the things where there's quotes from him, he actually, was able to fill in the blanks on a lot of things.
Yeah.
Boy, like I said, it was 10 years ago, so I'm trying to remember any standout moments. I think there was some stuff. There was something about, oh gosh, there was like a one tour. I'm trying to remember, like on the bus or something. He had some favorite instrument that he took on the bus or whatever, and that was kind of interesting. The stories around the Martins I found were that was kind of an interesting development and everything. And there was also this whole thread of him being interested in the acoustic guitar that you didn't really see so early on in the 80s. It kind of, blossomed, of course, after Unplugged and everything. And he really, he changed the market, I talked to many luthiers, independent luthiers out there, your boutique, guitar builders. And they said when Clapton came along, that changed everything for us. We used to be struggling, and all of a sudden, like, these guys are coming out of the woodwork, wanting to spend money and get an
pun
instrument.
intended.
Yeah. And it was really, he really revolutionized that, not only just for Martin, but for just your average guy out there. The Santa Cruz stuff was interesting. I mean, fortunately, Richard Hoover over there is very accessible and he remembers a lot. So that was good. Some of the Taylor stuff, again, the Taylor guys were pretty good about that. I mean, when Eric Clapton comes along and gets a guitar from you tend to remember that.
Yeah.
So that was helpful. But like I said, these other guys was just like, and now 10 years later, now it's social media was back in 2012 like it is now. Like now I'm wondering if I could find some of these other guys that, like Will Louth, and Stephen Kearney and some of these other people that I had no idea, who they were before. And like I said, I found these just little, you did a Google search and you'd see like, 5 results or something like that, and it was just like, okay, where do I go from here? And
So
that's
Oh,
amazing.
good stuff.
Did you have access to the guitar that just recently sold at auction? That was a Martin, wasn't it?
No, I didn't have access to that. I can't even keep up. I mean, because the stuff has gone out and multiplied. It's been fruitful and multiplied, and some of these guitars have sold 3 and 4 times now over. And it's just been interesting to see, because there was a period there where, like, right after the auction, of course, the economy wasn't so great, and people were selling things and they were going for less than they bought them for. But now I'm seeing it go the opposite direction, where now people are saying, like, oh, now they're selling for even more than what they bought them for. So it's just patience, I guess.
Yeah.
But I can understand when the economy's tanking. It's like, oh, I spent, $60,000 on this Clapton guitar and whatever. And, I got to pay some bills, so I'll sell it for 40 or whatever. But and that and some of the results, I mean, it's just, obviously you track the auctions, but you see some of these things like a Dan Electro battery powered amp, that's like a $50 item or whatever, and it's sold for $500, or whatever.
Wow.
It's crazy. So, but it was for a good cause. I mean, that's the thing, was for his Crossroads Center. And, again, good on him to do that. So,
Yeah.
I remember a good story. G.E. Smith told about Clapton. You ever hear that one? About it was something about an amp that G.E. Smith had or something like that. I don't know if Clapton wanted it or it was. He tells it. There's the Saturday Night Live. They have over the years they've had so many great musical artists. So he did a like video piece on that of all the great people he's played with, and the Clapton story with him was great. And it was about an amp, believe it or not, and that he actually had. Oh, I think Clapton wanted a particular amp or something like that. And he actually had the amp. And I think Clapton wanted his after that. He's like, I want this one. I don't know if he sold it to him after that. I think he might have.
Yeah, I could totally see that happening. I mean, G.E. Smith is another guy who has just a great collection, or had. I mean, I think he still has a lot of great stuff. But I know he sold a lot of his stuff too.
Yeah, I know he's seen a lot of great stuff.
Yeah. But these things get around, that's the thing. It's just, a lot of this gear, it's kind of funny because I remember, like, back in like the 80s and 90s, people were complaining about these guitars going over to Japan, right. And it's like, yeah, but now they're coming back over here, or they're going wherever, they come around. They don't, guitars last forever, and that's the thing, unless something bad happens. But usually, I mean, guitars can outlast a player.
Well, when you consider Peter Frampton was in a plane crash, that guitar in South America, and they recovered it, right? And it's playable again, I guess, now, right?
It's crazy. I was hoping, I tried to get in on that because I got word that they'd located, but they hadn't gotten it yet, and there was like a little bit of some difficulty of, like, the person not wanting to or what if they knew it was going to Frampton, they're going to want too much money for it. Right. And I offered, because my wife speaks Spanish, and I offered to go down to South America and just pose as this guy, like a guitar collector, and offer to go down there and pose and buy it or whatever. But they worked out the deal in a better way that worked out for everybody. But I was like, yeah, I'll go down and do some work.
That would have been awesome. That would have been like you said, there's so many great guitar stories. I remember reading Andy Summers' book, and early on in the first part about how Clapton, somebody stole his Les Paul, and I guess Summers was the only other guy with the Les Paul in London at that time, right? And he begrudgingly went to the studio, and I guess the manager came and handed him the cash for it, and and he said, well, he was getting a Telecaster anyway, which I was playing that, and that turns out that was his claim to fame, the Telecaster, Andy Summers, right? But
even the Sunburst is so funny, because Clapton didn't want a Sunburst, he wanted a gold top,
right?
That's like I think it was Freddie King or whoever. It was like the one album, the Freddie King album, that he had a gold top on the cover, and he just saw the Les Paul, and it's like, well, we've got this one, it's a Sunburst, whatever. And then of course Eric makes the Sunburst popular, and he wanted a gold top like Freddie King, with P90s, and he got a Sunburst with humbuckers. So it's weird how things like that turn around, and of course Clapton didn't know at the time. It's amazing to look at the Blues Breakers too, and just see, like, Peter Green, Clapton, Mick Taylor, talk about, that's just Les Paul Sunburst ground zero.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Well, didn't Slash end up with Joe Perry from Aerosmith's guitar for like 25 years or something? And Joe Perry Yeah, something like that. Yeah, exactly. And then I guess after Joe Perry wanting it back forever and being afraid to ask him for it, Slash finally gifted it to him on his like 60th birthday or something.
Yeah, and that was a cool thing.
Yeah, I thought that's a great story.
Yeah. Here's a great story. Talking about Slash and Les Pauls. This didn't make it into his book because I don't think Slash was aware of this at the time, but I don't want to take too much credit, but I feel like I need to because it's like this story has kind of been buried. But Adam Day, I remember this very well. It was like Slash was practicing. They were rehearsing at SIR. And this was back when I used to be Slash's drinking buddy in New York City. And we used to go see Les Paul all the time. Like when Les Paul, Slash and Adam Day were in town, we used to go to, Iridium when it was over there by Lincoln Center.
Yeah,
and go see.
Was it Fat Tuesdays back
then? Fat Tuesdays, yeah.
It was it was right after Fat Tuesdays, but it was at Iridium, and it was there by Lincoln Center. And anyways, he invited me over because he was doing this thing with Nile Rodgers. It was this producer's show in Tokyo, and they were rehearsing, and Slash was up there with Stevie Winwood, and they were doing Hendrix song. Oh gosh, what was the Hendrix song?
Hey Joe. Hey Joe.
Was it Hey Joe?
No, it wasn't Hey Joe. It wasn't Hey Joe. It was oh gosh. See, I've been drinking already, so I can't remember. But anyways, it was Stone Free. It was Stone Free.
Yeah.
And Slash did his neck dive, thing, instead of the neck whammy bar thing, bending, pushing down the body and pushing the headstock.
Yeah.
Snapped the neck off his guitar, and he was doing his solo. Pops up and hits him in the lip, and everything like that. And everything just stops, and everybody just like looks around, and goes like, "What the hell? And it was like amazing. It was like a concert at SIR, and there was like about 10 people, except for all the performers and everything like that. And we're just all like going like, "What the hell?" And like Adam's like, "Oh crap, that's Slash's main guitar. It's his favorite. We've got to get it fixed. I'll have to send it to Gibson and see if they can fix the neck." I'm like, dude, no, you don't want to do that. You're talking about, 1996.
Yeah.
Gibson.
Yeah, scary, right?
Really, it's kind of a risk to send it over to the Gibson factory and expect that they're going to get it done in time and that they're going to do a good job on it.
Yeah, right.
So I know Flip Scipio really well. And I said, Adam, I've got Flip Scipio's number. Let's call him up, and we went to the office. And I said, Flip's right here. He's in Long Island. He can come pick it up, and I bet he can have it done for you in a couple of days and you'll be good to go, and you can take it to Tokyo and everything will be fine. And so I looked up, I think I knew Flip's number either way, but we called him at the office right then, like within minutes, and talked to Flip, and he's kind of like, "Oh, this is crazy." I said, "Well, it's Slash, and he's like, "Well, yeah, I can do it. I'll do it." And he did it. It ends up in Slash's book, of course, that Adam's the one who saved the day, and everything, and Flip and all this other stuff. And I'm completely out of the picture, but I was kind of like the go-between. I was like, you gotta go to Flip, So Flip kind of laughed about it because he says like, "Oh yeah, he sent me he framed a guitar pick and sent it to me or whatever." And it's like, "Oh, cool. Where's my framed guitar pick, Slash?" Slash has given me plenty of picks over the time.
Or a bottle of scotch, right? Or at least a bottle of scotch, right?
Yeah, that would have been nice. But...
There it is, Brad. Nice.
There you go.
But that was, that's another Les Paul story. But it was just crazy because it was just like they were panicking, and that unfortunately that show was cursed, because Bernard Edwards ended up, passing away.
Yeah.
And
I used to work with one of his sons.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah. I used to tell him all the time, I'd be, "Mike," I go, "they're using your dad on, I forget, like Kentucky Fried Chicken commercial or something like that." He's like, and he goes, "Man, I should hire you." Because I would always come into work. I'd be like, "Mike, it's on another commercial." He's like, I should hire you to keep track of all this stuff because I'm sure we're getting ripped off somewhere on, royalties wise,
Oh yeah.
And he goes, "And there's a lot of kids in my family, so keep it up. Let me know." So I used to tell him every time I say, "Hey, Mike, another commercial, man. You better keep an eye out for this."
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's
money.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Cool. So more Clapton stuff. I'm trying to think what else there was in the book, but gosh, I mean, like I said, it was 10 years ago. So I'm trying to remember if there's any other tidbits that that stuck out. But I mean, like I said, the main guitars were just, the stories kind of told themselves. That was the really easy stuff to write. There was some confusion though, because he called the 335 the Crossroads guitar, and I think he was really calling it the Crossroads guitar in reference to, like, this is the guitar for the auction. It wasn't in reference to the Crossroads, the song,
No.
So, because as we know that, there's plenty of photographic evidence that suggests that he wasn't playing the 335, at those shows at all. So, but it, it's a cool guitar. So I think that was just the thing to him, was just like, there's a lot of interest in it, and it's a historically important guitar. Of course, if we could ever find that Les Paul, that would just be something, but oh well.
Yeah, right.
Cool.
I wonder where that guitar is. I mean,
it's got to be out there somewhere. Like I said, it's probably it's
I wonder
gonna.
if somebody knows what they have, or if it's just somebody, just it got passed around, so many times that somebody has it, just doesn't even have a clue. That would be the best kind of.
Well, John,
story.
John, you know what's funny? I don't know if you guys follow. Billy Corgan of the Smashing Pumpkins had a lost. He was the Strat that they played their first album on, Gish. He called it the Gish guitar. That was his go-to, and it was stolen in '91 by a roadie at a club in Wisconsin or something like that. And they were nobodies at the time, but that was his favorite guitar. He recorded the whole album, and the guitar disappears. And so Billy Corgan and the Smashing Pumpkins go on for 30 years, and he's uber famous. He's got his own line of guitars, first with Fender, then with Reverend, and all these other brands. And he was constantly looking for that guitar, and he kept saying, I know it's going to show up somewhere. And he had done things, and like he had gone so far as to post $25,000 reward, no questions asked, just let me know where it is. I won't file charges. I won't, like, nothing. He just said, and since 1991, he's been on the search for it. Last year during the pandemic, it shows up in somebody's garage sale, and some woman found it, was going to buy a guitar for like her teenager that was just learning how to play, and said, I think I've seen, because Billy had tinkered with the paint. He did like a weird custom paint job that couldn't be replicated. But anyway, and Billy said that there had been a ton of false leads over the years. So he was really kind of, yeah, whatever. But somebody said, no, I really think you need to check this one out. So he finally, the story somehow, and without going too far into it, he went to the woman's house, met her, brought a camera crew with there. And he said he picked it up and he looked at a couple specific spots on the guitar. And he said, that's it. 30 years later, he found the exact same guitar. Wow. And that's just one of those things, like you guys have all said, like, they last forever.
Yeah.
They last forever. They're always like, that blows my mind in a garage sale.
There's a lot of stories like that out there.
There was this one thing I did with Guitar Aficionado. Was a winemaker, but it was funny because it was this guy, Robert Foley, makes great wine up in Napa. And he's a great guitar player, and he has a huge collection.
I read that story in there.
Yeah.
That guy's like, that was a pretty cool.
It was in the very first issue of Guitar Aficionado, and he had this Les Paul Jr. And I forgot the whole story, but it was like his first guitar, and I think he let it go, or he sold it, or I forgot what exactly happened. But he happened, I think, one day to be going somewhere and dropped into the local guitar center and saw it hanging on the wall, and he knew immediately that was his guitar, and of course he picked it up and looked at it, and that was it, and I forgot what happened, but though I forgot all the details, but his wife ended up actually buying it for him, as like a gift, because I think he ended up like, I don't think he had the money on him or something like that, or some reason he walked out to the car and his wife could just see that he was kind of, put off a little bit because he saw his guitar there, and he was just like, oh, and he didn't buy it for whatever reason. And like, she just went back like immediately and bought it for him and gave it to him like for Christmas or birthday or something like that. But
that's
awesome.
Cool stuff. It's like the same thing with Jerry Cantrell. I guess Eddie Van Halen gave him one of the gold tops.
Right.
Ernie Balls. And it was a little different because I think the Floyd was a little recessed on the body on it. It was like it wasn't like a normal where the Floyd was flat on there. It was kind of routed and recessed a little. For some reason, I don't know why, but I think Eddie gave him like two of those, and somebody stole it, and it's been gone for the better part of 30 years now. So it turns out a guy on the internet, a fan, saw it. Somebody selling one that looked just like it. Turns out that it was the guitar, and long story short, Jerry got the guitar back actually. So
That's cool. Yeah, that's
Awesome.
so it
great
does
stuff.
happen, I guess, with the internet nowadays,
Yeah.
right?
Let
that's
this
the thing
be a
with the
lesson
internet.
for all you people out there, all you kids out there learning to play the guitar. Go buy a used instrument.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
You
Chris, I
never
got a
know who's
question
it might
for you.
be.
Trust me, go buy used.
True.
Yeah, you never know.
Chris, I got a question for you. So quickly, your top 3 Clapton guitars. If you can narrow them down to 3, I'd be interested to hear.
Oh
would
gosh.
too.
Okay. I thought you were going to ask me something like that, and I thought of one. The guitar that I actually liked the most for a weird reason was the gold one, the one that was like the gold leaf. I'm trying to remember what it was some Italian term that they used for it, the way that it was applied. But again, I can remember. I should go dig the book up so I can look at it and remember what the whole story was about it. But that one I just thought was kind of cool. Let's see. What else was there that really stuck out to me? I just remember that one. It was just in particular there was an interesting story about it. I think something with some really wealthy Japanese guy or something that ended up buying it and Clapton getting it back from him or something. Or I'm not really sure if I'm probably misinterpreting that, but there was something to that effect.
Talking about the gold leaf Strat, is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, it was it's just, I'm trying to remember this. It's Italian term. It's like this art that they used like during the Renaissance that they used for like this gold leaf process. It's kind of like hammered like gold leaf. But that was a really interesting guitar. Very blingy, Yeah, that's the one. And the other one was the artist. I should know his name because I just shot a bunch of his stuff about 2 years ago. I shot a bunch of photos of his guitars. But it's Saturday night and I've been drinking, so and I'm getting up there in years. But that was pretty cool. We're talking about a couple of Strats right now, but I'll keep talking about Strats a little bit. I found a story about the green Strat that I didn't know this at the time, that when I was working on the book, that it was like the 7-Up can color that he wanted for the green for his signature Strat when they did that. And I thought that was kind of interesting that he picked the 7-Up green.
Yeah.
And other stuff was like Mercedes-Benzes and Ferraris and stuff like that, which makes sense. Clapton's a guy, he's got some money, but the 7-Up can thing was just, that was kind of ghetto, kind of cool. So, let's see. And of course there was, some of those Gibsons were just beautiful. Actually, there was with the Chuck Berry model, what was it? The ES350, I think. I've always loved those. Just I love the thin line, but the single cutaway Chuck Berry model. And there's not that many of them out there. I think there's Gibson made like a few hundred of them, especially with the humbuckers. I just always think that's a really cool. Gesso, thank you, Gesso. That was exactly. And it's funny because I was saying that in my mind, but I said no, Gecko, Gesso. No, it doesn't sound right, but Gesso, cool. But
yeah, those 350s. You're right. You never see those anywhere.
Never see them.
Rarely ever.
Yeah. I saw one. There was an auction that I was working on a few years ago with Guernseys, and somebody had one for sale, but it was I think it belonged to Danny Cedrone or somebody that I think with Bill Haley, I think. So, and it was just, going to go for a lot of money. And it was just like, it's celebrity association. It just adds a premium to the price, and I'm just looking for a player. So, but trying to think what else there was out there. Gosh, there was so much stuff. I was actually surprised at just the breadth of what he had. Some of the resonator instruments were really interesting. So many of these vintage Gibsons, that were really fascinating. That of course he went through the whole, from the cradle period. And of course he really got into that stuff then. So that was really cool to see when he got into that, and some of the more, just the blues man type of thing, the really authentic blues guy type of deal.
and it's just some of the acoustics out there too. I think there was like the early Santa Cruz. I just thought like, again, the Santa Cruz stuff is always good guitars. They've just made great stuff.
Yeah.
Cool. Awkward silence.
Chris,
question for you, Chris.
Did you ever get the sense that he, appearance-wise, did he ever care about the appearance of the acoustics as much as he did about the electrics?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Did?
There was there was those Gibson ones that he did with the Japanese artist. Again, I wish I could remember, but it was 10 years ago. But there was like some black and white ones, and it was kind of this collaboration that he did, and that was very much about the looks, you know. And again, I wish I could remember the name of that artist, but it's like, Clapton really did care about the looks. I mean, he had these cool, Versace guitar straps. They weren't even in the book, but they were part of the auctions. It was just like designers making guitar straps for him, and like I said, again with the colors. He was very much into the look.
And they're in the book too. The Versace guitar straps are in here too, guys.
Oh, they are in there. Okay, I thought I couldn't remember if they were or not, if they were in the catalog or they made it. Like I said, it's been 10 years. But
that's very cool. That's very cool to know. That's interesting because I think we kind of overlook the fact that people pay attention to acoustic looks too. It's not just grab a brown guitar and play it. That these guys that are very, very fashion forward thinking with, designing their paint jobs on their guitars, they must put the same thought into the acoustics, but we don't think about it.
Oh yeah. Well, Clapton's very visually oriented. I mean, that's, this is kind of a funny story because when I was at Guitar Player magazine, you wouldn't know it now because I'm wearing a Van Halen shirt here, but, but for a while there in the 90s when I worked for Guitar Player magazine, I wore a lot of Armani clothing. And the reason why I did that was because I wanted to interview Clapton. And because I knew that he shopped at the Armani. When he's ever in San Francisco, I knew that he was
dressing to impress. Nice.
He was going to the Armani store. So I used to go in there like every month and buy a shirt, or something like that. And I got to know the staff there. And the crazy thing is he was in there. And I was going to walk up to him, but somebody else walked up in front of me and said like, "Hello, Mr. Clapton." And he goes like, "My name's Rodney," or something like that. And it was just like, okay, he doesn't want to be bothered. So
that guy ruined it.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, it's a good thing it wasn't me that was the jerk, walking up to him. But because he was in town doing some shows, and I think he was doing at the, might have been at the Fillmore or something like that. There's just some pretty small shows. He did a series at that time, but that was my thing. I was like, I kind of got into this stuff, through him. But he was very much into, style and look and whatever. And
I say dress for the job you want.
yeah, exactly.
That's great.
I just find Clapton like one of the most fascinating people because I don't know. It's like I read stuff. I think he's like married to this woman that was from Ohio originally, and I think they own a house in Ohio, and he's got like 3 daughters. And I mean, people see him in like wherever it is in Dayton, Ohio. I just driving around in the town there. I mean, is that for real?
There's a funny story actually, because again, when I was in New York in the mid '90s, there was this guy that it was hilarious because this guy like completely copped the Clapton Unplugged look, and he had the glasses, and he had the haircut. And he had the suit and everything. And you would see him around in this area around where the Guitar World magazine offices were. And every now and then, like an employee, would come in and say like, "Oh, I just saw Clapton," whatever. And I was like, okay, did he have the big glasses on, the hair about to here and the suit and everything else like that? And say, it wasn't Clapton. And I pulled out, like there was a Japanese magazine that had a picture of him. And it was like, he's completely cropped. And he's wearing a t-shirt, everything like that. And it's like, this is what he looks like now, But this guy would go around and sign autographs and stuff. And he was a complete poser, And we were like actually scheduled to do an interview with Clapton. I said like, man, we got to get this guy to show up so Clapton could just beat the crap out of him, for like, hey, you're not me, or whatever. But there's these imposters out there too. It was just crazy. But I guess when you're famous, there's people out there are gonna, capitalize upon that for whatever reason. I remember that was an AM show. There was a guy that like, Bono impersonator. As people like, oh, Bono's here. And it's like, yeah, he's Kmart Bono. He's like, you look at the guy, he's budget, man. Those sunglasses, everything. It's just like, no, he's not Bono.
Oh, Chris. So we're talking about Clapton. I'm always intrigued with people to find out what era and what sort of albums are their favorite of Clapton. What would you say is your favorite sort of live performance or album or both?
Oh boy. Well, I can go through. Also, mention 3 albums here. Easy for me to mention 3 albums. Of course, Blues Breakers. The Beano is just
The Beano album, yeah.
That's like ground zero, for all of us. I think for rock and roll, for the whole vintage guitar thing, for the Les Paul Sunburst, for the Gibson and Marshall tone. And it's a great record, it's just a wonderful performance. The one, I should remember the album title again. Like I said, it's Saturday Night. What's that album called? Slow Hand. Duh. Slow Hand, just for me, I think as a teenager when I really started to appreciate Clapton, that record was just like, that was kind of a hit, of stuff. I'd heard stuff like a lot on the radio in Los Angeles, Motherless Children and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And you hear some Cream, and stuff like that. I mean, the Cream stuff all just, that's great. I could throw that in there too, but we were just talking about just Clapton. Mm-hmm. Then of course the live album that he did, late 70s with Albert Lee in his band.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great record too. Albert Lee's such a great player, and just just thinking of those guys up there, and that whole the Strats and the Strat and Telly and the Music Man amps.
One night, the one in Tokyo, is that the one, Chris?
Just I'm trying to remember. It's the double album came out.
Is it the one with the girl on the cover?
No. I'm trying to remember what that
It's one where he's wearing denims and he's standing there with the guitar by himself on a stage.
I think that's the one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But that just, again, that was for me, that was again a little bit later in the 80s, the mid 80s. I really just came to appreciate that. And of course, at that time I became a huge Albert Lee fan. So I was lucky to go see him at the Palomino all the time, especially with Sterling Ball, and the band that they had and all the guests that they would have, from time to time was just incredible.
The Biff Baby All Stars, whatever.
Biff Baby All Stars. Those were fun shows.
Yeah, they were.
Well, that's I think on this channel we love all the things you've mentioned already. I think we've done some deep dives on those records anyway, haven't we, Andrew?
Yeah, we've done Beano. Chris, that's a fundamental album to this channel. We've spoken about that album a few times. We've got a few shows. We would love to get you back, Chris, and just deep dive some of those albums. You being here, hanging out with us, sharing these stories with us, it's a privilege, and I'm sure that you know that we look upon you as more than a guitar historian. You're just royalty.
Yeah. I'm an old timer. That's all. I've just been around these guys, and I'm a fan. If anything, I'm a super fan. I'm like the rest of you guys, and I just was privileged and lucky enough to be persistent enough to get myself a Guitar Geek job, that I could actually make some money doing it. So
that's the greatest thing about you. I noticed is that you're definitely a fan, and that's why I think we can all relate to you. It's like I love to hear these stories, even like the thing with the Peter Frampton thing. I'll go down. That's awesome.
I'm always down for whatever, and that's the thing. And
probably have a lot more stories over the years, You've spoken to a lot of people over the years. So
one of these days, if you ever do anything on Billy Gibbons, that'll be a fun one. So because I can go on and on about practical jokes that the guy has done, extended practical jokes and what have you. And the guy's just as entertaining as it gets.
Yeah, that's one guy that another guy that fascinates me is like is he for real? I mean, and he is, I guess, right?
I don't know if he's for real. That's the thing. It's just like he's kind of like on this other. It's like you ask to project when you're in the presence of Billy Gibbons. Basically, he takes you off to another dimension, and things are not what they seem. You know.
Well, Chris, Billy Gibbons is one of my absolute biggest heroes. So we'll definitely get you on for a ZZ Top show.
Cool.
We're going to lock you.
I always think about Billy this time of year. In fact, with just the announcements that they had that they shut down the Rockettes, because it was probably about 96, 97 that they were playing at Radio City Music Hall, and he invited me over, before the show, and we were hanging out, and we're walking around backstage, at Radio City Music Hall, and they have all the props for the Rockettes Christmas show back there, and we're just walking along, and we just see these these big toy drums and Christmas trees and Santa sleighs and all this stuff, and he just kind of looks over me and goes like, "This is really cool." It's just like, yeah, Billy, it actually really is cool. It's just one of those things. And after the show, it's like we're on the bus and there's this beautiful young woman there, and we're talking, and he just kind of sidles over to me and goes like, "That's Betty Page's daughter." What?
To find her.
Yeah, it's just like, where do you meet these people? But you're Billy Gibbons. Of course you're going to know Betty Page's daughter, Like, where else? Where else are you going to meet Betty Page's daughter but on the bus at a ZZ Top tour,
Kind of fitting, right?
Yeah. And then the question is, why are you talking to me and not her?
Yeah.
True.
Ladies and gentlemen, for anyone that doesn't know, the illustrious Joe Gamboa down the bottom of the screen there. Joe is a fantastic guitar player and musician. And actually, we've only been acquainted, not for that long, right, Joe? Like maybe only a few months, really.
Right.
Yeah.
Fast friends, though.
And become fast friends. And for anyone that hasn't come across Joe's Insta or his YouTube, please go check out his music and his guitar playing. He is absolutely... And obviously everyone says nice things when they introduce someone, but not a word of a lie. One of my very, very favorite small handful of guitarists that I love listening to right now. And even Joe, when you do like a little, it's not even like a whole song. It's like a snippet of an idea and you just throw it quickly up on Insta, man. Yeah. I just adore listening to your stuff. And also if anyone's been going down the amplifier geek route. Of course, they might have seen Joe on the Malcontent show with Steve Fryette on the Fryette page.
Oh, cool.
Because obviously you guys have worked together pretty closely for a while, yeah?
Yeah. I've known Steve for, I don't know, 2013, 14-ish, I think is when we first met. And again, another situation like fast friends. Yep. I was brought over to the shop by another one of my friends. I'd never met Steve before. And I was kind of tagging along. But then Steve and I just kind of started having this immediate kind of mind meld and couldn't stop talking to each other. And it's kind of been consistent communication since then. So
cool.
That's awesome.
Great guy. And, he's Steve Fryette. So. I mean, the resume
one of my
speaks for itself.
Most amazing experiences was at Guitar Player magazine, sent over a VHT Pitbull.
Oh, yeah.
Like when it first came out. And we had like one of these amp shootouts that they always had and everything like that. And we had this baritone guitar and I plugged it into the Pitbull. And it was just like, oh my God, this is like, someone's going to take this sound and become huge and famous, I used to tell like all these up and coming bands, I said, you got to get a VHT Pitbull. And a few people took my word, fortunately. So, but it was just, man, that was like a revelation, just like,
that's awesome.
There weren't many amps at that time that could really handle that low end, especially when you were playing it with a lot of gain, and everything. And it was just
right.
Just super tight and beautiful.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
I totally agree with that, Chris. That thing was just a monster when it came out. And I have got a close friend and colleague of mine that runs a music store not that far from me. And he was dealing with Steve and getting in the Fryette stuff and the VHT before that. And man, I remember the first time I plugged into that, I was like, wow, this is like a whole other thing, you know? And I think that's a very hard thing to do with Valve guitar amps, to really build your thing that has a sonic identity, you know?
Yeah.
Because really most of it's been done. So the fact that those amps had so much of their own character, I think, is quite an achievement. And you know, as anyone that's played one of those things would know, or any of the Fryette stuff, it's you know, Steve's just really got such a beautiful ear for that stuff. And Joe knows this, but for anyone that hasn't heard this story, just quickly, years ago, I had to I was doing some production in my studio for an artist that wanted basically a complete reproduction of some Guns N' Roses stuff, and my Marshall went down.
Yes.
Yeah. And my trusty Marshall, which I was going to use with my Les Paul, went down, and so I called up my buddy who was bringing in the Fryette stuff, and he said, "Well, I don't really have like anything that might suit, except for that I've got the Fryette Sig X head, you know, which is one of the ones with all the bells and whistles and the different switches and the 3 channels." And I was like, "Great, just give me that," because I was in a real hurry and I needed to use it that day. So I ran down there, grabbed the head, quickly plugged it in. No pedals. I had my vintage quad box out in the garage at the back, and mic'd up just with a 57, nothing else. And I had to reproduce all these Slash parts, and I just could not believe, like, with no mucking around, no hardly any post production, and no pedals on the way in, I was like, wow, this thing is taking my head off in the most wonderful way, you know. And
that was the first time you played that amplifier?
Yeah. I borrowed it for that day.
Oh, cool. Wow.
Somehow that never penetrated, because
yes, Joe's heard it because I gave him the MP3 of the resultant recording, just to really just say, listen, please tell Steve, you know, give him a big hug for me, because this amp saved my life that day, you know. So
and then I when I played it for Steve, I actually took video of Steve listening to the clip. I did get it through to him.
No, that was very cute, brother.
And you know what Steve said? He says the only problem with this clip is Simon played it better than Slash.
That's, well, look, it's one thing to imitate, but it's one thing to be able to come up with your own style like Slash has done. Of course, we all know that. You know,
but it was all a compliment to you and your playing.
No,
I
appreciate the compliment, but you know, as a session guitarist, it's one thing to just kind of imitate. But actually, let me tell you a funny story on that. Is when I was working with an Australian singer called John Stevens, he was the first original singer of the band The Dead Daisies, which most people would know of, and a lot of songs for the first Dead Daisies record were actually the songs that John had co-written with Slash back in the late 90s when he was taking a break from Gunners. And so the lead single of the Dead Daisies was a song called Lock and Load, which John Stevens had written with Slash, and basically Slash had given his approval of, and he said, look, can I do the guitar solo on the single? So they'd arranged that, but it was up to me to record the whole song and sort of produce it at my place and in my studio. And of course, before we sent the song to Slash, I basically had to kind of like put in all the guitars so Slash had something to play on. And just because we would, you know, in the heat of the moment, you know, you're putting down guitars. And so I basically copied Slash's solo that he did on the original demo from 1999 or whenever it was. And so it was in the track as a separate file that he could, of course, take out and then, you know, replace it. And when he heard it, apparently he said, because I really loved the solo that he played, which is why I just copied it for the demo. And he said, well, I can't play that solo now because it's too weird hearing someone else play my exact solo note for note. And so the final master of the song actually has Slash playing a completely different solo to the demo, but which for me was a shame, because the only reason I copied it wasn't to be a smartass. It was because I loved it. He played the most beautiful thing on it. And so for me, it was bittersweet because in one way it was sort of a compliment, and in another way I was like disappointed that I didn't get to hear the solo that I was used to for the last month, you know. But,
Sure.
Awesome.
Right.
Hey guys, I'm just
You
going
know,
to drop a couple of other cats in the chat while you guys are going to
Do it.
continue having the
Yeah,
conversation, please. We've got Crappy Luxury, who's done a show with us, and also a very, very good friend of the channel, Michael, also, who is a Clapton nut. So I'm sure he wants to pop in and pass on a few words, especially to Chris. So here we go, guys.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, doing, brother?
Hey there. Crappy here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Crappy. How you doing?
Okay.
Hey guys.
I have really bad audio. I installed Windows 10 on my old Windows 7 computer, and tomorrow I got to buy a new computer. I totally screwed it up. Anyway, I wanted to mention two things before I lose the sound.
Yeah.
I like the story about seeing Clapton at the Versace store. And if you look at my photo on the thumbnail, that's a picture of Eric Clapton at a laundromat.
Oh, yeah.
And
he looks very surprised.
One of the real peculiar things about him is, and I forgot which band member, maybe Nathan East or somebody said, yeah, he does go to laundromats when he's on tour, you know. And this was in Santa Monica where he had a house, so he just happened to visit the laundromat. And I just thought that was so peculiar because, I mean, he could buy a whole chain of laundromats. And
well, it's the
but
tone
he wants
of
to do it himself.
Those vintage spin masters.
Yeah, right.
That's, you know.
Yeah.
It just, you know, it makes the, you know, the Armani and the Versace and the stuff extra fluffy. So
yeah. There's a video of some guy who saw him at the laundromat. It's on YouTube. If you maybe look Eric Clapton laundromat, you can find it if it's still there. But I was thinking, boy, if I saw him in the laundromat, I would walk up to him, but I wouldn't say, "Oh, hello, Mr. Clapton. I'm a big fan." I would have said something like, "Well, what do you think of that? I'm sleeping down at the laundromat. If you should pass by, drop right in. I don't have no clothes to clean to put inside this machine. It's the craziest place I've ever been." Which, if you don't know, that's a Rory Gallagher laundromat blues, which is a really favorite song of mine. And I would have said that to see if he recognized the song immediately, you know, and that might have broken.
And Crappy, I think he would have given you that same look that's in the picture that you posted.
Then he would have told you, like, what you talking about? I'm Rodney.
Yeah. Right. Well, okay, Rodney. Well, nice to meet you, Rodney. I wouldn't bug him, you know. And the other thing I wanted to mention, when I'm sorry, what was his name? When Chris was talking about all the Clapton guitars, there was a story on YouTube or somewhere I saw where he gave another batch of guitars to the George Groon shop to sell for him, and there was a picture of him at his house holding each guitar. And it's probably on the George Groon website or somewhere where I found it. And one of the guitars he's selling is an Epiphone Les Paul, black with the white pick card, you know. And I was like, what is he doing with that? You know, why would he have an Epiphone Les Paul for $400? I mean, did he buy that? Did someone give it to him?
It had to be given to him. Yeah.
And it still had the plastic on the pick guard on the pickup covers.
Yeah,
so I don't even think he ever played it. You know,
probably not.
But
yeah,
but it was a very amazing picture. Yeah,
he gets given so much stuff. I mean, that was the thing. That's why it's like, you know, a lot of those guitars were like, it was such a mystery to me because it's just like he couldn't, you know, answer any questions about them because it was just like they just showed up. You know, it's like he was doing a show and somebody brings a guitar and it gets to him, you know. So that's he was given a lot of instruments.
Yeah.
But,
also, my favorite photograph of Clapton with one of his guitars is the album cover photo of Live Cream, Volume 1, the first one, where it's a really dark photo and he's playing the Firebird. And it's a beautiful photo, you know, it looks just phenomenal. And that would be my favorite photo, I think, of the millions of photos. Yeah. So
Yeah, right.
yeah.
Cool.
So I guess I
like the
showed up
laundromat
late and I
photo.
missed the Clapton thing. Is there a theme going on this evening that I missed?
Oh, actually, yeah. So Andrew, fill Joe in on why we're talking about Clapton.
Oh, okay. So Chris is the author
Chris'
of this
book.
book that's just been dropped for purchase over the last 6
Oh,
weeks. It's a fantastic. Yeah. It's a
the Ghost
fantastic
Rider.
book.
I'm the ghostwriter of it, so it's
Yeah.
it's Eric Clapton's book. But like I said in my Instagram, for you select few people out there who are on my Instagram, that I wrote 90% of it. I mean, all the stuff in there. I mean, even you can tell because it's in the voice. It's like Eric used this or Clapton did this or whatever, blah blah blah. So you can tell it's not in his voice. Actually, I mean, he's not a guitar historian. So
Well, Chris, congrats, man. That's awesome.
Thanks.
I feel like I have that book. Can you just hold on? I mean, I'm going to go look and see if I have it. I think I have it.
Yeah. But it's a wonderful book. If anybody is interested in gear, certainly. And as I said before Chris jumped on, it's going to set the benchmark for guitar books in the future, because the detail that Chris goes into, it's just it's not scratching the surface, it's peeling everything back. Goes into amps. It also talks, like we said before, about the fashion, the Versace straps that were so prominent in Clapton's sets in that late journeyman period. Fantastic book.
Are you talking about was it kind of the late 80s where you had the big shouldered suits?
Yes. Yeah.
I remember that.
The journeyman era.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. There was also
Hey.
Oh. Here we go.
Excuse me. Yeah, my audio is really breaking up badly, so I'm going to have to go. So I'm going to stay watching the show. Thanks to where's the rock professor? He's not here tonight, but I really enjoyed the channel.
Thank you, Crappy. We're
I really
streaming
enjoyed
for
the channel, Andrew, and
the
photo
we're going to
too.
stream for another 8 hours, so he's still in bed. He'll be on soon.
8 hours.
Okay, yeah.
Gotta pace
All right,
yourself.
so I really like the
marathon.
channel, Andrew and Brad, and I'll keep watching it, and I'll be on again with the new computer. So, all right, thanks a
Thank you,
lot.
Crappy.
Good night.
Thank you,
Merry
Crappy.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas,
Yeah,
Crappy.
bye.
Merry
Chris
Christmas.
You got the good version. You got the deluxe version there.
Yeah.
The one of
Nice.
2000.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hold it up.
What's the number?
Wow.
What's the number of it?
Nice.
Very cool.
Shall we do an unboxing here?
Yeah.
Yes, we shall. Why not?
All right. I don't know what I'm supposed to say or do.
Whoa.
Nice.
Look at that.
Beautiful.
Who's that? Oh, this is like a
Lou
promo
Reed.
for
Lou
something
Reed.
else.
Promo for the Lou Reed book. Yeah.
Can't see.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the same thing twice. Okay.
That looks like Armani era.
Oh yeah, for
No,
sure.
that's definitely Armani era. Yeah.
Nice strap. All right, here we go. Oh wow, this is gorgeous. First of all, look at this golden.
Look at that.
Woo! Yeah.
Nice.
Is that gesso technique on there, Chris?
It is the gesso. Yes.
Oh, let's flip
Oh,
this
that's
over.
cool.
Wow, that's gorgeous.
Look at that.
That's really funny that you guys mentioned this and that we have. Chris, you're the author of this, or a newer version of this?
Chris Ghost wrote 90% of that book.
Yeah.
I mean, here, this page here.
Wow, look at that.
Nice.
It's a heavy book.
I was going to ask.
Really?
Can you go throw it on the scale and weigh it for us?
It's really heavy.
How many pages is that thing?
I can't even hold it straight. How many pages? Oh my, I couldn't.
All of them.
376.
A lot of
Lots of
guitar.
info in there. Nice.
I'm gonna scroll through a couple of pages and see some cool pictures to share. But I'm gonna have to charge each of you $60 per page.
And send Chris 40 of that.
Okay. Oh, and I think it's signed. Let me see.
Yeah, it should have the plate.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm number 1536 of 2,000 copies.
Wow.
And welcome to Masterpiece Guitarist.
And where did you get that from, Michael?
I think my parents maybe got it for me for like a holiday or a birthday or something like that.
That's a nice gift because they were very expensive.
Yeah,
when they came out.
I think this was a couple of $100. I think
more than a couple hundred.
Really?
Yeah, I think they. I think
$2.5 grand.
They had two editions. I'll show you my book.
I can't imagine.
Mine looks a little different than yours.
I can't imagine.
You got to be nicer to your parents, Michael.
See, it's got a little. You can get out the glare of the light here, but
yeah, right.
Is yours made of gold?
No, it's not actually. It's brown. It does have the gold on the side here.
Yes,
but it's just the glare picking up. But
I see. Great.
They did two different editions. There was like a super limited, and then there was a limited edition. I don't know which one's which. Mine's number 21.
Hold that up again, Chris? That looks magical. Can you hold that up again, please? It looks magical. Like
it was because the light is kind of really reflecting it, but
it looks like the Matrix.
There we go.
That looks good. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the Matrix.
Wow.
So it's got his little illustration on the back there. Let me get that.
There we go.
Not bad, not bad. Look at that.
Yeah, right.
Check out this picture of Eric with the white Strat.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's like From the Cradle, Nothing But the Blues Tour era.
And I'm sure that's a very cheap watch he's wearing.
Yeah, it probably costs as much as like a manor house, you know.
I don't know.
Kent.
I don't know the correct way to hold this book. I
IMAX.
don't want people to say I'm holding it wrong.
Someone will. That's how it goes.
Do you remember the story that came out about John Mayer hanging out with Eric Clapton? And John was saying that Eric was goading him to call up. I think it was some high-end automobile, like a Porsche or a Lamborghini or something like that. And Eric was saying, "Okay, listen, John, you're not a real rock star unless you call them up and buy the car over the phone."
Oh, I haven't heard that
You
story.
just give them your card number and you buy the car sight unseen, and then you go down there and you get the car. And if you don't do this, you're not a rock star.
Wow.
So John actually did it.
So he did it. That's brilliant.
He did it.
Well, John is a rock star. I mean, you want to talk about watches. That guy is like a crazy watch fiend. I mean, he's got watches that are like, you want to talk about the Manor House in Kent, you know, it's like, it's also the Chateau in Bordeaux, you know, and whatever. Right. It's just like, I mean, you guys are carrying around like $500,000 on your wrist, you know, it's insane.
Right.
You know,
I went to the Crossroads 2013 festival in New York, and I got to meet Keith Urban before that night's show. They had this meet and greet in like the Chase Lounge or something like that. And I noticed his watch was just stunning, just tons of diamonds or whatever. And he was going up the escalator right before the show. He must have been wearing like $500,000 watch. It was unbelievable.
Yeah. I did a great interview with him. In fact, it's unfortunate because we didn't really run all the guitars. Like he showed us a bunch of his guitar collection, and I wasn't the editor of Guitar Aficionado at the time, so they just only ran like a couple of them, and like there was some really great stuff. But he had this really cool. It was a Continental. It wasn't a Lincoln Continental, even though it was Lincoln Continental. But for that reason, for a couple of years, he decided to call the company just Continental. And it was like a Mark II, I believe it was, like about 1955 or 56 that he brought out for the photo shoot in black. It was just beautiful car. And of course, you know, we take the photos out, you know, behind the Ryman Auditorium and everything like that. And then it's like, you know, hey, let's start the interview, hop in the car, you know. So we're like cruising down the main drag there. What I can't remember the name of what they call it, you know, Broadway or whatever. Not Broadway, but whatever the main drag there is in through Nashville. But it's just like I'm sitting here with Keith Urban in this fucking awesome car, you know, just driving down the street, rapping with him, and there's people are driving by, and you can just see people kind of like looking, and then they look over and they see Keith Urban like, whoa, you know, and some people are just like, whatever, you know, another country star, whatever.
Yeah.
But that was a real cool experience. It was just like, and then we go into like to his manager's office, and he has a bunch of guitars waiting there, and he had Waylon Jennings Telecaster, you know, with the leather covering, and everything that Nicole had just bought for him.
Wow.
You know, again, talk about a nice gift. You know, talk about a wife, you know, buying a real nice gift for the husband. That's, you know, that's you surprised him with that, you know. And that thing was like, talk about an anchor though. It was, that thing was heavy. That thing weighed like, probably it felt like about 12 pounds. It was just like, oh, man, something else.
Yeah, that's a different level.
Yeah.
I actually am happy that I mean, you guys have heard the term like the hedonic treadmill, I think people call it. And I'm perfectly fine living my life without adapting to that level.
True.
Just being used to that kind of thing. Like there's some clip of John Mayer online. He's at a sound check and his guitar tech shows up with do you remember those limited edition Fender Monterey Strats?
Yep.
They were custom shop and they were painted like Jimmy painted his at Monterey.
Right.
There were a limited amount of them, and I know that they were going for around $20K. And in this clip of the sound check, his tech walks in, delivers it to John. John pauses the rehearsal for a second, walks over to the bench, takes the guitar out of the case, like strums a couple chords. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Puts it down and then walks back and starts playing again. It's like, yeah, 20 grand, like whatever, you know, like it's just normative at that point.
Yeah.
Those guys,
where do
like
you go from there?
It's those guys in the Dumble and the Trainwreck amps too, like, you know, Urban, Mayer, Brad Paisley, you know, just the expensive amp crowd, you know.
Yeah.
Those guys who don't think twice about dropping 6 figures on an amp, you know, because it's just whatever, but they, you know, that's their gig.
I think if you get to that price too, I have some friends in Nashville that buy high dollar stuff, and I'm sure, you know, Joe and Chris, and I know a lot of you guys, I'm sure Simon, Andrew, Brad, you guys too, that I said, well, how do you know what you like? He goes, no. They bring me the best 20 or 30 Strats they have to my house, and I try them all out for a couple hours, and then I just, you know, literally just Venmo them or whatever, you know, like the $100,000.
Yeah.
Right.
Kidding me. So my friend who knows these people are like, the only story he wouldn't tell me is he went to the Ziff Brothers vault and he goes, I can't tell you anything. But he goes, you wouldn't even believe it.
Yeah,
that's worse than they say they have. Even
pretty much how it is with the Ziff. So yeah. It's you know,
that was the only one I was jealous of. That's
NDA.
Like the holy grail.
Yeah.
But
that's the vault, the Dirk Ziff vault, man. That's I think that's where Clapton's probably Beano guitar probably is, you know.
And the person I know only got to see it because they were doing like high level legal work for him, so they had to see it. You know,
the closest thing I've sort of had to that sort of experience was when I lived in Colorado and I taught guitar at Wildwood Guitars. You guys know this?
Oh yeah.
And I could go in there and they had so much stock of like not run of the mill stuff. It's like if I wanted a custom shop Strat, like say, you know, a 56 Closet Classic, let's say, you know, that's a specific thing. And like most dealers, you'd be lucky to find one. I could actually run the racks on that particular custom shop guitar and play like 5, 6, 7 of them and pick V1. And that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Wow.
But then I was broke, which is different than those guys. They write the $100,000 check and they're not broke.
I want to just say real quick because we have a lot of people and I don't want to overtake, but I want to say, Joe, I watch you guys every week, and dude, my Fryette PS100. If anyone doesn't know, you know, Joe, not only what a phenomenal musician he is, but he's a marketing genius too, because I thought it was just as well as you play that it sounded that good till I bought it. Because anyone that doesn't know, Joe's an insane player. So I'm like, well, he's making it sound good, right? So I'm like, it makes me sound better and I don't sound that great. But like that made me I'll show you, this is my living room rig now. That made me start being able to use my 71 Marshall head again. Because that's literally warts and all, laundry,
kids'
Yep.
PlayStation.
That's brilliant, brother. Look at that. Look at that, everybody.
And I'll tell you
Oh,
honestly,
man.
I really don't even use. I had the aux first. I don't use it anymore because I don't need to.
Yeah, man.
I
That
wish
power
Steve were
station
here to
is
see that because
I can't tell you how good it is. Like I would have paid $2,000 for it if I knew. If I tried it in the store and they said it's $19.99. I would have been like, all right, let's do it. Do you guys take payments? Like you can't get them anywhere now. They sold out, but that's why it's. I don't want to say it's underpriced and drive the price up, but it's for what you're getting. I don't know how it's not twice the price.
Hey, but Tom, I've got to interrupt, brother. I just want to formally introduce you. So for anyone that doesn't know Bent Tom, absolutely one of the most beautiful and nicest human beings that you will ever meet. And we came across each other, I think, was it maybe on Ben Coombs' show or something like that months ago?
Yeah.
And yeah, it's very clear that how you sort of connect with people like straight away without even meeting them. So I would say, since COVID, really, like all these kind of YouTube podcasts have really brought the world together, and there's so many of you that I've met for the first time that I would now happily and easily consider friends, and so yeah, for anyone that hasn't come across Bent Tom before, please welcome him on the show. And absolutely a very dear friend of mine. And thanks for coming on, brother.
Oh, thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it.
Awesome.
And
it's great to finally see your face because we do see you in the show every time.
Okay, I want to religiously.
Well, while we're doing shout outs, guys, I want to do another shout out to Michael, who's next to Bent on the bottom tier there. A good friend of the channel as well. So check out Michael. If you guys want to send me later any of your social media links, please. And that goes for you too, Joe. We'll attach it to this stream so that people can go and see what you guys do. I'll shut up and I'm going to pass it on to you guys because people are watching to hear what you guys have to say.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Ta-da! I don't think there's anything you don't know about Eric Clapton. I'm pretty sure from watching you. I think you pretty much know everything about Eric Clapton, which is very, very impressive. I mean, from like the most minutia to like actually, like riffs and songs, that kind of stuff. I was watching the show, with you guys, Andrew, when you were on Michael last time, and it was very enjoyable to watch.
Thank you.
Michael's a nut, isn't he? He's just, he's a Clapton nut.
No, he's a fanatic. That's what it takes. Like, being
Thank you.
I think it's awesome.
I really appreciate it. Yeah. Studied him a lot. I'm still studying him. And yeah, he's a musical inspiration I imagine, all of us. So.
Yeah. That's awesome. And Joe, you were talking about Chris before, and so let me just say I went and grabbed the book. But Joe, if you haven't come across this that Chris wrote with Brad, that book is unbelievable and I've
been dying to get my hands on that one. Actually,
I promise, this is like every page is just awesome, and it's so full of heart, which I think is one of my favorite things about it. So yeah, thank you, Chris, for doing this. It's fantastic. So
yeah. I think I need to do that as a Christmas gift to myself. Actually, that's what I should do.
Well, how about this, Joe? I'll buy it for you for Christmas.
Cool. It's I'll say something. You guys should hurry up because we get our sales figures, and I know that our first week they did a second printing. It's still the first edition.
Right.
But from the sales figures that I've seen, I think we're quickly approaching selling out of that. And I haven't gotten the email from my publisher yet about a third printing yet. So, yeah. And I saw on Amazon today, they had 7 copies left, at least in Amazon US. So I don't know. Obviously they're out in the stores and retailers out there in various places and everything like that. But it was nice to see that we're actually, selling, comics and books. So it's always, you never know how it is when you put these things out there, what they're going to do. But that was kind of cool to see that they're actually, they're moving along. So
that's good. I was wondering.
Yeah, it's wonderful, Chris. Wonderful that you guys are selling so many copies, and it's really not a surprise for me because it's very clear when you read it just how much behind the scenes work and research and just, you know, the amount of hours that must have gone into putting it together. But like I said, when you read it, it's there's so much warmth to it, you know, and I have no doubt that that's why it's selling like hotcakes. That's beautiful.
Well, Ed was a good guy. I mean, that's the thing that I think, you know, he was a brother like all of us. I think, you know, a guy who would have been great if he was still around and to do something like this. You know, I mean, he was kind of nervous about that kind of stuff. But I think the way things have progressed now, that I think he probably would have been more open to doing something like, you know, a discussion like this sort of thing. And it would have been a blast. I think he would have really actually enjoyed it. You know, but I mean, he was a guitar player, you know, and amongst the community of guitar players, you know, again, that's, you know, it's frustrating because so much of the press out there, you know, they saw the marriage to Valerie Bertinelli and, you know, the behind the music VH1 type of stuff, you know, and everything like that. And we just appreciate him as a guitar guy, you know. I mean, my very first interview with him, you know, at 5150, just
what year was that, Chris? What year would that have been? That was
1994, November 29th, 1994. Balance album, and we were sitting there and just talking, and I was interviewing for Guitar Player magazine, and he had the Ernie Ball, he had the golden, you know, the 5150, you know, guitar there with them, and we were just talking about something, and of course he had the guitar in his hands, and he was playing, and then at one point he just like throws it into my hands, you know, here, you know,
that's so awesome.
Yeah.
Whoa, you know, it's like, and I very few guitar players do that actually, which is interesting. I've had Jeff Beck did that with me. That was the craziest thing when I interviewed Jeff Beck. It was on the Crazy Legs record,
right?
He also had Frankie's House at the same time, the soundtrack thing that he did for that Vietnam.
I remember that
or television program movie thing, but you know, I was a rockabilly guy, and it was just kind of cool because we were talking about Cliff Gallup, and he had this Gretsch, you know, I think it was 56 Gretsch Duo Jet, and it was more closer to the Cliff Gallup one than the one that he actually used on the album. He found a second one, you know, and he was just sitting there playing stuff on it, you know, and the thing that killed me was when he played Savoy, you know, on it from Guitar Shop, and he's just doing that 3, you know, string bend thing on it. It's just like, God, it's just, wow, it's there. You don't even need the amplifier.
So you did the profiles of him in that era. So you did. So if I read Guitar Player article about that at that time, that would have been you.
The one, the cover story with him with the in the Knight's outfit with the sword. On it, if you've seen that was the craziest thing. That was like such a fun photo shoot. That was a great hang. And the photographer, I forgot what it was. There was something in like Sounds magazine or whatever. And Jeff had just been to a fancy dress party.
Do you want to do Armani or do you want to do the Knight's outfit? Chainmail.
He was just like, and Jeff was so into Nigel Tufnell and everything like that he loved this whole thing of him being this dragon slayer guy, you know, with this, you know, sword and this chain. It wasn't really chainmail. It was just a sweater that had been painted with silver spray paint, but it looked like chainmail. But it was just such a great thing. I mean, that was a fun time. I mean, it was so weird because, oh boy, again, rock star stories, but it's like, I didn't know how it was going to go because like his manager, Ralph Baker, picked me up. It was this hotel I was staying at by the airport out by Gatwick. And we had to drive like about an hour out to Jeff's place. And we got there and Ralph punches in the code for the gate, you know, to his this is a manor house in Kent, you know, it was built in like 1512 or whatever. And the code was supposed to be 1512 to get in through the gate, but Jeff had changed it.
5150.
To 5150, exactly. So Ralph and I had to jump the fence. We had to park the car outside and jump the fence to Jeff's house and walk up to it. And actually, you know what? Now that I think back, I wouldn't have had it any other way because it was so much more magical than to drive up in his manager's car to the house, to actually walk up kind of through the trees and everything and it was just around Christmas time. Actually, it was actually about this time of year. It was like a few days before Christmas, and to walk up, and then you come to his house, and it was built in 1512.
Wow.
So it's primitive. It's fancy, but it's primitive. And you go through this big, huge wooden door, and there's a fireplace, and it's kind of like, it's one of those, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just like it's almost like a fire in the middle of the room. It's not really a fireplace. It's just kind of like there's this fire, and everything. And you walk in, and there's Jeff, and you're like, he's not even like looking. He's like, he's got his back to me and everything. Kind of like, whatever. And like Ralph's like, this is Chris Gill, Guitar Player magazine, blah blah blah, and everything like that. He's like, oh, whatever. And we sit down. His girlfriend he had was this actress, that was in these British soap operas. I'm trying to remember what show she was in, but drop dead gorgeous, blonde, young, beautiful. Hanging around. She brings us this tea, and some McVitie's biscuits, and everything. And we sit down to do the interview. Unfortunately, we had talked beforehand. We had developed a strategy, like how to break the ice with Jeff Beck, because one of the guys we had just hired was an ad guy, and he was at Musician Magazine. He talked about, one of our writers, when we used to go interview Jeff, used to bring over hot rod magazines and stuff to kind of warm them up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right.
So we got a one-up Musician Magazine. We got to do better than just American hot rod magazines, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a few years prior, Guitar Player magazine had done these posters, and it was this inset poster, and it was picks, guitar picks. Mm-hmm. And they had requested guitar picks from Cliff Gallup while he was still alive, which, obviously with Gene Vincent, that was who he was doing the tribute to. And we decided, hey, we'll give Jeff Cliff Gallup's guitar picks. It was a thumb pick and 2 metal finger picks, which Cliff had flattened. He put them in an envelope and sent it to us or whatever. And it was actually funny because there was actually a little postcard that they sent to request the picks, and Cliff had just written his response on the postcard and sent it back to us, right, in this envelope with this stuff. It's like he didn't even get a separate piece of paper or whatever. He just wrote it back and sent it. And of course, by the time Jeff had done the album, Cliff had passed away. But anyways, we're sitting down to do the interview, and that's like, so I brought these guitar picks, of Cliff's of Jeff's Guitar Hero to him. And you want to talk about breaking the ice. It was just like, he just went from the standoffish kind of son of a bitch to just like my best friend,
butter in your hands.
It's like his heart melted.
Right.
And he looked at it and he was just like, oh my gosh. He says, like, and I wouldn't have believed you. He told me, it's like, if it hadn't been if you hadn't included the card from him, he said, I wouldn't have believed you that this was the real deal.
That's what I was going to say. Is you hand him to him, he's weepy, and then you go, psych.
But he was just like, and he loved the fact that Cliff had actually flattened the metal finger picks, and everything, that he had just flattened them out, and like Jeff was making a cross out of them and everything, like, talking about all the stuff he's going to do with it. But it was really cool. But yeah, this Duo Jet, like when he handed it over to me, it was just like, what do you play in front of Jeff Beck? What do I do? And the only thing I could think of was like Race with the Devil, because I played rockabilly bands. So I said, like, okay, I do the solo like this. So I ended up getting a kind of a ersatz guitar lesson out of the guy. It was just like, okay, I do it this way. He's like, oh, you're close there, but not quite. And like, here, give it back, to him. And like, he shows me how he did it, and then he hands it back to me and like, oh, okay, I get it now. It's that you do this little bent note here instead of like whatever, you do the whammy bar to bend that note. It's like, yeah, that's it. So that was like, just amazing.
Now you wrote about the pick thing, right?
Yes, we did write about that.
That once you started telling the story, that was familiar to me.
Yeah.
What a cool thing to be able to offer.
Yeah, and that was funny, a great hang, because it was like, that was back in the good old days when you used to have time with artists. So it wasn't just like a 15 to 45 minute phone interview. or whatever, or, going with the press junket and whatever. It's like I had a full 3-day hang with them, so it started out, with that whole incident at his house, but then it was like the whole afternoon there and everything. And then I came back the next day and, oh gosh, what was he doing? I think he was doing his tracks for the, he was doing his parts for the Paul Rogers, Jimi Hendrix tribute. For the Stone Free record.
Oh yeah, I remember that record.
Nice.
Yeah, he was doing his parts for that. So, and there was like Leif Masses, his engineer there and everything like that. We went to this recording studio and hung out, and then of course went to his house and afterwards and had dinner. It was like this nice vegetarian meal and everything like that. It was really, really excellent. And then we were talking about stuff, and he wanted to do something for the album. I don't know if they ever did this, but I suggested to him. That because he had all his hot rods and everything, and this was so crazy. It's like they're sitting out in like the British rain, like these beautiful hot rods, these 32 Fords, and everything. But he's talking about, oh, I want to do like a party for the release of the album, and I said, like, you need to do like a drive-in.
Oh,
get your hot rods, and you've got the house here, and just like project like the girl can't help it or whatever onto your house and have everyone sit in the hot rods, I don't know if he ever did that or not, but he loved that idea. So, but
that is a great idea.
Yeah.
Awesome. Hey guys, I just want to do a quick shout out. We've got Tea Cake, Fruitcake Tony in the stream with us, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is down there. Tea Cake is a great friend of the 5150 show and the British Electric Blues show. If you guys haven't subbed Fruitcake Tony's stream, I'm going to put a link here. If you're watching a replay, we've got 30 people watching. We share channels here. If you guys sub to us or sub to Tea Cake, you get an automatic sub back. That's the best we can do. Chris, keep telling some stories, brother. You're humbling us with your knowledge and also your humor.
What's to tell? I mean, I'm just a fan like you guys. Come on. Just been to a shit ton of shows like everybody else, and saw a lot of crazy crap in my life, just like you guys. You go to enough Van Halen shows, you see a ton of shit, right?
Yeah.
Sorry for the language.
No, it's okay, brother. It's okay. We don't use the F words here sometimes. Yeah. We try and keep it.
I'll be at my finest then this Sunday.
Yeah. No, we try and keep it family friendly. Where's Chris gone?
He froze up or something.
Yeah, he did.
Like he was mid devil horns or something, and then he froze, and then he was gone.
Okay, I'm gonna find him.
The only F word we use around here is fruitcake. Yeah.
So Keith, you mentioned going to all these Van Halen shows. Where do you live?
I live in San Diego. I was
okay.
born and raised in New York, though, just north of the city, about 20 miles north.
New York.
Oh, okay.
New York, the Hudson Valley area, just north of the Tappan Zee Bridge.
Where, John?
John knows where I live.
I'm up in Yorktown, northern Westchester, right up.
Yeah, I grew up in Nyack, so
it's where I want to retire in Westchester. I'm
I
ready.
used to work that whole area there doing cable TV installs. That was fun. That was my route.
Yeah.
Well, so I'm just bringing this up because Van Halen. I live in Echo Park in LA. It's right next to downtown. But the previous 11 years, I lived basically in Pasadena. And
nice.
It was a regular occurrence for my dog to take a dump on Roth's lawn. I lived that close.
Nice.
Now, cool. Not behind the gates, but on the lawn outside. I would walk my dog past there. So I live in Van Halen land. And it's all around here, and it's really cool.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
That would be very, very cool indeed.
Yeah. Especially, when I moved here, when I think it was Lozauer's first book came out with all of the early pictures of the band. And there's stuff of them riding motorcycles and stuff, just goofing around, like complete non-music stuff. I'm going, that's my neighborhood. Wait a minute. That is right down the street from me.
Right.
Nice.
And that's when I figured out, oh, Roth lives 2 blocks down and across the street from me. And the Van Halens lived kind of on the other side of town. But, I've been by that house a million times.
Sweet.
And
Sweet.
yeah, it's kind of cool because, I didn't grow up here. I moved to it. But I grew up a huge Van Halen fan. So it was really, really special to move here and then have all of that around me,
Oh, yeah, it
on
would
the
have been.
regular.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So where did you grow up?
Me, I grew up in Colorado, like right outside of Denver.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I was born in Pittsburgh, but grew up
I
in
lived in
Colorado.
Pittsburgh for a long time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I went to Duquesne.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Well, I lived there till I was about 4. And then
I lived
split, so.
I lived right across, I don't know what they call it now, forever the Civic Arena for me, but I lived the big high-rise apartment building with the big W on it, Washington Plaza.
Oh, okay.
Right across the street from the stadium. I lived right downtown. I lived in Oakland, like about 5 blocks from the O. And then I lived out towards Monroeville, and then I lived in Penn Hills. And I was out there for like 10 years.
And then where are you now?
I live about 30 minutes west of Philly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So PA represent.
Yeah. I came back to my roots. Well, I was born across the river from Philly, actually, Camden, New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to get shot, you can go to Camden. It's Philly's worst cousin,
They don't call it Philadelphia for no reason. Right?
Oh, yeah, wow.
You don't look people. It's not Pittsburgh. You look someone in the eye and they go, "Oh, hey, how's it going? You having a good day?" Like Philly, you look them in the eye and they're just like, "No, you got a problem? Like, what's going on?" Like,
well, Pittsburgh is more Midwest.
Yeah,
totally different vibe.
love
Philly is
that.
East Coast. Way,
Philly,
way,
get out of my face, get out of my way.
Yeah,
I ain't the one. 100%.
We New Yorkers hate Philly.
Yeah, we do.
you know the guys from Philly.
And my son-in-law's from Philly.
You know the guys from Philly say New York guy might knock you down, but a Philly guy doesn't quit till he's knocked out. Like he's still going to be fighting,
Truth. Filthy animals.
Well, that's the whole Rocky mythos, man. Rocky Balboa.
They're the kind of sports fan that throw batteries at the opposing players, right?
You're right. I'm lucky I survived playing or going to a vet game, game at the vet with the Giants jersey on. I lived to tell the tale.
Yeah, that's brave. That's brave.
Yeah.
Well, the vet had holding cells like back in the 70s.
Yep.
Man.
Wow.
It's like going to the hole in Oakland with the Broncos jersey on in the 70s or 80s.
Yeah.
Like, or going to Dodger Stadium, period. It's like you're taking your life in your own hands.
Well, it's like every year in Philly, people get shot for moving someone's chair and taking the spot that they shoveled out. They literally get shot over it. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So what's this city of brotherly love business then?
Oh, I don't know.
He's back.
Not really that way anymore. But it's,
like, where did that even come from?
It's like any
Rocky
anywhere in the world. If you trust your instincts and don't go alone, don't go to stupid spots, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Chris.
Maybe it was ironic from the beginning.
Welcome back, Chris.
Thank you. Had a little
We lost
malfunction.
Chris, where are you? Where are you? You in New York?
I'm in Jersey,
Jersey.
Oh,
North Jersey, Bergen County.
There you go.
I'm
Where in Jersey, Chris?
About 20 miles outside of Manhattan.
Across the GW Bridge there.
Yep, across the GWB.
Yeah, my son-in-law lives down in Wayne there.
Be right back.
Cool.
Yeah, we're just doing a little round table of where everybody is. Boring everybody that's in Australia and New Zealand right now.
Yeah.
You say Bergen?
Bergen, yep.
Okay, yeah, my ex-girlfriend lives in North Bergen.
Oh, cool. Good.
Homo-
Chris,
Homo
Chris, you're
Coco
originally
Dia,
from
right?
San Diego, right?
Yeah, originally I grew up in my dad was airline pilot and Navy, so but my good years were in San Diego. So in Fallbrook, up in North San Diego County, that's where I discovered Van Halen. You know, I was so lucky, you know, so privileged because you know, I was in this area, this sweet spot between San Diego and Los Angeles, so I could pick up radio stations from both. And so I had this awesome station called KGB in San Diego, and then I had KMET and KOLS. And also San Bernardino had KOLA, which is really a cool station. So there was like a lot of good radio back then. But, you know, the story I've been telling, you know, how I discovered Van Halen, it was like torrential rains that were happening early 78. The winter, it started in December 78. It just rained like every flipping day. And our house was starting to get, you know, it wasn't flooded yet. It actually ended up flooded a little bit later, but we were like getting this rain coming down the hill, and there was this kind of runoff, these mountains behind our house. There was this runoff stream. And
because Chris, just to stop you real fast, just in case you've never lived in Southern California, dwellings are not built for weather here. There.
No, they're not built for weather. And this was also one of those 100-year storms, but it just had been raining every day. And there was like this kind of natural drainage path that went just above our house. And it was dry, you know, usually all year, but this one year, all of a sudden it turned into a stream. So I was out with my parents and we were digging in this stream, you know, and trying to keep the water from flowing over and coming into our yard, you know, trying to keep it going down this natural path. So it would go to this, because we had a stream down below our house, actually, that it did always run. There was actually a lot of water in this area in Fallbrook. The avocados was called the avocado capital of the world. Yep. But anyways, I was out there with my parents early in the morning. You know, we went out about 11 o'clock at night, and I think it was about 2 a.m. or something where I finally just said, I'm done, you know, because we just kept on digging up this mud, and the mud just kept on washing away, and it was just futile, you know, and I was just like, I give up, you know. And I went back to the house to chill out and turned on the radio, and usually I had it at KMET because that was like the best station, you know. And I remember like coming in, like the first thing I hear is like, you know, Led Zeppelin When the Levee Breaks, you know, and it's like, damn, of all the stuff they're going to play, you know, it's like When the Levee Breaks, because that's what was going on. Like the levee was breaking up above my house, you know.
Right.
And a little bit after that, it might have even been the next song for all I know. I can't really remember, but I remember like, you know, and now here's LA's own Van Halen. And it was like, you really got me, you know, and it's like the album hadn't been out yet. And it was remarkable. It was just like, you know, this major sonic blast, you know, at 2 a.m. And I was just like, what the hell is this? This doesn't sound like anything else out there. It's kind of like, it's like aggressive, like punk, but it's heavier than the heaviest of metal out there. But then it's got these incredible vocal harmonies, you know, and it's got this wild guitar solo. Like, who are these guys?
And the tone, like, what is that sound? Like, you've never
that
heard
sound. It was mammoth, you know. It was like one of those things that, you know, it was like Link Ray's Rumble was in, you know, the late 50s, or what, my generation was in the 60s.
I have to say, like, nobody talks about this because he wasn't, you know, like technical wizard guy. But at that time period, like, I was such a young kid that when I was listening to music, I wasn't thinking in terms of this guy's a good guitar player, this guy's whatever. But I knew when I heard Van Halen when I was, you know, 6 or 7, like that, it just sounds like future music. It was like the guitar. And definitely. The other band that sounded that way to me was Boston. And that guitar sound, like, it's so different.
It's funny you mention that, because my very first concert was Boston. And I was knocked out in a similar way with the sound of the first Boston record.
What is that sound? It's so different and new.
Yeah, it was just the production. That was a different thing because that was such great production. You know, Van Halen was not really about production so much as it was just like, it was just
Raw.
like, you know,
I
it
think it
was
was
like
sneakily about production.
Well, it
Like-
wasn't. It wasn't. Yeah, because it wasn't polished. You know, but
was
it was
raw.
definitely. It definitely wasn't.
It was
raw, but it wasn't amateurish. You know, it was.
Right. Well, it wasn't tweaked and tweezed like with the performances. However, the sound was enhanced mightily. Like if you listen to the Gene Simmons demos,
Oh yeah,
it's
yeah,
Van
yeah.
Halen, but it's not nearly like the Ted Templeman treatment.
Yeah. I
Where they
agree.
put Ed's guitar on a platter and went, okay, this is going to sound like outer.
And there's
Outer
many reasons
space.
for that, which we sort of get into the book, but not entirely because it's you know, it's one of our things. It wasn't entirely to go there, you know, into a deep dive into this kind of professorial type of analysis. But you know, Ed did also become Eddie Van Halen after they did the demos with Ted.
Right.
And it's funny because I don't know if I should mention this, but because I've actually seen Stephen Rosen's I think he's planning to do a book, and he has his interviews with Ed, and the one thing it's good and it's bad. I don't want to shit on his parade already because Rosen's done amazing things for all of us by being there and talking to Ed and everything, but the one thing that I got out of this thing that he said is like, he asked Ed, like, you know, when did the tapping really start? And he said it was about the time that, like, right after we stopped playing at Gazzari's. So that's basically the end of 77. I mean, the end of 76, you know,
You can hear it in the bootlegs.
And you hear it in the bootlegs, and we've all heard this. We've all, you know, you guys, all of us have gone through those bootlegs, you know, and we've looked at
there,
photos,
and now
you know, and everything like that. And we've all gone like through where did tapping come into play, you know, and you don't really start to hear it, you know, until 77. You know, and here's Ed saying basically that, you know, even this was an early enough interview where he says it didn't really start until, you know, after Gazzari's. And that's it's an amazing thing is that, you know, even if, you know, it's kind of a good thing in a way that Gene Simmons didn't do it, because would have Ed gone to tapping if they just, you know, got signed? Would he just been saying, hey, we're fine doing this or whatever, you know?
Right.
You know, could we would be fine just doing this and being this band or whatever, you know? But I think Ed, you know, it's once they got signed and they got the big Warner Brothers contract that he really just went to town and dug in and said, like, I'm Eddie Van Halen. This is my chance. This is my moment to shine. And
do you think it was intentional like that? Or do you think it was just the natural outgrowth of him being curious and not being able to put down his damn guitar? And okay, this is the next thing I'm going to monkey around with, because
I think it was a combination of both. I think it was really, I think he's progressing so much, but at the same time, I think it was like, okay, we're doing this album and now's my chance to really make a statement, you know? And I've got this producer here and he's just like, it's not like Gene telling me what to do, you know, and telling me to do all these overdubs and stuff like that. It's because he saw from the demos, he did, you know, 25 demos or 25 songs in like 2 days. You know, they went bang, bang, bang.
Interesting though, like the Templeman demos sound pretty much like Van Halen 1.
Close.
Like they're awesome. You
Yeah.
know, like the guitar treatment is a lot more together there, where it's totally not like that on the Simmons demos, right?
I will say actually about the demos, I think the Michael Anthony parts are what really stand out to me. You know, and it's kind of the sad of what happened with the record is that Michael Anthony's parts got so buried, because he does some phenomenal playing on those demos and everything.
Agreed.
And I think Ed almost in a way is kind of sitting back and kind of holding back a bit, you know, because you listen to his solos and they're not quite as flamboyant, you know, as they are when they finally do the record.
I agree with that.
But it's it's amazing thing just to realize that Ed's, you know, we're seeing these pieces come together, and like seeing this interview from Steve Rosen where he mentions that it's like, yeah, it seems like the theory's kind of right. Now there is some stuff that's wrong in there because where there's like an interview. I think it's more, and unfortunately the more under the influence days in the 80s, getting into the mid 80s, where Ed talks about like, it was a year between, like a whole year had passed between when we did the demos with Gene Simmons and between when Ted Templeman discovered us. And we all know that's not the fact anymore. We all know now that it was in like late 76, when they did the demos, and it was February when Ted showed up. But I think just, we've seen so many of these interviews in the past, and you have a tendency to take them all literally, where Ed talked about like the Frankenstein or whatever, like with the Jazz Obrecht stuff, where he says like, oh yeah, I already had the guitar a couple of years or whatever. And now we know from the photos that Ed didn't have the Frankenstein until early 77 at the early.
Yeah. Ed's
And I think regarding the tapping thing, I seem to remember a couple interviews where Ed was saying the genesis of that was watching Jimmy Page at the Forum in like 72.
Heartbreak.
Right.
Yeah. 72, 73.
Which doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
In a sense, right? Because it didn't pop up in his playing for 5 more years, right?
Exactly. Exactly. And that's the enigma of Ed, is there's stuff that very and you put in the book, and I know it's not necessarily 100% the gospel truth, but it's interesting. It's the thing like with what David Lee Roth just recently came through with the whole Stripes story, where I had to go on the record and bust his ass on that, because we know that.
Did you? Oh, nice.
Ain't true, bud. I mean, but whatever, but it's, and again, that's David Lee Roth, that's, we can see that David Lee Roth is just still doing the whole, hey, create a myth here, tell the story, whatever.
Yeah. Well, he's got nobody to go back at him really now either. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the other thing, is that Ed can't defend himself anymore. So now he can go off on that. But
so, I actually have on my hard drive pictures from inside. See, the Van Halen's house over on Los Lunas, there's the house, and then there's a detached garage in the back.
Right.
Apparently, that's where he did the guitar, where he sprayed it. And I have pictures. I tried to peek in there before, but I wasn't able to. But someone who did sneak in there and take pictures of the inside of the garage, and there is bits of red spray paint on the wall in the damn garage that I'm just thinking, is he like testing it? Yep, it's working. Let's do the guitar. That's what I like to believe anyway. But I have those pictures.
Great.
There's like the crazy thing, like you guys know John Burgess, Johnny B Guitars. He has a great theory, and I think it makes a hell of a lot of sense. But I haven't mentioned it myself. I don't want to steal it from him first of all, but it's the fact that they used to make money by going out and painting numbers.
That's right.
On sidewalks, the house numbers.
Do you think about Ed's guitars? They were all what colors were they in the early days? White
and black.
And black. And what colors do you use to paint curbs with? White and black. So he had this spray paint just sitting around, already. So, and that's where I think the Ross thing just doesn't make any sense. It's like he talks about this stuff, but we already know, like Ed had this paint sitting around. You start to put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah,
and, and you see a logic to it all.
Yeah.
Well, Chris too. Ed was very utilitarian. I mean, Tony, you can tell the story of when you saw Van Halen with the strap and how it had to be taped. What tour was that?
Oh yeah, I mean, they're human. Things break.
Exactly.
What tour was that when he ran out and taped it when you were there?
Oh, 81.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that he was not a complicated guy by any means. He was a by by any means necessary type of guy.
Right.
I mean, even look at like what in 2004 when he had that whole like crazy metal extension thing to keep his from unplugging his guitar. You know?
Yeah.
It's like what a crude, crazy ass thing that was. You know, it's like we all have our own ways of not unplugging a guitar when we play. But Ed came up with this thing with this whole piece of metal. You know,
Two of them.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we have all heard stories about him too, and he cutting his hand open and he putting crazy glue.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Not even Band-Aid, putting crazy glue in there so he could play. And so I was like,
I do that on the job regularly.
Yeah,
I've done that.
You know, apparently
you've done that,
Stevie Ray
Tom.
Vaughan did that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom was saying he's done that. I've definitely had to do that. In fact, there was a gig where I had to fill in on bass because the bass player had a car accident on the way to the show. And so normally I would play guitar, but we thought, oh, well, we need the bass more. And so I was playing bass, but because I wasn't playing bass that much, obviously it was just ripping my hands up and I couldn't hear it properly in the fallback. And so in between sets, I had to go out and put glue on my fingers to get through the show. So, yeah.
I actually think that that super glue, that was one of the original intents. The military intent was in warlike conditions. It was to bond.
Correct. That's exactly right. Cyan acrylate is used when you get liquid stitches in an emergency room. It's exactly the formula makeup, actually, of the Gorilla Glue version of super glue.
Wow. Okay.
One of my friends is an ER nurse. She's like, go buy the Gorilla Glue version of super glue. It's identical. Put it in and just squeeze it together because we're gonna do that and charge you $1,000 if you come here.
Wow.
I would have known. I still have scarring on my index finger on my right hand from opening up my finger so many times on the guitar. Just in my early years of playing gigs, I would just be so excited and play too hard and just, I wouldn't even notice. And then I'd look down and like, there's blood all over my guitar.
Been there, done that.
The adrenaline too. It's later that it hurts, right?
Right here.
Yeah, exactly. Like after the gig.
Yeah, after the gig.
But then you're like, how come my strings are vibrating weird? Like my guitar feels weird.
Why are my strings rusty?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's funny.
But hey, Chris, so that in the book, you guys really pinpointed like a 4-month period where Ed really turned into Eddie Van Halen.
Yeah,
that was one of the coolest things about the book. Is like, wow, it's that period that wait.
That was kind of the revelation of working on the book too, because I mean that was part of it was just like let's get our facts straight here. Let's and I went into a deep dive into all the bootlegs and everything, and I'd listened to them before, but it's like let me just really critically listen to everything I can find out there, and of course more stuff just keeps on appearing out there. But there's a bootleg I think that was maybe it was like I think it was June at the Whiskey, I believe, and that's where you really hear Eruption.
In June of '77, right? June.
Yeah, I think it was June of '77, and that's where you hear Eruption for the first time, where you hear the triplets. You hear that.
Right.
Yeah.
You hear the showcase thing, because you hear all these versions of Eruption and you don't really hear any tapping. You see, there's plenty of Ed messing around with the Univox Echo, and everything, but you don't really hear the tapping. And then all of a sudden in June, there it is.
I was listening to the Cactus album the other day, and it's like, man, you could tell Eddie and Alex definitely listen to Cactus. That one song is the beginning of Eruption.
Oh yeah, that's they.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
And I definitely give credit to Greg Renoff for coming up with that and for doing that. But that's the thing is like Ed, a lot of what he listened to, people don't realize. There's a lot of stuff that wasn't necessarily super popular. Like Cactus, it was popular, but not like really mainstream.
Mainstream, right? Yeah.
Bands like Trapeze, was something that he was into. Yeah.
I mean, it's right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the other one with the that boogie, that Busted Farm. That's I'm the one hot for teacher kind of vibe right there.
Oh yeah. But it's like any band, It's like you take from stuff and you do it. I mean, again, like the Stripes, John Burgess and I did a deep dive, into the whole Dills thing. you know, with him. And it's like, there really is. It's like a couple of weeks that separate Ed going to the whiskey and seeing these punk bands and then showing up with the striped guitar, with the striped Frankenstein, you know, and it's
and watching the guitarist doing the splits.
Yeah. Well, that came a little bit later, but still, it's like, you know, it's just, but it's so what, you know, it's like
It's true, because every one of these artists will tell you that they stole and borrowed from it. I was talking to the guy who's Brian Adams' songwriting partner, Jim Valance, and he said they were struggling songwriters, and they're writing songs for Kiss and people like that, and they wrote a song. Blue Oyster Cult was looking for material, and they wrote this riff that was kind of like you know, Don't Fear the Reaper kind of riff. And they submitted it to them. Blue Oyster Cult rejected the song. It turns out that the song "Run to You" was the song "Run to You." That Brian Adams had the number one. But if you think of the riff at the beginning, they were trying to write a Blue Oyster Cult rip off. There you go.
Wow.
And they had a number one.
Sense.
He said that's how it is. He goes, we're always looking. Songwriters are always looking at other people's stuff and trying to cop a feel or a vibe off of that to. You know,
sometimes you pick up stuff without even realizing it, because that's like I remember like the guy I used to make music with, and every time that he would go to see a show, you know, a couple weeks later he would come up with a song and it would sound just like something that we heard in concert. Like there was Cheap Trick, you know, and they had this song like I Can't Take It No More or something like that or whatever. And he wrote this song, and it was that song, you know, it's just like it's stuck in his brain and he didn't even realize it, you know, and it was like Hall & Oates, you know, same thing, you know, there was a Hall & Oates thing, and then all of a sudden he comes up with a song that's completely Hall & Oates, you know, and it's just like, but you absorb stuff, you know, and that's how all music and art is, though. I mean, the great classical composers, you know, used to take peasant music and stuff like Tchaikovsky, you know, would take folk songs and whatever and turn it into, you know, this stuff for royalty or whatever. And it's the nature of the beast, you know.
Hundreds of years it's been going on, I guess. Right?
It's been always going on, and it's just, you know, but again, with like Ed with the Frankenstein, with the black and white, you know, the striped finish and everything like that. It's like, okay, yeah, Chip Kimmin had this white Les Paul and he put electrical tape on it, and Ed like figured out a way to do it better. You know, he painted it, you know, as opposed to the stuff that would come off and whatever. And it's like he made it cooler, you know, and then, you know, it's become what it is. You know, it's become this cultural icon, you know, and everything. And that's just, it's totally not necessarily who does it first, but who does it better. You know,
it's like chasing the ark.
Yeah.
Or who just is able to disseminate it to the most people, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Listen to
Drop
like that. I've got a split, guys.
Where'd the blue paint come from? You know?
Yeah, I got a split. It was great hanging with you all.
You too.
Happy holidays. Nice to see you soon.
Merry Christmas.
Nice to meet you, Joe. I'm gonna follow you on Instagram. Got following you on Instagram now, Joe.
Yeah, I'll get back to all y'all.
Joe out, you gotta see him, man. He's phenomenal.
I've already said this before, but I'll say it again. That anyone that hasn't heard Joe's music and heard Joe play guitar, please go check out his Insta and his YouTube. You will not be disappointed. He is such a beautiful and amazing player.
Yeah.
Send us the link, Joe. Send us the link, Joe, so I can put it in the chat now.
Okay, I will. And I hope
Joe. Happy holidays.
Know all you guys more.
Great.
I'll
Awesome, brother. Have a good holiday.
On the next Malcontent.
All right.
So I was just saying about like you know, Drop Dead Legs. Ed said he was trying to write something like AC/DC, right? Like Back in Black, and listen how different it is. But you could see like he was inspired by that, and that's what came out of it, which sounds nothing like it, but
yeah,
you can see it, you know.
Panama, same thing. It's like, you know, a bunch of that stuff on 1984 is AC/DC inspired, you know, and it's just, you know, it's crazy because it's kind of funny because it's like I remember like when I did the deep dive 1984 interview for Guitar World with Ed, and Matt Bruck was kind of like, gosh, I don't know if we should print this about Panama being inspired by AC/DC, because if you listen to it, it's really like what's that song off of Power Ridge, but I'm trying to remember which one it was, but it was just like, it's like when you listen, it's like, oh yeah, now I see it, you know.
The song "Sucker in a Three-Piece" is Down Payment Blues off of Power Ridge.
Yeah. Exactly. Ed loved Power Ridge. That was like, I think his main AC/DC album.
That was his favorite AC/DC album. Yeah.
You can hear the influence there for sure. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, they always talk about him loving Clapton and stuff. I think he really loved AC/DC a lot in the later years.
Ed loved a lot more than he let on. That's
Yeah.
the thing. And then of course you look at the band days and you look at all the stuff that he was playing. You know, and Brad Kalinsky brought up this whole thing. It's like about Beautiful Girls actually being, was it Beautiful Girls? Yeah, it was Beautiful Girls. He was saying it's kind of like Aerosmith's Get to Let Out.
Yeah, a little bit.
You know, there's a little bit of that vibe in there. You know,
I got one for you guys right here.
Yeah,
You got
a little shuffle.
crazy, but listen to Ed. We all know Ed loved Peter Gabriel, so right?
Oh yeah,
Right.
Listen to the song "Spanked," like the bass line in that, and that he doubles on the 6-string bass, and listen to the bass line from Sledgehammer. I'm telling you, like the very similar. It's a little darker version of Sledgehammer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's got that same groove. Yeah.
Next time you listen to it, that same groove, that Tony Levin or whatever he is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I think Ed, I know Ed loved Tony Levin too, right? So
true.
Yeah. Okay. Very cool. Good one, John.
Yeah. Listen to it. Listen to it. You'll be like, yeah, it kind of does.
Adjust the BPM a little, and you're there.
Yeah. Very similar.
Okay.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's like, you know, all good music is basically, you know, it's just you pick up on what somebody does and you do your own thing with it, you know.
Yeah, I love that. I think it's awesome that people do that, you know.
Yeah.
Make something their own, you know.
Yeah.
And you try to see where it came from. It's like, oh, I could see where, you know, the influence was here, you know.
That's how I got into rockabilly, you know, was, you know, Aerosmith's Train Kept a Rolling, and then all of a sudden I found the Yardbirds, and then all of a sudden I found out about the Rock and Roll Trio, you know, and then I found out about all this rockabilly music, and I thought, well, what can I mine, you know, and can I pull from that and make that into my own thing, you know? And I got deep into rockabilly, you know, and also through LED stand in the Cars, Best Friend's Girlfriend, when he said it's a rockabilly solo,
and
you know, and everything. Right, it's just like that. Just that caused me to dig even deeper, you know. And it's like, that's just, it's part of it is just going back, you know, and sometimes, and not even going back, it's just like, you know, what influenced people. And I don't know, that turned me into a crazy record collector as much as anything, because I get into like all these, you know, non-LP B-sides and stuff, and I look for like the stuff that like the unmined gold out there, you know, and whatever. And it kind of turned me into this crazy, you know, musicologist, I guess. But that was my journey.
Yeah, well, that's awesome stuff, though. That's great.
And then I think there's, you know, some of the non-released or the you know, the more obscure stuff sometimes is great. You know, it's just like, I wish that was more of a thing in America. You know, you saw a lot more in England, you know, where it's like on the B side of a 7-inch single, you know, that they'd have a song that wasn't on the album, you know, or even singles that weren't on the album or whatever. Whereas America was all kind of like, you know, basically everything's on the album. The album was like the be all end all. So.
It's true. It's just cool how like just certain styles and things. I always look back at how, like, you know, the Stray Cats were from Long Island.
Yeah.
And they had to go to London to make it, really. And there was a big, I guess, rockabilly resurgence in the early 80s there. And you could tell, I think, Queen with Crazy Little Thing Called Love kind of saw what was going on there, and they jumped on that too. So it's like, you know, these different waves that pop up, they come back, these trends and things like over time.
And it's funny because when I saw Queen on that tour, they had the Blasters from Los Angeles, you know, rockabilly band, revivalist, very much pure.
Dave Alvin, is that Dave? Was
Dave Alvin, Dave and Phil Alvin, yeah,
brothers, right? Yeah,
Downey, California. I lived in Downey actually, and it was very funny because there was a record store that those guys used to shop at, and it was actually when I was playing rockabilly bands myself, I used to go there and deep dive, and it was a place that pretty much thrived on like recycling songs out of jukeboxes. But they also got stuff from radio stations, and I got this stuff from Jimmy Bryant, you know, Jimmy Bryant and Speedy West. And there was like the single "The Night Rider" that I got there, you know, at this record store or whatever, and it was a radio station copy. You know, it was really cool to just, you know, again, to dig this stuff up. Now that stuff's all, you know, you can go on YouTube and find it any time. But back in the day, that was what you had to do. You had to go.
It's the only way to do it.
Around in all these wacky places and stuff. I remember going to like Goodwill shops and buying like the old James Brown singles on King Records, You know, that's
Wow.
you go to Compton, you know, and find a bunch of James Brown stuff or whatever, and it was just like, you know, a bunch of old funk stuff, you know, and that's you had to go to like, you went to Downey, and that was like the white working class area, and then if you wanted funk, you know, you went into Compton, you know, and East, you know, South Central LA, you know, and whatever. That's kind of like now it's just you type it in your Google search and you got it, you know.
Yeah, right. Times have changed. Well,
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, no problem. Hey, Luca, how you doing?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Beautiful. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
So, Chris, you know, they're gonna hopefully more printings of the book, and then what happens? Like paper book down the road, 8 months, a year.
Yeah, paperback's the next thing. I don't know when that's going to happen. So hopefully soon, you know.
Yeah, right.
So, but we're talking about adding some extra material for the paperback too. So if anybody wants to double dip or whatever, that they're not going to just get the same thing over again. Probably we'll add the Guitar World Origins of the Frankenstein story to that, expanded, because I had to cut a hell of a lot out of that story for the magazine. So because I have a lot more detail that went into there. There's a lot of stuff that I couldn't go into depth about, and it kind of ruffled some feathers. You know, there's the whole thing about the whether the body was actually made by Lynn Ellsworth or whether it was part of this run that Wayne Charvel and Dave Schechter did, or whether it was made from templates, you know, that Dave Schechter made and sent up to Wayne or whatever. But it's, you know, I had like a few sentences I could go to that subject, and it like pissed a bunch of people off, you know, that they think I'm shitting on Ellsworth, and I'm not, you know, I'm not, you know, I fully respect Lynn Ellsworth's contributions to the guitar and whatever. And I mean, the neck, I mean, you know, we definitely know the neck was Lynn Ellsworth neck. No questions about that, you know? Right. So, but I find it hilarious that there's so much controversy over the body, because it's, as Ed says, was a, you know, piece of shit second.
Yeah. With a knot in it, right?
With a knot in it, and with a off center, you know, seam and everything. And it's just, you know, like I say, you know, it's like the Charlie Brown's Christmas tree, you know, or whatever. It's like Ed turned it into something magical, you know, or, you know, as I say in my article, was it this talisman, you know, was it just this magical thing that, you know, he just, this piece that was meant for the junk heap, and Ed rescued it, and it, you know, somehow the crazy thing is, like, Ed could have very well been playing that guitar. He could have been playing the Frankenstein for the very first time when Ted Templeman saw him. We don't know.
Right.
For certain, you know, because there's no photos, you know, but we know that he had the 61 Strat that he painted white for a very brief period of time. Then all of a sudden, the next photos we have of him are mid-February at the Pasadena Civic, and he's got the Frankenstein for the first time. So he could have very well have been playing the guitar, you know, for the first time at that show that Ted Templeman saw.
Yeah, I mean, it could easily, it adds up. It could possibly, you know, without a doubt.
Who knows? I mean, it's so funny with Ed always in these interviews, he says, like, always he stretches the timeline out so far, like, oh, it was a year between, you know, when we recorded the Gene Simmons demos and when Ted Templeman discovered us, when it's really only a couple of months, you know. And like I said, with the whole thing with the Chip Kinman, you know, the Dills guitar, you know, and then Ed showing up with the black and white, you know, Frankenstein for the first time in June, you know, it's only a few weeks later.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ed's human. Ed forgets. We all would too.
Oh, well,
it's up to us geeks to hunt down these exact facts.
Yeah. But I find it so fascinating that everything, you know, it moves so quickly. You know, and yet to those guys, it took forever. You know, that's what's so funny about it. It's like if you were to ask them, it'd be like, oh, it was months, you know, or it was whatever, you know, if they would admit to it or whatever. And like I said, like when in the stuff I read from Steve Rosen, you know, where just Ed said it was a year between the Simmons demos and when Ted Templeman discovered him. We know it's not the truth. It felt probably like a year to him.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, at the time, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
have you guys heard the Doug Messenger story?
Yeah, I was listening to the newest one the other day, but you know,
that
he kind of
podcast,
contradicts himself a lot too.
Yeah,
you know?
quite a bit. Yeah,
And I
about
know
that
it seems
Marshall.
like the interviewer looks at the Van Halen geeks.
Yeah.
He made a comment about the Van, like with a little bit of contempt. I could sense that in him because a lot of their stuff is factually, it's like stuff that you expect them to know. I noticed that I'm like, what are they talking about? The red guitar and the white. He said something about that the other day. It's like
weird.
they should. It's like that's like basic knowledge. Anybody should know that it's the white guitar is the red guitar. You know what I mean? It was like
This is the thing that we are again, we're the disciples, as I've said with you guys. We are the guys who dig deep. We've done the work, and I'm sure Doug was there, for some of this stuff. But I mean, this is the crazy thing. The craziest thing for me about the whole Van Halen, I don't want to call it a myth per se, but this legend, the Van Halen legend, that it was raining the night that they were discovered. Because Ted Templeman says it, Ed says it, Messenger says it.
It's like a fairy tale, yeah.
But I've looked at the records, and we know pretty much with utmost certainty that it was February 2nd and 3rd. I forgot what the exact dates, February 3rd and 4th or something like that, that Templeman saw them. We know that now with pretty much certainty. They were filling in, so there's not going to be ads in the papers like there were for the Starwood, because Van Halen was just filling in those nights. And that's why no one was there, because it wasn't widely promoted and advertised. But I looked at the weather records, I was crazy about this stuff. And that's the thing that drove me mad, was like, because I believed Messenger, because Messenger has said like, it was in May. But we know now it's not May, because we've seen the Sunset Sound records of when the demos were recorded. And we know it was now in April that the demos were recorded. So Ted Templeman couldn't have discovered him in May, but it's like, I found a date in May where there was torrential rain and it was unusual and everything like that. And it's like, okay, this could make sense. It could have been then, but it's like, no, it wasn't then. And I contacted people at Warner Brothers, and I got copies of the paperwork, that showed when they signed their letter of intent and when they signed the contract. And it all jives with Ted Templeman's recollections.
Right. And it wasn't raining. And it wasn't rainy.
And that's the thing. You look up the weather records, and it's like there was really no heavy rain in 77, during those days, during the week and whatever, and any of those dates that Dan Van Halen could have been playing the Starwood. Yeah. So I almost think it's kind of like this thing of like, let's just create this because it's more romantic to say, and it's a better excuse to say no one showed up because it was raining.
Like you tell a lie enough times, it becomes the truth, right?
Exactly.
Isn't that the way he always introduced the story, though? He said it was like a story out of Hollywood.
Like a story out of Hollywood.
Yeah.
Like a story out of Hollywood. And that's the thing. And it is like Rainy a story Monday out of Hollywood. Because it's like, okay, let's, hey, we're making Bohemian Rhapsody. And it didn't really happen this way, but you know what? It's going to be better for the film, or whatever. We're going to compile like 3 different things together, and put it into one night, or something. That's what I feel like the story was, But yeah, that's the thing that confounded me. It was like I looked up every single day of the weather of 1977 to see when it rained and to see when it matched up with Van Halen dates that they could have played at the Starwood. And it's like, there's no match.
Yeah.
So
those Sunset Sound things are great, and I mean there's some valuable stuff in there, of course, and Messenger, I think like you said, he was there for some cool stuff. He's like when he heard Dance the Night Away, and he said, "Hey, your guitar's out of tune here," and it's like, we're leaving it. You know what I mean? It's fine, whatever, stuff like that. Or I mean, and there's supposedly that part of Unchained where he was Ted and Ed got into like a fight. I guess he wanted a part of Unchained. Ted erased it, and I don't know what part it was. I still can't figure it out. Any of you guys have any clue what part it is that he's talking about?
No, I don't know.
No, but Messenger keeps bringing that up too, and it's just like and made it sound like Don Landy was a nervous kind of guy too. And from the other day when I was listening to it, but I mean, I'm sure he brings some valuable stuff for being there in it. But a lot of stuff, I think he just he's just doesn't really remember maybe, and he's just kind of winging it, So.
Hey, what did Rick James say? Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Hell of a drug. There you go. Exactly. Right.
I think that's the Doug Messenger story. But
Yeah.
I mean, I much respect to the guy. You know, I'm sure he was there and everything like that. And
Sure.
and it was a long time ago. You know, and all of us have our memories. You know, to do weird things.
No,
you know, I mean, my friend Robert swears that he was with me at, or he can't remember what Van Halen shows, you know, we went to. And it's like, well, he doesn't remember that. You know, Robert and I first went to the Black Sabbath shows, you know, the ones in December, like was it December 3rd, December 4th or whatever it was of 78, you know, but he wasn't with me when I went with my other friends, you know, to the earlier show in July in San Diego Sports Arena. It was like, they only did what they called the amphitheater seating. And it was like, they had like about a quarter. It was only like a quarter of the whole San Diego Sports Arena. So they had a big curtain up, you know, and 3/4 of it was all empty, you know? So it was like like an amphitheater. It was just like the circular part, you know, in the back, basically where they played. And I remember we were in the very back rows, but I remember it was my friend Rich Sherman and Kenny Anderson, you know, and that's the guys I went with, and Robert wasn't unfortunately at that show, but you know, Robert and I were huge Van Halen fans. You know, we played guitar and we both were in a rush to learn Eruption, you know, together and everything like that. But our memories are just, you know, it's like, no, Robert, you know, I can remember this, and I'm not going to say you know, maybe he was there. I don't think Robert was at that show, but I don't know. But he says like, oh yeah, you were with me at 79. And it's like, no, I remember I went with Gary Sharp and some girl he was trying to get in her pants, you know, because I remember it very well because we were down in Del Mar. We went to this liquor store to go buy some Schlitz malt liquor talls. I didn't know that was the official Van Halen drink at the time. That's just what we drank.
The 40 ounces, the big ones.
The tall boys, you know, and everything. And but we talked
cheap buzz that stuff was.
Well, we talked some woman, you know, I mean, she was probably, you know, I thought she was old, but you know, she was probably like all of like 28 or 30, you know, but you know, we talked her into buying the beer for us, you know, and everything. And I can remember all these details, you know, and I remember taking the photos and everything. I mean, back in those days, it was crazy because you could bring a camera, and I brought a tripod.
Wow.
And even, you know. Damn. But I can remember because there was this thing, and the only photo I've seen of it was Mark Weiss had a photo that he took down somewhere on the shore that they played. And he did this four-handed thing. And like it was this thing like where Ed kind of like reached over onto Michael Anthony's bass, and they both played bass together. You know, and it was a cool thing that they did. You know, and they only did it in 79.
I remember,
you know, and I had a photo of it, but somebody stood up right in front of me when I took my shot, you know, so I have this, like, you can kind of see like them standing there, but then there's this like silhouette, you know, and it's same thing. I remember so many details because I took those photos of that show, but I mean, that's the funny thing is like, now you look back and it's like, oh gosh, I forgot all about that. Like I remember like during the first show that I saw them do in 78 in July, like they all stood around Alex's kit and they all started like Alex was doing this drum thing, and then everybody like picked up a stick and started playing on Alex's drum kit. You know?
I remember them doing that during the Diver Down tour, something similar to that. When I saw them at the Carrier Dome in Syracuse, and I remember they were up there doing something like the same thing. It was
they had like these sticks, you know, and stuff like that, and like they do it from like one tour to the next or whatever, and it would disappear for a while or whatever.
82 was the last year they did that.
Yeah, I saw them at the Carrier Dome in Syracuse, and they did that on 82. I was like, what the hell is this? I never saw that before.
They didn't do it during 79. They didn't do it during 80.
Everybody wants some.
Yeah, but it's just like stuff like that. Like it's like I start to remember this stuff, you know, whatever. But
yeah, it's weird how stuff comes back to you, right? You know, pieces, right?
But that's like the thing with Messenger. I don't know. It's like, is he mixing up, you know, various stories and everything like that?
That story,
I almost had the feeling like the Rain story is like maybe they were doing a showcase or something like that, you know, probably for Warner Brothers people, and everybody thinks like, oh, that's the night that it actually rained, and maybe that did happen in May. You know, maybe they did something like, you know, it was after they did the demos and they did a big Warner Brothers thing and it rained and whatever, and who knows? But
it would have to be. I mean, that's what else could it be, you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
And then
even that
that
story
turned
about
into-
the marshal, it's a little bit too convenient, you know, that Ed didn't know that it was the one that was used on Rock Candy.
Oh yeah,
And that was the amp that he actually was looking for in around like 77.
Yeah, Ed wanted to
it's a little
buy
bit,
what's his name, Ronnie Montrose. He loved
Right.
his
Yeah.
Marshall, right? And so Messenger had it, and he sold it to Ed for like $400. But he never told Ed that it was Montrose, the one that Ed wanted from Ronnie Montrose, which is kind of bizarre. It's like, come on, man, you know? I was like, that didn't make that. I wasn't buying that thing too much.
Yeah,
Oh, you forgot to tell him that was the amp that he wanted to buy. That was Ronnie Montrose's amp that he used on Rock Candy that Ed wanted so bad, you know. And then apparently he said that Ed didn't like the way it sounded anyway. It was a little too bright or something. I don't know.
It's yeah. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna split. Andrew, there's more people I know that want to get into the chat here. So
I'm going to take off too, guys.
Merry Christmas
Thank you so
to you
much
guys.
for having me.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, brother.
Merry Christmas,
you,
John.
Road.
See you, John.
It's great. Yeah, see you guys all. Simon, I'm looking forward to January here. Still, we're January, right?
January, yeah. Don't worry, I'll be in touch with you before then.
Of
course,
I hate the winter. I hate the winter months, and the only thing I'm looking forward to January is seeing you do that. So,
thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. We'll be in touch before then for sure, bro. Have a great Christmas.
And you guys have a great Christmas. And
Take
Chris,
care, John.
Great talking to you, Chris. We'll see
Thanks,
you again
John.
soon. All right, have a great one,
See you,
guys.
John.
See you, John.
See you, John.
See you, John.
I'm going to take off too, guys. All right. I'm just going to kick back and watch. I'm going to get some more food in me. But
All right.
if things blow up a little bit later, who knows? Maybe I'll jump back on. Okay.
All right.
Awesome. Keith, thanks for hanging out.
man.
Yeah, no problem.
Keith.
Anytime,
See you,
guys. Love
Keith.
you
Nice
guys.
to see you, dude.
I got to say thank you to all of you because you guys have been a lifeline to me. Okay.
Brother.
Oh,
Love you, man.
having you,
You
man.
guys have all been there for me during this rough time. I appreciate
I know,
that.
brother.
Thank you,
brother.
Keith.
All right. Take care.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Keith.
man.
Keith.
Cheers, brother.
There's a
Okay,
lot of love
gentlemen,
in the air
okay.
tonight.
Oh well,
Ah,
look. I suppose that's one of the great things about our community. We keep saying it, sort of becomes a cliche, doesn't it, guys? But it's real because we're hanging out. We're all at different parts of the world. Van Halen, Clapton, music, guitars, bringing us all together. The power of music. I can't, I can't get over it.
Andrew, also, someone just messaged me from the US as a text message to my phone saying they were trying to get in. Is that maybe who's been trying?
Yeah. Tell them to jump in now because we've got some space. So,
Okay, great.
so yeah. Jump that person in, brother. And
I will do.
cool. And thank you everyone for being patient. You know, the stories and the analysis that we've been offering has been fantastic. Especially you, Chris. Thank you,
Yeah.
brother, for hanging out with us.
We can almost listen to you all night,
Yeah.
Chris.
yes, absolutely.
I can talk all night, so that's
Well, you're welcome to stay all night, brother.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. The scotch is getting a little powerful here.
Take smaller sips then, and
Yeah.
less frequent ones.
Yeah.
True. I don't know what happened earlier, but it's like everything just froze, and it's like, oh, okay, I can go replenish my glass. So,
There you go.
but I do want to say this. I mean, I don't want to shit on Doug Messenger or anything like that because I respect, where he's coming from and everything like that. I do want to set the record straight on that. But I mean, it's just like any of us, there's crazy stuff out there, and the mind is a crazy thing, sometimes. And it's just with Van Halen, it's like I think sometimes it's great to have you guys, like all these people out there are keeping it straight and are really doing the deep diving and everything like that. It makes my job easier for one thing, because it's like, man, back in the old days it was really tough because we had to take everything at face value. And with all these resources and these people coming out with all these photos and all these recordings and everything like that, it's just like, it's been really amazing, for all of us, and for the people who really pay attention to this stuff, that
Right.
So I will say for the, I'm not going to be like the Sunset and Sound guys and dump on it, because it's like you guys are the ones who are doing the service here. It's good to know the real story. behind things, and it doesn't diminish what happened in the least, because we have the music, and the music's just flipping phenomenal, and we were talking earlier about the sound, Tom, we were just like talking about the sound, and that's just it's its own thing, it's just like you can't take that away. That's again, when I brought up like Link Ray and and what that effect it had on Pete Townsend, and what effect Pete Townsend had on so many of us, on all the punk rockers, and even Eddie, my generation, it's just like even Jeff Beck brought that up. It's like this sound of music that makes you just want to bounce off the walls, and just go nuts, and it's just, and it's, the sound of it. Sometimes it's not even not even the riff or the music. It's the damn sound. And bringing back to that truly rainy night, where I was out there digging a ditch, and everything was just like that sound of Van Halen. Man, what a powerful thing, and it stuck with me through this day. And of course, when I heard Eruption for the first time, was just like, I mean, to this day, I still hear Eruption, and talking about music from outer space. It just is the I still can't say I've heard some great stuff, lots of great guitar playing and everything like that, but just the intensity and the whole overall package of that, the emotion and the power, and just like you hear that, and it just sounds like, man, that sounds like just a big amp being played really loud by somebody with an attitude.
And it was unplanned as well. That's another thing. It was just Ted hitting record, and there you go.
Just having the insight to say, like, dude,
The very first couple notes on Ain't Talking About Love, when he hits the flanger, only the first time, I find that almost near impossible. Although Simon came pretty much spot on. You know which one I mean. The very first one, and Ain't Talking About Love. The very first one. And I've watched so many clips of Eddie, and more often than not, Eddie didn't hit it right.
Yeah.
Because you got to time the effect to be at that right point in the sweep. So you got to know where the effect is in the sweep. I'm like, how do you do that?
You don't. It just happens. It's like Unchained just happened.
Yeah. That's amazing. Yeah.
Simon, did you get lucky, or did you practice that?
No, I completely got lucky, brother.
Yeah.
Because Chris is right. You can't plan that
But
stuff.
on the album, the way that one hits, every time I get chills. Still, every time.
Yeah.
It's the like Ed always talked about, falling down the stairs and landing on your feet.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things where it's just like you just go with it, and if you make a mistake, it's like, what was that on Women and Children First, where he pulls the string off the fretboard, and it just sounds right. And he's just like, and most people would be like, got to do that over, got to perfect that, whatever. And just, and it's amazing that Ted Templeman, who did such, polished music with like the Doobie Brothers, like you listen to that stuff and it's like, like Steely Dan or stuff like that, where it's just like, gosh, everything's just such perfectly in its place, but then they go and do something like Van Halen. It's just like, yeah, great. Let's keep it, hey, that's cool.
I love that. Dirty Movies intro is one of my favorite. I just love that kind of like, that kind of.
Let me tell Chris. First, thank you and Brad for that awesome gift of a book a while back. Thank you.
Our pleasure. We felt like we had to do it, we had some pushback, like we've said before, we had some pushback from the Van Halen organization about it, not being the right time or whatever, but it's like, no, the time is, you gotta, people forget stuff quickly, and you got to be out there,
Right.
Again, talking about like the whole Grammys thing and everything like that, you got to grab the bull by the horns. If you're not happy with the way the Grammys are going to present it, you got to say like, no, people, this is how you do it. And in this case, we knew I mean, we just knew. I mean, there's so many things that were behind why the book came out when it did. I mean, because Brad and I, as we've mentioned in some of the previous interviews, we were working on this book before while Ed was still alive.
Wow.
And book publishers really weren't interested, unfortunately, which is a sad thing, because Van Halen had been quiet for 3, 4, 5 years, and it was just kind of, they were kind of passe. And, unfortunately, Ed was struggling and he couldn't help what was going on with his life, and we really wanted Ed's 100% blessing on this. We wanted to run it by him and have him approve every word of it and even add to it if we could get him to do that. It was very difficult to get Ed to do a book. Like we talked about, again, 6-string stories. After I did that, the Guitar Aficionado article that I did with Ed was in 2013. Right after I finished up 6-string stories, I had an example to show Ed. And
wow.
I said, Ed, this could be a very profitable thing for you. You could make a lot of money because, Michael, as you mentioned, a few $100, those books, I think the cheapest you could get them for was $550.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah. When it came out, it was $550. And there was 2,000 copies of it. So you do the math on that.
Right.
And, I mentioned to Ed, like, I want to go to Genesis, because I did this book with Clapton, and do the same thing with your guitars. And he was kind of interested, but kind of like, whatever, And I know Matt Bruck was really into the idea, and Kevin Scanlon, who did the photos at that Guitar Aficionado thing, we all kind of formed a team and said, like, let's kind of do this. But Ed was kind of like, I don't know. And Ed just didn't want to do books. It was so frustrating. But we felt like, Ed's story really needed to be told.
Yeah.
And especially after he passed, we knew that there was going to be other stuff coming out. And, Brad and I, we had spent a lot of time with him, and knew how he wanted to be presented, and how, his life was, and just these things. And we had so much time that we had spent talking with him, and we wanted to tell his story. And that was the thing. And it was rough. I mean, it was rough for me because it's like, I saw like there's one star review out there. Someone from Canada was like, oh, these guys are just cashing in or whatever. And it's like, no, we're not. We really want this to be the story that this is how we want Ed to be known. We're people who knew Ed, and this is how we want him to be known. And this is how we think he'd want to be known. And there are a few warts in there. It's not all 100%, whatever, but we also don't obsess over the small details, the infighting, the bullshit, the crap. We appreciate him for his art. We appreciate him for his guitar innovations. I mean, that was such an important part of the guy's life. It was so much of his driving force was, I mean, you look at it from day one when he got his first guitar. What did he do? He modified the damn thing, not the tie scope, but after that, it's like he got that 12-string and first thing he did was take off the 6 strings, and turn it into a 6-string. Then he got the Les Paul and he put a humbucking pickup in it. And it was just this whole string of guitar modifications that went on from there, and, a VH1 behind the music type of thing isn't going to get into that.
Those articles on the timeline of Ed's guitar are priceless.
And we want people to know that really this, he was the modern day Les Paul. And a lot of people don't even know, a lot of younger kids won't know Les Paul. What the hell is that? That's a guitar model, but they don't know who it's named after and what he did, and that, this is a guy who really shaped our instrument that we hear today, and so much of what you hear of guitar music was shaped by Eddie Van Halen, and it's important to get that out there. So people know that, that he's not just some guy who was married to Valerie Bertinelli, and had a bunch of fights with lead singers, and stuff. And it's just, it's important to know that he was really this musician, and this artist and this innovator, and this guy who really just, pushed the envelope,
I remember
You know, so
for-
much of what we know is guitar
yeah.
music now.
I remember for a long time there was like only one book out about Eddie. It was Kevin Dodd's book, if I remember correctly.
And Kevin
that
did a pretty decent
yeah.
job. He covered a lot of bases, and I will vouch for what he covered in there. There's some stuff in there, and he did his research, you know. And but at the same time, I think it's like, it would be nice to, you know, there's some stuff and there's some dirt in there that really doesn't belong in a public forum. I will say that. So
I think he drew a lot on Sammy's book as well.
Yeah,
to a certain extent. Yeah, so that's also I think
And
it came
that's-
out the same year or something like that.
And the thing is that you know, people ask us, why didn't you talk to Sammy? Why didn't you talk to David Lee Roth? And as I've mentioned before, it's like they've written their own books, they've had their own say, and as we've seen with David Lee Roth, you know, Dave's going to take a lot of credit for stuff. You know, like he did with the Stripes story here, and like he did with like saying like the whole first album, like he sang the solos and stuff, and we just know that's bullshit. Sorry, Dave. I respect you. You know, you're a great singer and everything, and let's leave it at that. You wrote some awesome lyrics. You know, my God, you know, you defined my definitive teenage sexual awakening years. You know, dude, you got me laid, big time. You know,
Right.
Be proud of that. Don't shit on what Eddie did. You know, don't dive into that. You know, Ed did what he did. You did what you did. You know, and be glad for it and accept what you did. You know, but don't try to take the whole fucking pie.
Right. They
You
were
know?
probably in the same room. They spent a lot of time together.
Yeah.
But he knew about it. But yes, certainly that's Ed's thing.
Yeah, I mean, Ed did what he did. Ed did the music. You know, we know that. You know, we know that Ed did his guitar stuff. You know, we know Ed painted the guitar. You know, and whatever. And Dave, you know, you wrote the lyrics. Ed would never have taken credit for the lyrics. He never did. You know, and those melodies and everything like that. It's like, dude, you know, and Dave, be proud of that stuff. You know, because it's fucking awesome. It's part of what made, you know, why we love those first 6 Van Halen records, you know. And then Sammy came and did his thing, and that's cool too, you know, and it's all good, you know, and you can see the change, you know, but don't try and take credit for what Ed did. You know, I guess, and you can say the same thing for Michael Anthony, though. It's like, I mean, Ed kind of took some credit for Michael Anthony's stuff, and Mike did great stuff too, you know, and I don't know. It's just, but it's whatever, you know, it's how it is, you know, and it's Scotch talking, but it's, you know, these guys they all did great stuff. And the 4 of them, the chemistry and all that really made Van Halen what it is. And without any one of those pieces, it would not have been the same band.
Yeah, Chris, I couldn't agree with that more. I think that's the perfect statement in some ways. I think that it was the perfect storm, so to speak. And I just think equally all 4 of those pieces and the pieces behind the scenes in production and stuff, Ted Templeman, Don Landy, I think that's a part of it. But really, had that band not been the 4 members that it was, it just wouldn't have been the same band. Right from the beginning, it wouldn't have been the same.
And that's I think that thing that struck me about that night, that rainy night that I came in and I heard You Really Got Me, was just like, I mean, you know, it's actually was genius that they released that song. You know, whether it was the Angel thing, you know, or whatever, why they put that out, you know, or was it just a familiar song that the radio picked up on? I don't know. But I just remember hearing that. It was just like
Chris, sorry, Chris, I have to just quickly interrupt you. I've got to drop this guy into the chat. He's been trying awfully. He's been very, very patient, but you guys are going to be blown away by this guy. So I'm going to get Hoss quickly to introduce him, and then we're going to drop him in. Please, Hoss.
Well, this is going to be a lovely surprise. He has been trying patiently. He has just finished doing his own show in Kansas City, and he's someone that I am fortunate and humbled enough to have worked with since about, I think, he'll correct me if I'm wrong, I think 1994, 95. He is one of undoubtedly the top handful of guitarists in the whole world, and I would say that has ever lived, and his name is Tommy Emmanuel.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Tommy.
And he's in the cave. There he is.
Hey. Wow, Tommy.
Oh, his internet's a little slow.
Can barely. Out, and I can
Have you
barely
got you
hear
there,
you.
brother? Oh yeah.
He had the problem I had earlier.
Oh yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can
Yes.
now. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Oh yeah, you can. I'm on my bus between Kansas. We finished the show and we had to leave straight away because we're going to get back to Nashville.
Wow,
And so yeah, but I can barely hear you. But lots of love to everybody and happy Christmas.
Yes, we just wanted to say Merry Christmas to you too. If you can hear me all right, how did the show go? Was it good?
Oh, it was beautiful. It was a beautiful place. It's called the Midland Theatre, and everybody wore masks and came in and went through security and all that. But we had about 1,200 happy punters tonight, and I couldn't have asked for better.
That's beautiful, and it's wonderful, isn't it, that everything's opening back up again and people can go and enjoy live music for the first time in nearly 2 years in some places.
I can barely hear you, Simon.
Sorry, brother. Sorry.
Yeah,
Well,
sorry about
obviously
that.
you're on your tour bus, so the reception's not going to be good.
Yeah. Well, put it this way. I'm hoping to come back to Australia for shows next year. I really want that to happen because I'm dying to get back. But it's at the mercy of what goes on, what the rules are, and all that stuff. I was supposed to be in England for Christmas with my daughters and my two granddaughters, and I had to cancel today because two of them got COVID.
Oh,
and,
dear. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to stay at home in Nashville, and hope that everything gets better. But I've got an extensive English tour coming in March. It's about 14 dates, and but I play in Paris the night before. So hopefully we'll be able to get into France and all that stuff, and then into England.
Yeah.
But how's your night been? Is everything going well, you guys?
Yes, everything's going wonderful. We've had all sorts of beautiful and special guests and people coming on the show to say Merry Christmas all across the world, and it's been absolutely wonderful. And
great.
For anyone that hasn't recently, Tommy, you're always flat sticks and super busy, but if anyone hasn't seen your interview with Rick Beato recently, that's a great show. How was that? Was that fun?
Well, when I got asked if I'd like to do that, Rick came up from Atlanta with his crew, and they did it at Gibson. And Gibson has a beautiful new place right downtown in Nashville. And they gave me a Gibson Hummingbird acoustic, and it had really light strings on it. And,
I saw you had to tune it up or something, didn't you, because of the light strings?
I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying, I think you tuned it up because of the light strings. Is that correct?
I just can't make out what you're saying. Sorry.
That's okay. Keep telling the story.
Anyway, let me just finish by saying that the nothing was discussed before that interview. We just got a sound on the guitar, and I tuned it up, and he said, "Okay, let's roll," and that was it. I had no idea what was going to happen or what he was going to ask me or anything. It was just basically we just jumped in. So, I like those kind of interviews.
Yeah. Those interviews are the best ones where you're flying by the seat of your pants and it's natural, you know.
I can't get you any louder, unfortunately. I've got you as loud as I can, and I've got these things in my ears. I'm sorry, gentlemen.
No, that's all right, brother. Look, we can let you be and have a safe trip back to Nashville.
All right. Well,
Quickly,
thanks for letting me join and look at all your beautiful faces. Happy Christmas, everybody. And
Thanks, Tommy.
Christmas.
Thanks for joining us, Tommy.
Thank you.
Lots
Tommy.
of love, brothers.
Thanks, Tommy.
Merry Christmas. We'll chat soon. Thank you, bro.
Happy Christmas, everybody.
Merry
Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Right on.
Okay, guys, we're going to go around and we're going to talk about Tommy, Emmanuel. I'm going to say I've seen the guy 3 times in concert here in Hamilton. He's played at the Founders Theatre. I tell you, I just can't get over how epic watching this guy play and the emotion. And we all love rock guitar. Clearly, we all love rock guitar, but to see this guy play in a concert is just spellbinding. I've seen him 3 times. It's been an absolute privilege. And a very good friend of mine. This guy is so humble. A very good friend of mine, Chris Gardner from Angus Guitars, made him a guitar and waited outside the gig to give it to him for an hour and a half. Tommy played it, said, "My gosh, this is great," handed it back. Chris said, no, it's for you. I made it for you.
Nice.
Yeah. No, Tommy's definitely broke the mold. He's one in a million. And I mean, I got so many wonderful stories that I could tell about Tommy that would almost warrant its own show. But I was fortunate enough to be Tommy's electric guitarist when he was touring with a whole band with a rhythm section.
Wow.
From about 1994, and we did the Catalina Island Jazz Festival, and then a bunch later we went around Europe and we went around the States as well. And he is, in my estimation, being on stage with him was a cross between being inspirational and shit scared and depressed, because I'd honestly never in the flesh witnessed someone play a guitar as holistically as the way Tommy plays it. It's the feeling you get when you watch him play is the same feeling I used to get when I watched Eddie play when I was a teenager on Live Without a Net or whatever, or the same feeling you get when you watch Hendrix play on all those videos, or any of the masters. Tommy plays incredible electric too. Tommy would pick up his Telecaster and start blues jamming and cutting heads with me, which was my most horrifying moment of the night, because up to that point, it was 90 minutes of him just playing acoustic guitar better than most 2 guitarists would play if they were playing together, And then, and I was playing electric guitar, so that was fine. So everyone could clearly say, oh, the bald guy's playing the electric guitar. No worries. We can work out what he's doing. And then Tommy would pick up the Telecaster and a Tube Screamer and a Fender Twin, and absolutely, and with all my vocabulary of 80s rock licks, would destroy me in 10 minutes and to where I just didn't have any licks left, and he was just still going. And that's the kind of guitarist that Tommy is. But not only that, he is one of the most beautiful human beings that I've ever known. And if anyone hasn't seen him play, you could even just check out his interview with Rick Beato, and that would be a good starting point. But he's a gift to us all. And in fact, in the words of Steve Vai has called him the greatest guitarist that's ever lived. So he's
well said. Chet Atkins had some nice stuff to say about Tommy too.
That's true. Him and Chet knew each other quite well before Chet passed, and Chet was one of Tommy's greatest influences. That's right. In fact, I have something right here in the studio behind me that I can show you guys quickly. That is the greatest example of who Tommy is as a person, which I was touring with Tommy at the time, but I personally didn't grow up with Chet Atkins. Tommy did. It was a different thing. I grew up more with the players that we're talking about, Hendrix, Van Halen, all of that kind of stuff. Some others too, like George Benson, Nile Rodgers, David Gilmour, but primarily that late 70s onwards, And Chet to Tommy was kind of like what Eddie was to me, I suppose. And when Chet was really, really sick in hospital, Tommy was visiting him, and unbeknownst to me, because Tommy didn't tell me until he put this in my hands, but I'll go and get it.
Wow. What a shame he couldn't hear us, guys.
Oh, yeah, it is. So without any prompting from me, and I didn't know this, like I said, until he just put this in my hands, but this was after Chet had passed. Tommy got Chet to sign a picture for me while he was in hospital.
Wow.
So, I mean, I don't know anything else that I could say about who Tom is as a person than that. And obviously to this day, that's just one of my most treasured things, you know.
I'm going to share my little thing here of this is like one of my amazing events, like one in a lifetime. I'm going to get that in there. That's Les Paul and Chet Atkins playing.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Iridium.
Wow.
It's a photo I shot. I did an interview with the two guys together. I mean, talk about ground zero, you know. That was like the second show, and I think that was they only did 2 shows together. And they did like one special thing for the Chester and Lester thing that they did in the 70s, and then they did this show, and that was it together. But I mean, those guys were just you know, that's why I wanted to do the book about Ed, you know, for the next generations on and everything like that, because, you know, we get it, but, you know, our kids and stuff. And it's just like, you know, I mean, really, you know, Les and Chet were my dad's, you know, generation, but I can appreciate what the heck they did, you know, just amazing stuff, you know. And of course, Ed appreciated so much what Les did.
Oh, he really did. Yeah.
And those guys are really, they're, again, people out there, if you haven't listened to the stuff, go out and dig up the Les Paul stuff. Go out and dig up Chet Atkins stuff, especially from the 50s. You know, it's just amazingly brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
And so much of what we love about the guitar comes from those guys, those 2 guys.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Chris. You couldn't have said it better. Like we, you know, as people that really, you know, got struck with the lightning bolt of rock and roll and its spirit, we forget that where that came from in the first place was guys like Chet Atkins and Les Paul, you know. I mean, just absolute trailblazers that honestly, without them, all the other people we've been talking about would probably not have even existed, you know.
Speedy West and Jimmy Bryant, like Chris mentioned earlier, man.
Yeah.
Clean shredding.
Exactly.
If Les Paul didn't electrify the guitar in 45, then we wouldn't have anything we have today.
Yeah, and if you want to hear some clean shredding, just stick into YouTube Tommy Emmanuel Guitar Boogie, and you will see. Yeah, Chris, you said, and you will see shredding on an acoustic guitar like that is almost Yngwie Malmsteen like, you know. I mean, and he's improvising too. That's what you got to remember. He's not playing a piece like a classical musician. He's improvising. And it's
I remember in about 1990, I got Dare to Be Different album.
Yeah.
It was around 90 or 91 I got it, and it completely just threw me. I could imagine what it would have been like for you, Hoss, to play on stage with him. You'd be so intimidated.
It was awesome until he picked up the electric, because like I said, while he was playing acoustic, there was enough of a point of difference, right? And I could tell even people in the audience knew. They were like, okay, we're paying the ticket price to see him, and then there's a guy playing electric guitar parts, okay, right? You know, but then when he picked up the electric, it was just like, oh, dude, you know. And I've honestly never come across anyone else that can play acoustic and electric both so amazingly. You know,
True.
Yeah.
There's videos of him in Nashville playing electric that are just like, I think he was playing with Bukovac, like doing a Third Lindsay gig. And
so is this Tommy Tom?
Yeah, it's insane. They're both on electric, and it's Bukovac's looking over him, just going like, "Damn boy, like how are you doing?" And it's just like, because Bukovac's looking at him like, I don't know how he's doing it. Like,
yeah, because here's the thing, and this is what I've seen Tommy do, not just with me, but I've seen him do it to other players too. It's not really even about out chopping him. You could out chop Tommy for a little while, but the problem is he's like the Energizer Bunny in terms of his vocabulary of licks, which means that as many licks as you think you have, and not just me, like I said, I've seen him do it with other great players. After 10 minutes, they're out of licks, and Tommy's still going like he's got fresh set of batteries, you know? And that's just...
I don't know where it comes from.
The most amazing thing to see, and it's both inspiring and utterly depressing. But you know, look, and can I just say one thing real quickly too about that is, I've had a lot of people say to me, and sometimes even guitar students that ask me about how it was like playing with Tommy Emmanuel, because he's a genius and he's gifted, and you know all those words we hear about a lot of great players. I actually just think at the end of the day, yes, you've got to have music in your heart, of course, like Ed Wood or Hendrix or any of those players. But it's not that 10,000 hours thing. It's like 100,000 hours, because when I was on the road around Europe and the States with Tommy, and we were pretty much in a touring coach the whole time, no matter what time we went to bed, you would hear acoustic guitar in the bus at like 7 in the morning, no matter what time we went to bed. If we went to bed at 2 in the morning, 5 hours later, you were hearing acoustic guitar. Then we would roll into whatever town we were playing, get up, have lunch, you know, do all that stuff. And then he would hold a workshop in that town. And this is every single gig. He'd hold a workshop for a bunch of teenagers that wanted to learn about acoustic guitar. And he'd do that for 2 hours. Then we would do sound check for a couple of hours. Then we would do the show, which was like a 2-hour show. And then we would shower and get back on the bus to drive overnight to the next place. And he'd be sitting on the bus playing acoustic guitar till about 1 a.m. Wow. And that happened every night and every day for 3 months. Wow. So that's the difference, you know, because, you know, when students say, oh, how much should I practice? It's like, if you're asking the question, not enough.
Right.
Wow. You know,
100%. I had a friend in high school that like, he literally 7 days a week from like the age of maybe like 10 years old till when he ended up going to Berkeley. And I'm not kidding, would practice about 16 hours a day.
Yeah.
And it got to the point where when he graduated high school, his ear was so good, he would just throw something on and see if by the end of the song, he could have most of it down. And I'm talking like Steve Vai stuff. And I'm just like, so like, I remember Sex and Religion album came out. And
great record.
It came out on a Friday or Tuesday or whatever it came out that week. But anyway, that Saturday night he had a gig. And they played 3 songs from Sex and Religion on their gig. And he played the solos note for note and everything, like he was falling asleep, you know. But,
yeah.
But you know, like you said, he put the time in, you know.
It's all about how much time you put in, really, at the end of the day. And it would have been like Ed. I'm sure we can all gather. You know, he would have pretty much slept with his guitar. You can just tell. You know, you can tell. Hey, we got the rock professor in the house.
Kids, good morning.
Simon.
How we doing?
Simon.
Hey now.
Hey.
What time is it there? Is that your morning coffee?
It's only tea, actually, green tea. 6:33 a.m. I'm
nice.
I'll just say it's like I'm in Santa's grotto.
Nice.
I'm all lights going on. You know, made an effort. Or I should say,
brilliant.
my wife's
Simon,
made an effort.
You're late. We started this gig 4 hours ago.
I know, but you know, I'll let you guys get the also rans out of the way before I turn up. You know?
Come on.
Yeah, get that Emmanuel bloke off. What does he know about
that's what I was
guitar
just
playing anyway? I've never heard of him.
Brilliant.
Happy to be behind this man as great as. Do you know, I only discovered Tommy Emmanuel about 3 years ago. I never heard of him.
What was the video? What was the video?
I think it was possibly, I don't know where he turned. It might have been Lee Anderton doing an interview with him.
Oh yeah, that's possible. Yeah,
that's true. It might have been a bit before that as well. But yeah, absolutely never. It's the way of the world these days. But never heard of him. Fantastic. Never heard of him till about 3 years ago.
First
I'm
video,
sure he's been here.
first video I saw was Classical Gas, and I was in
Yeah.
college.
Mason Williams.
Yeah. I was in college, and I had 5 friends with me. We were huddled around a laptop watching him do this, and we were all blown away. immediately blown away. And Simon H., I loved your introduction of Tommy before. And I wanted to say that I was talking about Tommy's work the other day and his approach to guitar. And I said to my friend Godfrey Townsend, I said to him, Tommy sounds like a bunch of different instruments. He sounds like a piano. He sounds like a harp. The other day, he'll play like pizzicato, like on a violin, but on his guitar. And he'll play the rhythm parts. He'll play the vocal line. He'll play the bass line all at the same time.
That's right.
On a song like Day Tripper. And it requires this interdependence to play that not a lot of people can do. It's something that you really need to practice. And his ability to be this kind of chameleon and just be all these different instruments is incredible.
Yeah, Tommy is a big studier of orchestration, and you can really hear that in his playing because he's trying to treat the guitar, which only has 6 strings, of course, like an orchestra. And because he came up in that era of the 70s and 80s, and like Chris was alluding to before, you know, and his influences were like Les Paul and Chet, and those guys were orchestrators. I mean, they were making a living in an era where you had to be able to write out music for a whole orchestra to do a TV segment or something. You know, you couldn't just say, well, all I can do is play guitar, you know. And so, Michael, you're exactly right. And Tommy, because they were his influences, he basically studied guitar like he was studying orchestration. And so that's why, you know. But the thing about Tommy is, I mean, playing fingerstyle guitar where you're playing the bass note and the chords and the melody and then doing a solo where you're still doing the bass line, all of that's really hard, even if you learn it verbatim, you know, like note for note off a YouTube thing. But he can do it and improvise at the same time. And that's the stuff that to me is like next level. That's like Eddie Van Halen level, you know. It's like any of the greatest influences, no matter what the style, to me were that Mozart level genius, which is like, it's beyond just playing the instrument well, you know, there's something else going on. But yeah.
Didn't he do, Simon, he did all that stuff really early when he was like a 10 years old, didn't he? He started with his brother. Is that right? Playing, and he learned to do the sort of bass bits because he was the only guy playing. Is that right?
Actually, him and his brother Phil grew up together, and Phil was a fantastic guitarist in his own right. But the two of them would go around as a duo in the 80s and just do this show, which just used to bend people's. It was basically like, if you can imagine like a Chet Atkins on speed version of like Marty Friedman, him and his brother Phil used to go around, and it was just like jaw-dropping, you know. It was like watching Mozart and Beethoven on 2 pianos on the stage doing a playoff, but they used to do it on guitars, and it had a sense of humor about it. They used to deliberately try and outdo each other, so the songs would get faster and faster and faster, and they'd be playing behind their heads, and they'd be playing under their leg. And so it also, you know, they came up in an era where it had to be entertaining as well. Like you couldn't just sit, you know, like now we're in an era where everyone just sits at home on YouTube playing on the edge of their bed or something. But this was in an era where it had to be entertainment, you know? So, yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just entertaining, you know, we're entertainers, you know, that's, I think that's kind of the art, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, again, we look at so many of these people who we love, and they're great entertainers, you know, whether it's Clapton or it's Van Halen or whoever, you know, they have a presence on stage.
Yes.
Personality.
Exactly that. The smiling, the joy that you could see in their faces. I mean, Eddie would be jumping and smiling all the time. And Tommy is just smiling all the time while he's playing.
Yeah.
And that, you know, carries over to the audience. So.
You know what I noticed too, like with both Eddie and like Tommy, Emmanuel, and a lot of these guys, the really, really good guys know they're that good and they don't have to prove it, and they seem appreciative to me. Like I'm appreciative of what gift I have. Yes, I had to put in the hard work myself, but once you get to that point, you know, that's what it's about for me. It's not, you know, even Eddie said, I don't care about all the money. I don't care about this stuff. Yeah, the fast cars are fun, but you know, like in your book, Chris, which I bought another copy tonight.
Oh boy!
And by the way, best Van Halen book, and I've read I think 5 now. Best one that I've read anyway. Everyone should read it. But you know, like you say in the book, that he was like, I just want to get on stage and have him play the guitar. Like, I don't care about anything else. You know, like, you know.
Yep.
I had to bring up the one thing that you mentioned about the whole clean shredding.
Oh yeah,
clean tone shredding. That was my best experience ever as a player. I was playing at a party again. I was playing in the rockabilly scene in LA in the late 80s, and I was playing at this party, and there was this kid, and he was maybe 12, 13, 14 or whatever, and he's like, wow. He's like, I could hear him talking to his friend. That guy's shredding, and he's not using any distortion. I thought that stuck with me. It's like, man, that's like the best compliment I could ever have gotten. You know?
Oh, that's so good. Shredding.
It's like I thought, well, maybe I'm not so bad after all. You know, I was just playing a bunch of Les Paul licks, you know, but still, you know.
Don't tell him.
No, I remember when we were on the road together, sometimes before a show, after we'd had dinner, Tommy would say, hey, are you up for a jam? But, you know, like on stage before we do the show. And I'd be like, of course, you know. And we'd get on stage and I'd go to pick up my electric guitar and he'd go, no, what are you grabbing that for? On the acoustic. And I go, oh, man. Because Tommy's like a shredder on the acoustic guitar. And I used to just be like, oh, here we go, you know.
Yeah.
But, trial by fire. But look, obviously, it's a very fortunate and humbling place to be in. But, yeah, used to, man, it's also a little bit horrible as an electric guitarist at the same time. But that's when you realize the genius of it, because it is shredding on an acoustic guitar, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it, Simon, was it a whole band or just you? Or
no, so, when I was, thankfully, when I was
scary,
it was a full rhythm section. Yeah.
All right.
Although there was about 3 songs in the night where the guys would piss off, and me and Tommy would just do acoustic guitar duets, which was just beautiful.
They go off and order a curry.
What was that?
They go off and order a curry.
Go off and
Do you know
order a
that story
curry.
about Rick Wakeman? He used to have his long passage when he didn't play in Yes, so he would arrange, and his roadie would bring him a curry whilst the other guys were playing, and then he would eat the curry like whilst they were Steve Harris doing his bit, and then come back on and start his keyboards again.
Yeah. You know, one of my favorite things definitely was when we would do that, and Tommy and I would just play an acoustic duet, and especially if it was a slower song like a ballad maybe or something like that. Oh man, playing alongside that guy, just the two of you is just the most gorgeous experience, you know.
Yeah.
Because really it feels like you're just a boat getting swept along the river on the tide, because his sense of time and his tone is so strong that it almost feels like you could do anything and it would sound good, you know?
Yeah. Hanging on. Just keep playing. Yeah.
Well, hanging on in the fast ones, but then in the slow ones, it's just... And so sometimes I'd almost forget a chord because I was just so busy listening to getting caught up in him, you know?
Oh, yes. I can imagine that. Quite terrifying.
Very, very lucky, for sure.
Hey, so Hoss, so if people didn't know this, you know, we're lucky to have you on as a co-host on the 5150 show. Really appreciate, obviously, all the contributions that you've given on the shows that you've been part of, and we look forward to doing more with you. But, you know, you're a big gun. You know, you've played with a lot of, international acts, and, you know, just tell us a little bit more. I know that you did this on an intro show with us, jeepers, back in the olden days with us. But, just give us all a bit of a, and the 26, 27 people watching, bit of a background on who you are, just in case people aren't aware of that.
Sure. Okay. Back in around 1993, 94, I started doing like a 4-piece instrumental sort of, you know, heavy metal jazz fusion thing with a drummer called Virgil Donati, who lives in the States now. And we did a project called On the Verge, which was fun. And then really through that, I ended up touring with Tommy Emmanuel, which was wonderful, and you guys have heard about that. But also, I was lucky enough to land the gig as the replacement guitarist in Men at Work when they fired the band back up and started touring again in '96. And so we toured a lot, South America and the States, and some other places too. And then I was the Roland clinician in Australasia for a little while, Roland and Boss, doing that for a few years. And the rest is just kind of a mishmash of being a songwriter, being a mixing engineer, just working in my home studio, session guitarist for hire for different artists, work with John Stevens and Vanessa Amorosi, and at the moment with Daryl Braithwaite from Sherbet, who's really well known in these parts of the world. And what else? And the other thing is, of course, as everybody knows, and like all of us, Ed was someone that just wormed his way into my blood and my subconscious at about the age of 12 years old, when my guitar teacher at the time gave me basically a mixtape of the first 7 Van Halen records. So all the Roth, the what do they call it, the 6-pack, but also with some 5150 smashed around it as well. So actually, what's funny is, as a kid, because I wasn't watching it and I couldn't see what they looked like, I didn't know that the 5150 stuff was a different singer for a long time. I just thought, man, that stuff sounds different. I thought maybe Ed's singing that stuff. I don't know. But anyway, and so, what people on YouTube probably more recently would know me from is that a couple of years ago, on the 40th anniversary of the Van Halen 1 album, the Melbourne Guitar Show asked if I would do something special. All right, boys, calm down. And asked if I would put together something special. And I said, well, rather than just doing another Van Halen cover band where we cherry pick songs, if it's about the Van Halen 1 record, why don't we play the Van Halen 1 record in track order? And they liked that idea, and we liked that idea. And so we stuck our thumbs in our mouth and thought, what have we done? And then got busy about learning that. And anyway, as it happened, I didn't even know this at the time, but they had multi-track recorded the gig and also multi-cammed it. And so I said, look, before you do anything with it, please give me the audio and the footage so I can see if it's any good or not. And anyway, I threw it together and put it on YouTube. And that's really what probably most people know me from now, is that YouTube video. So, yeah.
He knocked it out of the park.
Sorry, what's that, Tom?
I said knocked it out of the park, man. Anyone that hasn't seen it.
Thank you, brother.
I'll tell you something. The most amazing thing, I've watched it. The most amazing thing to me is how damn confident you are. You don't look at the fretboard all the time. You're looking at the audience. Look at things like, what the hell? It's all very well.
Yeah.
All very well. I can look over here and I'm checking this out.
I think I've watched it like 23 times now, like in its entirety. Not joking, but the first 2 times I watched it, I'm watching the screen, so I'm like, wait, do they have some extra tracks in the background? Because it almost looks like it's too relaxed.
It's brilliant.
To be hitting all these notes. And I didn't know sometimes. I'm not, I wasn't judging them, but you don't know. You see someone for the first time. This is how I came to find Simon. And I listened then the third time I listened back to it just to the audio without looking at the visual. And I'm like, that's bananas how close that is, man, to the real. It's scary. But then I went and I did a deep dive and started looking at Simon and all this other stuff. And I was like, because there's some people that can play some Van Halen, but no offense to them, but that's all they can do. And then I started seeing all of his other stuff. And I'm like, oh, he didn't just dedicate all of his life to this. He just learned this for the gig and played it that well. And then I watched him playing prog stuff and metal, and then country stuff. Your flexibility is insane, dude.
Thank you, Tom.
Kurt, it's not Kurt. We were lucky. We heard some of the rehearsals that hosted back in the mid 1990s when we had Jerry on. Is that correct? Well, if I'm right, so been
That's
playing
right.
pretty good. Been playing pretty good stuff for a long time. But look, we'll get back to Hoss, but I just want to make sure that my co-hosts get a big bite of the apple. But we're also lucky too on the channel because we had Brad on the channel now for Jeepers over a year. Brad's a gigging musician as well, so obviously his analysis and his input coming from a gigging musician's point of view has always been important for our rankings of the tracks. But also Brad's got music out there and he's working on music. So Brad, fill us in a little bit, bro, about your backstory and where you're going to.
Oh, well, thanks, Andrew. I'll be chuffed. I got a little bit choked up there, Andrew. You got me on the spot, on the surprise there. So,
cheers, brother.
Look, it's hard to follow. It's hard to follow Hoss after his career to go to mine, but I'll give it a shot. I started, about the age of 17. I really took guitar seriously. I was really heavily into, Hendrix, the Beatles, Zeppelin, Clapton, ZZ Top, Stevie Ray, Van Halen, and within 6 months, I was playing in cover bands of just strumming guitars. First song I learned was "Smells Like Teen Spirit" on guitar, and then from there I just started playing cover bands and whatnot. I had my own band for about maybe 15 years called Smother. We toured around Australia in a 22-seater bus. Supported Jimmy Barnes, a lot of artists, well-known Australian bands, and obviously that sort of disbanded, and I found myself without a band. I really put myself out there again. I joined a Melbourne band. It was sort of like a dark rock band called The Eternal, and I had a 3-year stint with them. We did a lot of support acts and slots for Amorphous and Uriah Heep. I played on 3 of their records, When the Circle of Light Begins, Somber Light, Anniversary, and a live CD and DVD package called Circle of Live. And I sort of found myself out of that band at one point, and then I just decided to try and do something different and sort of revisit my roots, being the Beatles and Zeppelin and Hendrix and all that. And I just decided to put my own thing out. I challenged myself actually because I'd sung in bands, but I'd never actually sung on recordings. I sung lead singing in a Doors tribute band called Doors of Perception, doing all the Jim Morrison stuff, and I was singing in a blues band called Overload as well. And I just thought, I tried to put together an original band I was also lead guitarist in a Guns N' Roses tribute band called Appetite for Destruction here in Australia, and I tried to put together an original band with those guys, but I just found I was writing my own material, and I pushed that out there, and I released my own EP just over a year ago now called Time to Fly, and I performed everything on the EP, and I produced it and recorded it all myself, which was the first time I'd ever done that, so it was quite a challenge.
Do you do the drums and bass and everything, Brad?
Everything, yeah.
Well done, fantastic.
Yeah, so everything's done by myself vocally and everything. I mixed, produced it, everything. Engineered it all myself on Pro Tools, which was a challenge. I got around it, which is I'm probably no guru on Pro Tools, but I get around it pretty well.
Nobody's a guru on Pro Tools.
Nobody wants to
It's
be.
true. Anyone that says they are only think they are.
I work for DigiDesign. I'm a guru in Pro Tools.
Okay, Chris is though. Chris is.
Yeah. Somebody's got to be.
But I was back there in like the late '90s, so I have a lot of time with it. So
yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
But you notice
Christine wants to know where you're wearing leather pants.
There's footage on YouTube of me singing the Doors band called Doors of Perception Australia.
Cool.
But I mean, I did a Prince tribute called Computer Blue. I did a Chris Cornell tribute called Super Unknown. I play in an 80s tribute band at the moment called Rewind 80s. I've performed on stage with some of my heroes, including Baby Animals. Dave Leslie from Baby Animals is my guitar teacher, and Baby Animals obviously supported Van Halen, so I've seen a lot of pictures, I've heard a lot of things, which
and what a beautiful man he is as well.
And I was just about to say, he's one of the most beautiful guys I've ever met. He's just such a nice guy, and man, what a player! Such one of the most tastiest players in Australia, if not the world, in my opinion. Just such a remarkable player. I still listen to him, and I'm in awe of his playing. So,
Brad,
what more?
We got to get him on for a show, brother. That would be amazing to hear all those Van Halen stories from someone that supported Van Halen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, he was quite, I won't spoil it for anyone if we get him on the show, but he toured with them for a long time. So I also did. I just saw Andrew put in there a Bowie tribute band. I was playing guitar for UK Bowie impersonator from the what's it called, the Bowie Experience, and so I played lead guitar in that as well. I've done a lot of little things like that. Nothing like on a Hoss's level, but I'm gigging, playing all the time. I'm writing new material at the moment, so there'll be new music in 2022. But definitely we're going to get Dave Leslie on here. We've definitely got to.
I agree. That will be really awesome. We'll have to twist his arm and get him on somehow because. And correct me if I'm wrong, Brad, but there's even a recording on YouTube or something of Eddie jamming like backstage, like through a practice amp and stuff. And Dave Leslie's involved in that, right?
That's Dave's guitar, yeah. He's
Dave's
playing
guitar,
yeah. But I've heard a lot of amazing stories. I'm not going to spoil it because I want to get
let's get him on
here. But he's got some amazing stories and just such an amazing player too. I mean, in his own right, obviously performing and supporting Van Halen for as long as he did. I'm sure he picked up a few things from Ed, but he's got his own style. Simon, would you say that Dave's got his own style?
I would. I really love the Baby Animal stuff. I thought it was like, you can tell it's rooted in AC/DC, but it's totally got its own vibe. And obviously with the female vocals, Susie DiMarchi just killing it. It's awesome. I love that stuff. I loved it as much as I've loved any Australian band, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've been blessed with jumping on stage with Baby Animals, and that was for me. That was a moment that was like surreal because I grew up with pictures of Baby Animals on my wall, and then I got up with them, and I'm standing just left behind Suze DiMarchi, and she's singing Stupid, and I'm playing, and Dave's on stage going A minor pentatonics. I didn't really know that. It was just a surreal moment. So that's on YouTube somewhere too. So
cool. Awesome.
It's amazing having guitar lessons and stuff, and with people like that, isn't it, Brad? It's really, I just spent a week with Josh Smith. It's like. Wow, one-on-one in a room with Josh Smith, that's quite scary.
I can imagine.
Play something.
I can imagine.
Yeah, I can imagine what you feel like.
Awesome. Hoss, you've got something lined up that we're always going to be plugging on the channel in preparation for it. It's going to be a big event for the channel, so can you just share with us some information on this event that you've got planned, please?
Yeah, of course. As some of you might know, like after Ed passed, I really wanted to do, and especially since we did that Melbourne guitar show gig with doing the Van Halen 1 album before he passed. Then when he did, it made sense for anyone living in Melbourne to put together a big show at one of Melbourne's best rock clubs as a, I guess a memorial concert, and just in there to celebrate the life and the music of Eddie Van Halen. And because of COVID, it got canceled and rescheduled so many times now that it's actually been rescheduled 5 times. And now that there's this bottleneck, there's this scramble here in Melbourne in January, February, and March, because now everything's opened up. everyone is doing gigs all at the same time, and all the festivals are happening all at the same time, and it's almost impossible to get a date. So one of Melbourne's best clubs, which is the Corner Hotel, which is where I really wanted to do it because it was where I saw my first Van Halen tribute show at 16 years old. So I really wanted to do it there. They emailed me and they said, look, sorry, we've just got nothing for months. You know, you're looking at April now. And I was like, oh, man. Anyway, they eventually got back to me and they said, look, the only day we've got is January the 25th, which is a Tuesday. And it happens to be the day before an Australian holiday, which is Australia Day. And I was like, oh, man, a Tuesday. No one's going to come out on a Tuesday. But they were like, yeah, but the next day is a holiday. And I was like, okay, well, maybe. But then, of course, it dawned on me that that's the eve of Eddie's birthday. And I thought, wow, what a strange world we live in, where after all those cancellations, I might actually get to do the show where we would do the second half of the show and the encore clicking into midnight, which would officially be his birthday. And we could, you know, we could bring out a birthday cake on stage and all that and really celebrate him, not in a way of sadness, but in a way of the joy that we all know Eddie and his smile, you know, like that constant smile of his. And so that's it's all locked in. So it's going to be Tuesday, January the 25th, the eve of Eddie's birthday, that we will basically is now going to be a birthday celebration gig. So on all the 5150 shows now, between now and that show, I'll involve like some kind of content in the preparations for the show. So that might be like the rig that I'm putting together for it. It might even be some candid footage of the rehearsals. I even sent Andrew a snippet today of one of our production rehearsals where we were using the same backline and the same lighting rig that we're going to use for the show. And so what I'll be doing over the next couple of days is finishing my edits for the promo. So you'll all get to see that over the next few days or so. And what we did is we just recorded 16-bar snippets of a bunch of songs we're going to play in the second half, and just have some fun with it. So it'll be like short little promos, but it'll look and sound pretty much how the show is going to sound. So so that's it. So we're just busy preparing for that now, which is good. It's going to give me something to get my teeth into for the next 5 weeks. And like I said, it's not about. Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay. Hold on, guys. Hold on. This is all new for me. So, hold on.
Gonna get busted now, boy.
Shall I play it or not?
No. Let me say one more thing. Let me just say one thing.
Okay.
All I'll say is that that what you're about to see is a very, very hastily edited together snippet of Jump that we were playing, and this is just a production rehearsal. So essentially it'll be the same lights and the same backline. So you get a sense of the show, but all right, go on, play it.
Okay. I've just dropped Jerry into the stream with us. G'day, brother. Good to see you, Jerry.
Hey guys, how's it going?
And for anyone that doesn't know Jerry Pantazis, he is the monster drummer that I have known since I was 19 years old, and also was Tommy Emmanuel's drummer when I was touring with Tommy. And also, I'm lucky enough to have as the fair warning drummer for this birthday celebration for Ed.
Awesome.
I can't believe you're playing this right now as I'm tuning in. It's great.
Yeah, it's only a 10-second snippet, everyone, so don't get too excited, but it'll give you a sense of the show.
Oh, okay. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard it here first on the 5150 show. Fair warning.
And then Jerry and I got to go to dinner.
See what I mean? He's over looking at the fretboard half the time. Honestly.
Look, we're going to play it one more time. We're going to play it one more time. And if anyone
it's a tiny little snippet of our production
Okay.
rehearsal. That's all.
One more time. One more
All right.
time, ladies and gentlemen. One more time.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Folks, this is not as easy as it may look.
And stop. And stop.
That's hilarious.
Oh,
man.
Come on.
Oh, man.
And that's the only bit we're going to play in the whole show too. Not the whole,
That's the second step right there. Yeah.
Yeah. You know.
Tell me something, Simon. That's tuned down, hey?
Yeah, that's down a semitone because we're just being kind to all of our various guests. You know? And actually, one thing that gave me an extra appreciation for Sammy Hagar is we've even got one of Melbourne's greatest female singers, Nina Ferro, who's getting up to do Dreams and When It's Love.
Oh, wow.
And she can really, she's got some pipe, she can sing. And even she said, listen, do you think you could put it down a bit? And I was like, okay, well, that's the prowess of Sammy Hagar when you've got like an incredible female singer saying, I'd really love to do this down a semitone.
Yeah. I mean, I think Sammy's only doing the stuff like he's tuning it down only now the last couple of years.
Yeah.
You know, these stuff, yeah.
It's the pants.
What's that's the pants?
It's the pants.
Yeah. Anyway, look, obviously that's only a tiny, hastily edited together snippet, but that'll give you an idea of how the show's going to look at least, you know, and that's about the same size stage and everything we're gonna have. And Brad's going to be carrying all those Marshall quad boxes for me, as everyone knows. So
and my two bass drums and roto tom stuff. Sorry, Brad. You know.
Brilliant.
I'm gonna pass the bar tab over to Andrew at the end of the night.
Yeah, that's right. You should. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll give you my card number, bro, but I can't guarantee there'll be any funds on the card though when you go to pay for it. Hey,
really,
that was amazing.
Thanks,
Yeah,
bro. Look, really though, the whole thing that we want for this show is it's really not about us. Like we're happy that everyone wants to hear us do it, but it's really just a celebration of Ed. And that was why we decided in the end to get lots of different special guests up. So it becomes less about who's in the band and just more about a celebration of the music, a celebration of him and his life. And, you know, it's been a long time since he passed now and it's his birthday coming up. So we're going to have red, white, and black balloons and streamers, and we're going to make it like a 10-year-old's birthday party, you know?
Cool.
So
right on.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Beautiful, awesome. I appreciate you sharing it with us. So I'm going to go through and ask the guest co-hosts that are on here with us to go through and give us a bit of their backstory, where they've been, where they're going. Who did we say? Who did we agree to is next? I think it's you, Michael. Michael, are you still there?
I'm here.
Still awake.
I'm here, yeah.
Michael.
It's 2:10 a.m. here in New York. And
I'm sorry, brother.
Sorry.
No problem. It's funny because earlier I got home from a night out and I went to go to sleep. I was looking through my phone on Instagram and it said that you're streaming tonight. So I got on my clothes and I came downstairs. I turned on my laptop. I said, I got to get on. But I took a sleeping pill before. So I'm like 99% there.
Oh, man.
So it's pretty funny that I'm like fighting it. So
that's the worst feeling too, Michael. It's like jet lag. It's horrible.
Yeah,
torture.
Yeah,
it's funny. So I'm a guitarist. I'm a producer. I'm a singer, and I've been playing since I'm 5 years old. My dad got me a small 3/4 size guitar, and he taught me Hotel California and China Grove in my first night. China
Oh, I
Grove
used to love China Grove when I was a kid.
by the Doobie Brothers, yeah.
Yeah.
And so he taught me those chords to both of those songs. And then from there, I got Fleetwood Mac's Rumors, and I had to learn all the guitar solos from that. And after that, it was Cream and Pink Floyd with Dark Side of the Moon. And that got me into tone hunting and chasing. And sites like Gilmorish.com got me into production and effects. So I dug into all of that stuff and seeing how these songs came about. So that really inspired my love for production and songwriting and how to fit into a band with other people. So I started performing in about 2008. So that's 13 years ago. And I've been doing that professionally now for, I would say, 6-ish years, playing professionally with a couple of people, namely Godfrey Townsend, who is the current lead guitarist of the Yardbirds. He's also played with Jack Bruce of Cream. He plays with the Turtles. He's played with John Entwistle of The Who, and about 100 other artists. So it's amazing to be playing with Godfrey Townsend. I also back up singer-songwriter Jan Kloos. He's this international singer from South Africa, and he's also lived in Germany. And he's just this incredible singer-songwriter with pop and rock songs. And he's working on a new album right now, and it's just amazing. And we've been doing shows all around New York for the past 2 years. It's really unbelievable. And I got connected with Andrew and Brad and Simon earlier this year because I wrote an article about 24 Nights, Eric Clapton's live album from 1991. And I got to interview the sound engineer, Alex Haas, and he told me about the mixing of that record, which is my favorite live album. And Andrew reached out to me and interviewed me about that, and that's how I'm here today. And I'm so happy to be a part of this community of people that are passionate about guitar and other musicians that I care about and we all care about. So thank you for having me, really. And thank you to everyone who watches and comments.
It's our pleasure. It's our pleasure, honestly. And you're part of the family, and we're also, happy to do anything and help Michael with anything that he wants to do with his career over there. That's the least we can do. So look forward to doing more shows with Michael next year. We've got a few crackers lined up, ranking the albums. So he comes on. Go back and have a look at some of the Clapton stuff that we've done with Michael, because he's done some musical snips and he's explained to us
Pink Floyd as well.
Yes. How some of the riffs are going from the keys and from the chords, and it's been really, really, really cool. So humbling as well. Thank you. Who's next on the list? You, Ben.
I'm because I'm also in New York, so I'm fading here.
Right.
So
yeah.
I'm going to say thank you, gents.
Chris,
invite me back anytime.
Chris.
Love you guys. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you so much, brother. Merry Christmas,
Chris.
So awesome show. So
Thanks, Chris. Thank you.
And I'm going to pass out any second here. So.
Thank you for all the years of content, and the book is awesome, man.
Thank you guys. And thank you guys for making it a success, and thank you for your part you played and everything with it. And it's been a pleasure. So thank you.
Anytime. Thank you, Chris. Merry Christmas, brother.
Cool.
You too. Okay, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks.
Yeah. I think I'm going to follow suit because it's 2 a.m. here.
Of course, brother.
But
thanks, Michael.
Ben, before you talk about your story though, and before you split, Mike, wasn't he cool?
He's awesome.
Wasn't that guy cool?
Yeah,
the coolest.
Andrew, you got to get him and Brad on. We had him and Brad Talinsky on Tony's show, and man, those guys can tell some stories together.
Yeah.
Or get him back by himself. He'll fill the whole, like, however many hours. He's got stories for hours.
And I've got to tell you, Tom, I've got like a lot of favorite Halenville shows, but that's one of them. Absolutely. When you guys had the two of them on, it just flowed, and the stories and Yeah, man. There's such.
And then he looks at me and he goes, "Do you talk?" I was like, "I talk too much, just not that night."
I'm listening, brother. I'm listening. Yeah. Look. Yeah. I got to agree. Guys, go back and watch that show. It's fantastic. We were lucky enough to have them on for the EVH tribute show that we did, and they jumped on with us. But certainly, you guys got more juice out of them. You certainly did, and well done.
You know what? What I think would be interesting. You'd think the topic would get exhausted, but actually, what happens is, I'd only skimmed through the book when I saw that that episode, right? And I think in fact the book had only just come out. And whereas now we've all had so much time to digest it. And actually I gave Jerry the book as well. And Jerry, you devoured it in like a week, right? Like in a few days you were through it, even though you were flat out busy.
Yeah, I was. That was my nighttime reading. You know, like my chill time, and I think I was texting you. Have you gotten page?
Jerry was
check out this story, man.
2 a.m. going, hey, have you read this bit on page 99? And it was cool, but I think why it will be so good to have those boys back on the show is now we've all lived with the book for a little while. Extra things kind of pop into your head, and I think it'd be great for us all to keep like a log of all the burning questions that we have that were different to the first round of questions,
I would love to.
That
100%.
Oh, that would be awesome, Tom. Yeah. And the other thing is, apart from the fact that they're a wealth of knowledge, aren't they just super, super nice guys? I mean, and that makes it easy, doesn't it, to just chit chat and they're so happy to tell all the stories. There's no guard, you don't get a sense that they're guarding any secrets and all of that crap that some authors do, So
a model for us all, Hoss, a model for us all. But we're going to get him back though. Certainly, I know that Brad's sending me messages. We have to get him back for Clapton. Talk more about Clapton too.
So I've got to read that book too because I would love to be on that show once I've read the book, boys. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
So Chris wrote the Clapton book as well. That's his.
Well.
Yeah.
He ghosted this brother.
That's incredible. And Michael, you showed like a souvenir edition or something, wasn't it? It was massive. Yeah. Incredible.
I don't know which version this is. This was given to me as a gift.
Man.
That's nuts.
It's called the AFU version. That's what that is.
Thor's Hammer version.
It's amazing hearing Chris talk about Clapton. I kind of jumped on listening to that whole section. And I saw Clapton when he came out to Australia when it was 1991. And I think it was during what do you guys call it, the Versace years? Is that what he was talking about? I think Clapton was rocking the Soldanos in the background, and the band was like the A-grade, LA guys, Nathan East, Greg Philanganis, and Steve Ferrone on drums. Yeah, I mean, just a hell of a band, And funny enough, the support act was Tommy Emmanuel with a 3-piece band. So
I think you died and gone to heaven when you see that.
Well, yeah, I didn't realize how important that day was because one day I'd be playing with Tommy.
That shows you how important it is.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
But I do remember that gig being just an amazing gig. Clapton was just, God, that night he was great.
We all wanted to be
and the band was kicking. The band was just ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous, fantastic.
I mean, Clapton is in that rarefied atmosphere of players that we just spent the last few hours talking about. I mean, here's another one of those where it is something that transcends just playing the instrument. There's something else going on that's hard to quantify, but you just know it when you feel it in your heart when you listen. And it's a combination of the feel and the tone and the ideas and the musicality and the songwriting. It's just
Michael. Man. Michael's struggling. He needs some matchsticks.
Jerry, speaking of Jerry, do we have to start pulling on some underwear and get to our Christmas dinner, or what's going on?
Oh yeah, whenever.
Take it with you. It's fine.
Yeah. Just hold on, guys. I'm going to drop someone else quickly into the chat while you guys are talking about where you're going. His name is Jazz Thunder. He's been on here. He's a Scotsman, loves Clapton. Here he is. Been on the show with us before.
Good morning.
Hey. How's it going?
Good morning.
Nice to see you.
Hey, Jim.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
How are you, brother?
Going very well, thanks.
How are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm feeling fine. Good. Another weekend. Been on call this weekend, so it's not been so easy work-wise, but all good though.
Excellent.
Oh,
Excellent.
oh wait,
Thank
you
you
guys called me? I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
Oh yeah, I said I was on call. I've got some work duties to do.
Andrew, while Jazz is coming in, I'm going to hop out. I want to say Merry Christmas to everybody.
Thanks, Tony.
Andrew, Simon, and
And you,
Brad,
Tony.
love your stuff.
Thank you, Fruitcake. Thanks for joining in, brother.
Likewise, thank you.
Guys, Michael, love your playing, dude.
Thank you.
Simon,
much.
always good to see you, sir.
Fruitcake, Tony.
Guys,
pleasure,
have
brother.
a good
Merry
one.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Likewise.
Tony,
Thank
love
you,
you, brother.
Tony.
Love you, Tommy. See you guys.
I will talk to
See
you
you, brother.
sometime this week.
Merry
See you, brother.
Christmas to everyone.
Merry Christmas.
See you, fella. Be safe.
Take care.
Take
Later,
care.
big gig.
You
Tony.
too. You too.
Take care, mate.
It might be a time for me to log out as well. Merry Christmas to everyone. Have a great
Jerry.
New Year. Yeah, because we
You're
got.
not, you're not putting on your underpants without me putting on my underpants. Jeez.
Well, I've actually got to put. I've actually got to put pants on. I'm not going to. No, I'm not going to stand up. Hey, there you go.
Well,
Hey, thanks to the 5150 crew. You know, Andrew, Simon, and Brad for getting me on to do the Alex Van Halen special. That was a real treat for me, and so much fun. It was just great. You know, 3 hours went like that. It was incredible. So
One of our best shows.
yeah. Oh man, I was just a treat to just to hang and have a chat about Alex and all things drumming and guitars as well. You know, we had to
What's up,
sneak it in.
Gabrielle?
You know, but it's all
Kneel
good. But
back.
Jerry and I are going to keep all you guys posted from all the 5150 shows from here to our gig on January 25 with an in-process update of the bits and pieces of putting the show together, which will be fun. So you'll get to see Jerry heaps more on that stuff as well.
yeah, I'm sorry about that, but you're just going to have to be humble with me. You know.
Apologies,
Bye,
guys. Yeah, Jerry and I have got an annual Christmas dinner that we have to get to in the city, and I need to get dressed. So
Yeah, you look terrible, Simon.
not that I didn't
All
dress
right.
up for you guys, but, you know.
Before you guys go, thank you very much, Hoss, for getting Tony Emmanuel on for us.
Tommy, yeah.
Yeah.
Tommy, sorry.
Wow.
All these
Tony
Tonys
and
at the
Emil.
bottom. You say all these T's. You know who I mean.
Yeah,
I know.
That was just,
Good old
that was
Joe.
amazing. And thank you for introducing us to Jerry as well. My gosh, Jerry. How can we ever forget Jerry? That's one of the best shows we ever did, Jerry. Thank you. The
Yeah, that
insight that you gave us
pleasure.
was fantastic, brother.
Yeah. Let's hope we all pull it off on the 25th, mate. That's all I can say.
You'll be great.
Not only is Jerry one of the greatest musicians that I've worked with, but I'm also lucky that since I was 19 years old, when I first met him doing a gig, that we've stayed friends the whole time. And it's been really hard, but we have stayed friends. And
What does that mean?
No, he's also one
Who's
of
the prima donna? Come on,
he's
who's the
also
prima
one of the
donna?
loveliest
That's
men.
right.
He's
Me
also
or
one of
him?
the loveliest men.
Yeah.
So let me say a Merry Christmas to you all. Tom, thank you for joining in on us, brother. Ben, Tom. You know, I love you dearly, even though we've never met, and you're one of my favorite human. You're one of my favorite human beings, and so hopefully we can do this again real soon. Michael, thank you very much. Luca, Jim, and Simon. Sorry, I know the time zone didn't allow us to hang out too much today, but I promise. I've had some things going on that has prevented me from jumping in on the ranking the track shows, but I promise I'll be in on the next one, brother. So I'll see you there.
Good. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Have
Lovely.
a lovely Christmas, guys.
Brad,
Take care of
Andrew,
yourselves.
brothers from another mother. Love you all. Merry Christmas, everyone who might be watching.
Merry Christmas, brother.
Same to you, Simon.
You too, brother.
I'll talk to you soon.
Have a good one, everybody. Love you all. Merry
Yeah.
Christmas.
Take care.
Yeah.
Take care.
Ciao,
Have
ciao.
fun tonight.
Everyone.
Trousers on.
Yeah, we will.
Out of here.
How do I get out of here?
Press leave.
You gotta crawl out. Yeah.
How do I get out of here? You can never leave.
That was amazing, guys. You know, having Chris hang out with us and talk about Clapton in depth for a while. Wanted to come back and join us on future shows again is really, really humbling. So yeah, and for you know, to share that with you guys, yeah, it's a special thing for the channel. Bent, tell us, brother, you know, your story, because the channel hasn't had your story. I think this is the first time you've been on our channel, as opposed to being in the chat. So yeah, tell us your story, brother.
I guess the briefest story would be I was exposed to Van Halen before I started playing guitar. I was exposed to him at like about 4 years old because I had a friend who had a very young uncle, so he was closer in age to us but older enough that, you know, at 4 years old when I first met my friend that I've known for, you know, over 40 years now, sat us down on the couch and played us all, you know, the whole Van Halen one on vinyl. So that was kind of put the bug in my ear, but I didn't start playing until I was probably about, I think I was 12 years old. I don't really have anyone in my family that's really into music. You know, my dad was into athletics, you know, went to college on like a full football scholarship, you know, really into football and you know, lettered in every sport you could do in high school, that kind of thing. So the juxtaposition between the two couldn't be greater. But, you know, I was always the kid that got bored in school and, you know, didn't have to study and just, you know, could do okay on the test, but I was bored. But music for me was enthralling because there wasn't a solution or an answer or a final level you could reach. There wasn't a peak or an apex. There was no mountain that you could go, okay, well, I did that. Now there's nothing else to do. And that to me is what's always been intriguing, that, you know, is one of these things that the more layers you peel back from the onion, the more intricacies there are within it. You know what I mean? And there's so many subtleties with what you can do between styles and everything that I found that interesting. So I was, you know, I took lessons at first from someone that wanted to teach me, you know, Mary Had a Little Lamb, you know, reading, you know, and that wasn't necessarily for me. I did that for a little bit. And then I got a really good teacher who actually took me the whole way up through to when I went to school. You know, he was a rock player, played classic rock, that kind of stuff, blues, but he was also a serious jazz player in the small town where I grew up. So I started taking lessons with him, and I was taking a half-hour lesson, then I took an hour lesson, and it got up to the point where I was taking like two-hour lessons a week from him. And he's the guy that really, hey, what's up, Jay? Really got me ready to go to school. So I applied to a couple schools. I was going to study audio engineering, and I wanted to study jazz guitar. So I didn't think I'd get in many places because most of the kids that were getting in were, you know, going to performing arts high schools or had done this and that. I didn't even play in the jazz band in high school, but, you know, this guy really got me ready. So I went down to University of Miami, which was an awesome program. I mean, they had, you know, Jocko went there, Steve Morse went there, a lot of really big time classical players that, you know, people might not be that into, but, you know, Juan Markadal and some other people, but Andy Timmons went there, you know, Pat Metheny and on. But having experiences with those teachers was amazing. I mean, that blew my mind because for those period of however many years that was, it changed my perspective, where prior to that I was only listening probably mostly to 90% guitar players, and it went from that to, I mean, I still listen to guitar every day, but like when I go to look for new music, you know, 75-80% of the time I'm purposely not looking for a guitar because I'm looking for different timbres, different sounds, different instruments. I love finding instruments I've never heard, you know, and I love different foreign scales. I love Indian music. I love ragas. I love all that kind of stuff, just because the complexities and because it's different. It's not something your ear's used to. Anything that throws a trick in your ear. I'm like a real big like Snarky Puppy fan. If anyone's into, Mark Lettieri.
Yeah.
I was a huge into Fish when they first came out. Like first 4 or 5 albums, just way into Transdasia. But anyway, so I did that. I graduated from there. I worked, or I didn't graduate from there, actually. Rather, I did most of my years there. But I actually transferred and I graduated from a school in Pittsburgh, a small school called Duquesne University. I finished my last, like a little bit less than a year there. And then I worked in 2 different recording studios for a while, and quickly realized that unless you really have the time and the ability to put in a lot of time at really low pay, that you're not going to get into that industry, unless you move to basically LA or Nashville, you know what I mean? And I had at that point got married and soon after I had a kid, so that didn't work out. That was actually the last job in the music industry I had, working in the studios there. And then, I was self-taught, had always built computers and stuff myself. So I was self-taught, working with computers, networks, that kind of stuff my whole life. So I basically went and just took a bunch of IT certification exams and started working in IT. Did that for about probably 12 years.
I worked in IT, heavy sigh.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
And I got this left, and now I work with special needs and emotional support children, autistic support, all that kind of stuff. So anyway, that's my background. So I still play every day as much as I can, and Saturdays and Sundays are my day where, like, if I don't have to do anything, I'm a single parent. I have 2 kids, one son that has autism. So if I have a day to myself, if they're not with me, then I just sit there and just play for 8 hours, But
yeah,
so
I've always enjoyed chatting with you in chats because like a lot of us, Ben, you're a Van Halen nut, and you're in the top 5% that knows dates, times, chapters, string gauges, and what color undies Eddie was wearing. So you're certainly in that category of Van Halen nuts. So and that deserves respect, from guys like me who just can barely remember the song tracks on albums. But look, thanks for hanging out with us, Bent. But I know Luca is waiting next because he's on. One of the great things about doing these shows, these long streams, is that we can catch people on time zones. But it gets to a point where it gets a bit exhausting for a few guys. So, Luca, you've been on a couple of shows with us. We look forward to doing more with you next year. Thank you, brother. Tell everybody, there's 30 people watching. Tell us your story, brother.
Well, I'm based out here in South Africa. I started music when I was about 5 or 6 years old, classically trained on piano, then cello, and obviously guitar later on, and then alto saxophone as well. So that's just a brief overview. So mainly, obviously, I started with piano, and that was like the, like my main go-to instrument for a long time. Obviously learning all the classics, from Mozart to Chopin to anything, anything in between rather. And then doing cello and playing in orchestras for since I was in primary school and going up until university as well. And then when I started doing guitar, I was maybe about 10 years old or so. That was just a natural thing, going from the cello to guitar. And then obviously, I started listening to the, obviously I grew up listening to the classic stuff, like a lot of Deep Purple, a lot of Rolling Stones, Only really got into Van Halen a bit later. And I think the first song that I heard was "Ain't Talking About Love," and after that, it was over. Everything changed after that, as everyone's story goes, But yeah, I'm actually working towards becoming an attorney actually at the moment. So you guys know who to call if you need advice.
We might need one.
Excellent.
Yeah. Got about another year to go before I qualify. But yeah, I mean, when I got into Van Halen, everything changed, and I've got a small YouTube channel going where I do a lot of my own stuff, combining all the instruments together, all the different backgrounds that I have. I do a couple of covers here and there. I throw in a few covers here and there, But yeah, no, I just do it. I just do it for the love of it, Yeah.
Okay. I don't think, Luca, I've added your channel to our community page on our channel here, so I will do that now while you're talking. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's cool. That's cool. That's basically all I really had to say. I could just say that it's such a it's like to thank you guys for having this show and really it's such an amazing show, this, and like Andrew was saying, you meet people from all over the world, and it's the best, really.
Thanks, Luca. That means a lot.
Yeah. Thanks, Luca. That's cool.
And just to back up what you were saying now, Luca, I think music is its own reward. That's what I always remind myself. You do it for yourself, and don't do it for others. Just do it for yourself. And if people resonate with it, then they're on your journey. It's even better. That's all. Yeah.
We should have a compilation album of all the guests that have been on the show. we all play something.
Yeah.
Well,
We should just do a song together. Everybody
slap
just
it together
put it in
and do it.
There 5 seconds in.
50 guitars.
Oh,
or we could layer, like, does anyone familiar with, are you a fan of Tosh Sultana?
Yeah.
You know Tosh?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
layer stuff live, yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing, yeah.
She's phenomenal.
Yeah. Wow, yeah.
It made me think of her when you said all the instruments you play, because
yeah. Yeah.
I'm surprised you guys don't know her, like Andrew and Brad. I'm surprised you guys don't know
No, I don't know that is. So I've never heard. What was she called?
Tosh Sultana.
T-A-J.
Oh, yeah, I know her.
T-A-S-H.
Yep.
T-A-S-H.
Sultana, like Sultana brand, as in Raisin Bran.
Yeah.
Doesn't ring a bell.
For a while. My ex-wife's English. My kids always tell me, "You're not British, but we are."
I'll check that out, but it's not familiar though. But no, I
She's
appreciate you, Luca, jumping on and doing some of those streams with us. They were really cool. The Deep Purple show that we did, and I think we've done
that was great.
Done a Led Zeppelin album as well. So we've got some. The only problem though that Luca has though is the time zone. So but he's going to guest on with a few more albums for us.
I think we did Balance as well. That was another one.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, we've done a few. Jim.
Hello.
Jazz Thunder.
Sorry, Andrew. I'm gonna just say good night to everyone very quickly.
Okay, brother.
And jump off. Merry Christmas to everyone. Thanks for everything, and have a good one. We'll see you soon.
And you, Luca. Take care. Stay safe.
Thank you, Luca.
I'm gonna do the same. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, British Electric Blues Show, for having me. Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you, everyone who's watching. Please subscribe if you haven't done so. Thank you for all your comments and continued support. Thank you, everyone.
Happy Christmas.
Take care.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you.
Sleep well.
So, Jim, we were really, really lucky to have on the channel the author the ghost author of this book, and I know that you've got a copy of this book as well. And he was going through, telling us some stories and giving us some opinions on this, on some of the experiences he had with this book. He's going to come back and join us for some more shows, which is pretty good. We'll make sure we get you on there. But you tell it. I know you're a Clapton nut, so tell us a little bit about your backstory for the people that are watching, and for the other co-hosts here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think I said before when I was on the show, I got into music. It was the Beatles was the first thing, and then I kind of moved on to all the Dylan and Clapton and everything. And my first Clapton show that I saw was he had Muddy Waters backing him, so that was kind of a special thing. That was back in '78, and I've gone throughout the years to the shows at the Albert Hall. I've seen him in Madison Square Garden, seen him in Dublin. Just been a bit of a not probably, I know guys that buy tickets and go to all the shows, and stuff. I can't afford to do that and don't want to do that, but I've seen kind of a lot of his tours, love his playing. It inspired me. I think the combination of those kind of artists inspired me to start playing guitar, and I really connected with that comment about the great thing about the guitar is you never get to the end of it, you never get to the top of the mountain, and you can always learn. You get stuck in places, but you can keep learning. I think I'm probably, as a player, I don't think I'm as advanced as some of the people that have been talking. I'm probably still in the foothills, on the mountain. I keep trying, and I've got some of my own music that I've put together. And it's when you're talking about collaborating, I've got a song that's half finished, so I might send it to somebody, see if they can come up with some parts for it. But, I kind of don't know why I've gone back. This one, when I started playing it, I kind of thought, I really like this. This is quite, it's stupid. It sounds really big-headed to say that, but I thought I really like that. I've got something. And I thought, well, maybe somebody else has written it before me. Maybe I've just ripped something off. But it's a nice little kind of Beatle-y kind of type tune. So that was it. But yeah, I love it. I love all the stuff. I love reading about musicians and the kind of journeys that they've had through life and how they progress. Just in awe of some of the players that are out there and what they can do. I went recently, just a couple of weeks ago, went back to the first concert I'd been to. I went to see Paul Weller play. I don't know if any of you guys know.
Oh,
Paul
yeah.
Weller.
I've seen the jam, Jim. I've seen the jam.
Yeah, he was pretty good. He was pretty good. There are those people that sit stony-faced or stand stony-faced through the show until you get the jam numbers, and then they're up on their feet, like clapping away and everything. They're totally into it, sort of like 90 minutes of the show, they've been sitting there like they're in a coma, But it was great to get back and see some live music again, and it was nice. And I think I'm not the biggest Paul Weller fan, but I think he's he's a guy that's not coasted through his musical career. He's challenged himself. He's done different stuff. He's doing an orchestral album, which reminded me, when Clapton did the Albert Hall shows, he did a concerto, and
yeah, that's right.
And that never got put out. I think he was gonna. I think the plan was to go and do it with Michael Kamen afterwards, but of course his son died, and I think everything just went into a spin there. But the concerto was released by a guy, Japanese guitarist called Tomasai Hotai, and you can get that. I've got a copy of that CD somewhere, and there's a little thing in the booklet in it. There's a little bit of the score they kind of give you with it. But that guy, I'd never heard of him. And Hotai, what a player he was as well, So, it was good to see somebody else got the opportunity to do it, because Clapton had kind of walked away from that kind of thing. In fact, he went in the opposite direction. I think he went into the unplugged thing, and not and not that kind of more kind of grandiose concerto type thing, really. So that was kind of an interesting experience just to see some of those pieces and those different musical directions. So that's it from me, guys. Not a lot to.
So
it's always
Jim,
a
do you come from
pleasure.
a musical family? Do you have a musical family? Your parents play, or
Yeah. My dad, like I used to. That's what I remember as a kid. I used to wake up in the morning. My dad would get up really early, and I would often wake up and he was playing piano. He loved playing.
Yeah.
And I remember that as a kid listening, and he said, "Oh, I'm not very good," but he could read music and he'd play it. And my mum sang. She liked to sing and sang in choirs and stuff. And there was always kind of music around for me. My aunt went to work abroad, and so when I was about 7 or 8, she gave me all her records. That was a big thing for me, and I didn't know who half the people were, but I was going through them, and there was a Beatles single, I've still got it, Day Tripper and stuff, and so that was there was a few things. There was musicals, and different records that she'd collected. But there was a couple of nuggets in there that kind of, this is cool. This is quite good.
Hooked you in.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Fantastic.
It's always good though to catch up with guys that have been on previous streams with us, and Jim, we look forward to doing more with you. And we, I don't know about you guys. We've been on stream for 5 hours. I know we said we're going to do 10, but I don't have 5 hours in me. I don't have another 5 hours in me, Brad, unless you guys want to run the show. But look, I just want to do a couple of things while we're still live. We'll probably have to come back, guys, and do the competition, because I know that we advertised that we were going to do the pedal giveaway, and we didn't do that. And I know that we said that we were going to do a T-shirt giveaway. I don't want to be known as a channel that advertises all the stuff when that we don't do it. So we might have to organise between the co-hosts when we're going to get on and do that. We've also got some 5150 picks. Kurt S5150 sent us a whole lot of 5150 show picks. So we're going to do some competitions and we'll send out picks, and we'll send them to wherever in the world if you win or answer some questions. But we'll organise something, Simon and Brad, over the next couple of days on how we're going to do that, if that's okay.
Yeah, 100%.
Say hi to Texas Jackdaw. Morning, Texas. Tim, how you doing? Hope you're good.
Yeah.
Simon, before we go, we all know your story, but we've got 34 people watching and a couple of co-hosts here who don't know you other than that awesome title you have as the Rock Professor.
Bestowed upon me, I can assure you. Well, yeah.
Tell us your story.
Yeah. Well, Jim, a bit like you. I come from a musical family. My dad was a composer, so my dad. I'm going to boast now. My dad did all the music for this Life on Earth, this David Attenborough series, Life on Earth.
Brilliant.
He did all the music for that. He's called
I
Edward Williams.
love that.
Tom, thank you. Well, he did all the music on there. Is my dad, so I'm very proud of that. That's
wow.
It's a wizardly thing. But so I grew up. My dad did in the 50s. Started in the 50s, just after the war. He started after the war being a composer. That's what he wanted to be always. And so he used to do films for people like Shell and BP. Because in the late 50s and early 60s, the oil companies had their own film units, and they would go out and film their destruction of the environment and make a film about it. Here we are, drilling in Alaska, ruining the hell out of it. But and also my dad did a lot of things for those, and some sort of B feature movies and all sorts of things. So music was really a part of my life. The radio was on all the time. A lot of classical music, not much pop music. Some jazz certainly. People like Errol Garner, Oscar Peterson, that sort of thing. My dad was really into those kind of jazz piano players. But I did have, Jim, like you, I had we had Beatles albums. We had Help and Hard Day's Night and Rubber Soul when I was a kid. So I can remember listening to those. And, sort of, again, like you, hooking me in to the to the thing, sort of finding my way into it. And I started going to gigs in about 72, buying records in 72. So I was about 14. And I started playing the guitar a bit later than that. We had a really old, battered Spanish guitar, where the action, you got to about A and the action was about an inch off the neck kind of thing, Anybody, I spent about 10 years playing that guitar. Anybody talks about action now, it's like, I don't care what the action of the guitar is, it'll be better than the guitar I learned on. Therefore, I can cope with it. Get your hands out here and clamp it on, you'll be fine.
That's what Bent talks about when he goes out on a Friday night. He's going out for some action. Yeah. That's
action.
I don't want a low amount of action. I want a high amount of action.
Yeah. Yeah, this wasn't low or high. This is ridiculous. That's the thing. So I started learning clearly in the early 70s. It was a different thing. I started learning kind of like Bob Dylan songs and stuff like that. It was really, strummy Neil Young and things. That singer-songwriter thing was big then, clearly, and that's where I started. That was my into playing the guitar. Was very much kind of cowboy chords and learning all those songs. I was always really keen on playing songs more than I was learning parts of songs and things like that. I was interested in the chords where because clearly when I started playing the guitar, the first thing people are like, oh, I play the guitar. Well, then play us a song then. So you have to have a song. You have to have a song to play, repertoire.
Yeah.
Rather than anything else. So I played on my own for years until I met some guys through my wife going to college. She went to college and she met some other girls, and then their boyfriends and stuff played. Two of them, Ian and Dave, played. So we formed a band, and we had a band. We were called Strap for Cash because we were and then we were called the Steelers, and I played in the Steelers for 20 years, where we were basically a covers band, function band, doing all sorts of things. It was great fun. And we sort of grew to be a 7-piece by the end, a sax player, keyboards, girl singer, the whole bit and stuff like that. But I left, and so me and Dave, the guy we originally started, and Ian actually just sort of come back to join us. We're doing a little 3-piece of just doing rock covers, really, like Tom Petty and stuff. So I've always played in bands. Bands have been my thing, going out and playing. I'm not the world's greatest guitarist by a country mile, but I love playing live and I love doing that, and that's and doing it. So, yep, and so that's me in a nutshell. And coming on here and larking about on a Sunday morning doing this, which has been fantastic.
And I like that though. That's one of the great things though, because we don't want to be snobs, and we say this, we are guitar players, whether you know 3 chords or not, that gives you a bit of an idea of how music works, as opposed to some of our friends who don't play, who love music. And the fact that we can play just gives us a bit of, I think, a deeper insight, a bit of richness or something to the stuff that we're listening to. That's what I like, and I think that's one of the reasons why the channel has had some good shows over the last couple of years, because we are guitar players, Brad. Bent. We know a little bit about maybe some of the stuff that we're listening to or trying to, or we've spent 20 years or 30 years trying to perfect. So hanging out with you guys has been inspiring. We're going to probably do one more show before the end of the year, like I say, but I'm going to pass it on to everyone else as we wind up, and I'm going to say thank you very much for joining us. It's been a 5-hour pleasure. We've had some great guests on. You guys know who you are. We've had some great people in the chat. You guys know who you are in the chat. Thank you very much. The channel is really, really humbled by all the support we've got, and we look forward to hanging out with you some more. Brad.
Look, just want to thank everyone for joining us today. What a pleasure to have Tommy Emmanuel jump in. The guests,
go us.
Yeah, all the guests coming in. It's been amazing. Chris, thank you so much. It was that was amazing to listen to all your amazing stories. All the guys, Fruitcake Tony, Ben, everyone that's jumped on, Luke, Michael. This has been amazing, and nearly 5 hours, 20 minutes of sitting here listening to everyone talk. I don't get tired of listening and talking about music. It's something that I guess it's a deep-seated passion with all of us, isn't it? Really. I hope everyone in the chat's really enjoyed today, and thank you so much for joining us. If you're watching this back and you haven't subscribed, please give us a subscription, and if you haven't already done so, please give us a thumbs up.
Yeah, absolutely. And we look forward to getting back in the saddle early in January with more ranking the tracks and all of that.
Yeah,
awesome. We got G in the chat. Bent and Jim, I'm going to ask you guys to say goodbye, and then I'll give the Rock Professor the last word, and then we're going to split, guys.
Thank you guys so much for having us on. I really appreciate it. Guys have a great show. So you guys come back, every week, because they do this over and over and nail it. So especially my favorites have to be the ranking shows, because you guys get in such great detail.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks for letting me come on, have me on, and thanks to everybody for watching.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and great from me. I joined the party late. I'm sorry I missed Tommy Emmanuel. I mean, his version of Classical Gas that's on YouTube is just absolutely stunning. I just can't believe that brilliant guitar player. So I'm going to have to watch the show back myself. But I think this is quite a special thing to get the people together and get a chance to kind of share your love and appreciation for music. And if you don't share music, it doesn't exist, I think. So this is more important than I think you guys think. It's really good to have that, people making connections and sharing their appreciation. It's brilliant. So I look forward to watching and maybe being part of future shows, and I'll certainly be around as much as I can. Thank you very much, and happy Christmas to everyone.
Absolutely. Rock Professor.
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, well, I'd like to say thanks to the guys in the chat, like Nelson Rodriguez and Sonia and Arvin, and the guys who turn up every week, and Ellen and Helen and Helena and lots of people turn up every week and been fantastic supporters of us throughout the year. Thanks so much. It's been massively appreciated by us, to have you guys there talking in the chat and having fun and contributing. I mean, I think it's one of the important things, for us is keeping an eye on what people are talking about and trying to include, have Jim and Tom and, absolutely be a bit of a community channel, what your interests are. Come on, let's talk about them and things. And I love the deep diving into the albums. I think that's really cool. I think it's a focused, organized thing that we do that, can get hold of. If you like an album, we'll talk about your album kind of thing. So I'm looking forward to doing many more of those. And of course, to my co-hosts, Brad and Andrew. Andrew especially, without whom none of this would be possible.
Exactly.
He runs it all. He runs it all with a rod of iron.
And that's I'm glad you mentioned that, Simon, because Andrew's like the rock behind the show. He's he's more than the rock, and you don't want to get on the wrong side of Andrew.
Rules for a rod of iron.
And
I appreciate it.
We love and appreciate you, mate, and thank you, Simon, as well, and Hoss, and in past episodes we've had a lot of guests on, and obviously Kurt was part of the channel, so thank you, Kurt. And we're onwards and upwards to a better 2022. We're going to be firing along, and we're going to be bigger and better than ever.
Absolutely, bro. We've got some great shows planned. We've got a few little different directions we're going to go with some of the shows that we're going to do. But the core will always be the ranking of the tracks. Clearly that is something that everyone enjoys and considers as our strength on the channel. But we just we're going to do a couple of other little different things and see how that goes. We were up to 795 subscribers. We've still got a week to go before Christmas. The goal was 800, guys. So the 32 people that are watching, if you can share our channel, please, on your social medias, we'll be grateful. We'd love to get 1,000 subscribers. It will help with our algorithms. We believe and think that we've got something that a lot of people would like to hear. And if we can get into some people's playlists, and they can hang out with an Englishman, a couple of Aussies, and a Kiwi, and some guest stars. Guest stars, I say, guest stars. You know, look at these guys here. Bent guest star, Jim guest stars. We've done our job.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, 100%,
we're out of here.
guys.
Yeah,
we're out of here.
Cool.
Take
care,
care,
everyone.
guys.
Happy
Merry Christmas. Take care.
Stay safe and well. We'll see you next week.
And look at the flame.
Yeah, you
Flame,
got it,
yes,
brother. You got it.
Got the flame. The holy flame of Antioch.
Oh, actually, I'm going to play this. It's been a while since I've played. We had a snip. Hold on. We haven't done this for a while. Hold on. We haven't done this for a while. I'm going to play this because we got a snip of it. Check this out. Hold on. I've got to get rid of that comment. Got to get rid of that comment so we can see it all. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. We haven't played this for a while. Where is it? Buried. There it is.
Yes. Well, hey, go Brad. Showing that Hoss boy how to do it. Yeah, showing him how to do it. That's how you do it, Hoss. If you're watching, that's how you do it.
Brad, again, another guy that makes it look easy. Kids at home.
Sickening, isn't it?
At least Brad has the good grace to look at the fretboard while he's doing it. Not like that. He's looking over here when he goes.
Yeah, but he's got that Ferrari right hand. It goes from like 0 to 1,000 miles an hour. He's like, whoa. It's good, brother. It's impressive, man.
Thank you.
That's fantastic,
look,
mate. Fantastic.
You know, after watching Hoss do it, it's hard to follow that up, man. Hoss is the man. So
I have to get some tips.
But we know
technique is so efficient with your right hand, man. Like it's no, I mean, even great players, some have, you know what I mean? Like some have real clean right hands, and some don't. Like I think Andy Wood has one of the cleanest right hands. And I think, you know, the country guy, Andy Wood, here's my theory, because he didn't play electric until he was like 18 years old, but he had played acoustic instruments for all these years, you know?
So at least someone's appreciating. Someone wants to hear it again.
Okay, all right. Well, that'll be the outro video for the show. We'll play it again, but we didn't thank the co-hosts that were on with us too. You guys know who you were, Neil, Fruitcake, Tony.
Everyone.
You guys, thank you guys for being co-hosts with us. Keith was fantastic hanging out with Keith. Want to get Keith back on? He couldn't talk much because we had a full board, but we try to do the best we can.
Yeah,
Thank you guys.
And
thank you to all the co-hosts tonight.
Come
Thank
on.
you.
Thanks for joining us, everyone.
Here's the outro video, and then we got to go. We got to cruise. All right,
hit it, Brad.